Morehouse College and Tuskegee University men's basketball teams were selected to compete in the 2025 NBA HBCU Classic presented by AT&T. The fourth annual NBA HBCU Classic will be played in the Bay Area as part of NBA All-Star 2025 and will once again celebrate the rich traditions, on-court athleticism, and commitment to excellence of the HBCU community. For tickets, visit nba.com/all-star.
At AutoMasters LLC, our mission is to serve our community by providing quality automobiles at affordable prices. All of our vehicles are inspected and certified to offer you the confidence in knowing you have a quality vehicle. Our goal is to provide you with a seamless process and positive experience for your automobile purchase. Financing recommendations and specific vehicle inquiries are available at your request. You can find us at www.automasters06.com and follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Also, please feel free to contact Terrence Miles at 601-927-7794. And oh yeah, tell him Sonia sent you.
HBCU football fans, this year's Cricket Celebration Bowl has a new date. A champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th as the MEAC and SWAC champions meet once again. Join us in Atlanta for championship football, interactive fan experiences, and iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit the Celebration Bowl.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
ESPN Events Band of the Year, a title reserved for the absolute best in the world of HBCU marching bands. A season-long competition that culminates in Atlanta on Friday, December 13th. Drum majors, percussion, drill, auxiliaries, musicality. All aspects will be adjudicated by expert judges in the world of college bands. 4 bands will qualify for the big stage, where national champions will be crowned. Follow us on social media for ranking updates throughout the season. And join us at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 13th for events and
get going, we know the Celebration Bowl is coming back up, and we know that on the 15th, which is the Sunday following the Celebration Bowl, I believe it's at the New South Kitchen again. You guys are going to be doing a brunch.
Yeah, so there's a slurry of activities. I would say that we always we like to put our foot in Christmas first off, but when you pair that with Celebration Bowl, we do some unique activations and programming throughout that entire weekend. And one of them is that we will have a Grinch Who Stole Christmas. There may, an appearance of the Grinch that'll pop into that, but really again, our chef has done a fantastic job of curating a menu that's obviously worth that occasion or worthy of that occasion. And there'll be some characters that'll pop in. There'll be some Santa, obviously sightings at that brunch as well. And I think it's just fantastic for people to come into our space. Our hotel is fully decorated, activated for the season, and we look forward to having everybody not only come in and enjoy the hot chocolate, enjoy the brunch. We've got a lot going on over the course of that weekend. In addition to Black Santa is going to be here, obviously celebrating Celebration Bowl as we bring him in every year as part of the weekend activities. We also partner with Barack and Michelle Obama Academy, so that Friday heading into that weekend, We bring in the kids choir. They perform for all of our guests here.
That's right.
And we also bring in their dance team. And so these very talented kids, they come from obviously Barack and Michelle Obama Academy, a school that's doing really, really good work. We're fortunate to feature them here, put them on a pedestal, give them a really good VIP experience, but also they come in and entertain all of our guests as part of that occasion and that weekend.
Oh man, that sounds like fun. And I do remember those guys from last year. That was an amazing situation to see those kids out there having fun. But listen, guys, if you haven't booked your rooms already, get into the Omni. Get into the Omni before all the rooms are gone for that weekend. It is a great hotel. It's right there in the middle of everything downtown Atlanta. And look, you see our brother is the one who is in charge, the head man in charge. Right. We're definitely looking forward to it. What's your new chefs? Because the new South Kitchen is something that's actually new to you guys. That wasn't there last year, correct?
So, it was there last year. We rebranded it, coming really into COVID. It's now being reintroduced to the community, given some of our slowness and just ramping up out of the pandemic. But Anthony Bordeaux is our chef there, our executive chef, doing a fantastic job. It is an open kitchen concept, a beautiful dining room, windows all the way around. You know where you are. You get that sense of being in downtown Atlanta. And
sort of like your office here.
Exactly.
We see the beautiful backdrop of downtown Atlanta.
Exactly, yeah. So we look forward to having people come in and not only enjoy his cuisine, but just the atmosphere as a whole. It's really, we're really excited about the offerings there. Really year-round, but these specialty dinners, whether it's the brunches that we do over the holidays and certainly these wine dinners that we've been fortunate to kick off with our partners, it is just a fantastic experience that we hope people take advantage of.
Okay. Well, listen, I'm going to have to make an early trip down there to see, because we'd love to do a live broadcast from the brunch if possible.
Yeah.
We actually have a Sunday morning show that we do after that, and we can use that to close out the HBCU football season, because you all are a great partner with the Celebration Bowl, so we really appreciate everything that you and your hotel does as it relates to the HBCU space. So we definitely want to make sure that we get in if we can feature that. But we will, and I'm having one of those brain farts right now. The sports bar is called
Top Draft Sports Line.
Top Draft. I don't know why I was going to say. I knew it was draft, but I was going to say something completely out of the way. But we're going to be broadcasting live from Top Draft this year while they are open. That was one of the things last year we did our broadcast and the space was closed. But folks, this is a top tier, great location. The sports bar is amazing. Again, another one of those panoramic, picturesque, what do we call it? Chamber of Commerce views from the balcony deck area out there that's out at the restaurant. Man, we are looking forward.
Look, I'm a little biased, but I would say it's one of the best views in downtown Atlanta. Just that entire, especially in the evening when the lights turn on in the city, it's activated. It's a fantastic view. It's a fantastic experience. We've got a great staff there that's willing and able and ready to take care of everybody who comes through those doors.
And listen, he is not exaggerating, folks. So listen, make sure the website that folks can book with you guys is.
Yeah, so omnihotels.com/Atlanta is our website for the property, and through that link you can find details about all of our programming, find more details about Top Draft, New South Kitchen, the menus, and all the offerings that are available. So I would recommend anyone direct their attention to that website for more information.
All right. Once again, the general manager, Mr. Ramon Reyes of the Omni International Hotel. It's not the Omni International, it's just the Omni Hotel.
That is the original name, the Omni International Hotel. Okay. But today, our brand now is Omni Hotels in our property, Omni Atlanta Hotel at Centennial Park. But we're fortunate. That's another. I appreciate you acknowledging that this is where the brand began. So this is history.
All right.
To make it, but we look forward to have everybody over. One more thing. I mentioned, Black Santa, but we're going to have Santa throughout the season here. So if you're interested in coming to check out the decor, taking pictures, and enjoying some time with Santa, come visit the property. We'd love to have you.
So all you local Atlanta folks, you know where to go to find you a great Santa at a great location. It'll be some amazing stuff. You'll love it. Again, please go check out the hotel. We'll be seeing you there, because we're planning on staying there this year. So we're going to be there having a lot of fun again. Again, folks.
And welcome into the Game Time Show. Charles Bishop, AD Drew, here, Celebration Bowl Radio Row, Celebration Bowl 2024. AD, we're almost upon it.
CB9, and it does not mean for Charles Bishop. Just by the way, man. Tremendous to be here once again here in Atlanta. Just thinking back over the games, the years, man. The first 3 were in the old Georgia Dome, and then we moved over here to the Benz, and it's been like a new. Tremendous, tremendous games, tremendous atmosphere, and Atlanta is so welcoming to everybody.
It's very interesting. You can tell the environment is starting to ramp up a little bit where everybody's starting to get really excited. Teams and fans mulling about the hotel and things of that nature. I think Jackson State is at their open practice right now in the Mercedes-Benz Dome. They'll be coming in, and within the hour, we're starting to have some individuals walk through and whatnot. But it's starting to get that feel, if you will, of game time.
And just over 24 hours out from actually 26 hours from kickoff right now, it's one of those tension. Does the tension build up? Does the anxiety build up?
Yeah.
What do we have?
No doubt.
Yes.
Yeah, we got Coach Sam Washington coming in here. How you doing?
How you guys?
Welcome into the Game Time Show. As we get you set up, Radio Row here, Coach.
Yes, sir.
Man, you've got the red jacket on. I mean, you've been able to put it on there with regards to winning one. What was it like in terms of getting a Celebration Bowl victory?
It was very exciting, and I thought it was a great opportunity for the kids, for the players, to play in a game on this platform. We don't get that opportunity in HBCUs often. And when they came up with this idea and made it come to fruition, man, I mean, it's I don't know, it's hard to describe.
I can imagine.
Yeah,
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Got the confetti falling down on you and whatnot. It was had to be in terms of coaching experience, one of the pinnacle moments of your career.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Now, Coach Washington, you obviously being one of those first Celebration Bowl coaches, you went through the transition from when we were going into the playoffs, getting our brains beat in, to the Celebration Bowl era. Talk about that transition and talk about how they were able to convince you guys as coaches to buy into this brand new concept at that point in time, and then fast forward to when you're actually out there playing, and it's just like, I'm glad I made this decision. I supported this.
Absolutely, and then too, the way that I looked at it, if you did not make the Celebration Bowl, you still had an opportunity, to play in the NCAA playoffs. So it was a win-win from the way I looked at it. And when it first came about, of course, there were questions and doubts. And fortunately, we came to the first one and saw what it was all about and the direction that it was going. And it was a no-brainer.
Let's talk about that first one. Just take us back, because what was that, 2015, 20?
Something like that.
Yeah. I mean, I really don't remember the year. I remember the game, but I can't remember the year. Just take us back to that first one. Brand new. Nobody knows what they doing. So supposedly.
Listen, when we got to the Georgia State line on the buses, the highway patrolman got in front of us and escorted us in. Our kids never experienced anything like that. So from that moment on, it was like, this is the place. And then when we rolled up into the Omni, it was a bunch of kids' mouth, dropped. And now the concern as a coach, we got to reel them back in. But just looking back, it was one of those special moments in life. I'm sure from them and for us as coaches as well.
Coach, when you take a look at sort of the college football landscape now. How different is it from when you were coach?
It's so different. The portal is one of the things I just don't like. I don't agree with. But hopefully they'll get it figured out and make it work. But as of the infant stage, it just was it was new. So it was very hard to navigate. Didn't know what to expect. Still don't know what to expect. You don't know if you're gonna have the same players from spring when you start the season in the fall. And that's difficult on any coach or anyone. That just not knowing.
Sure.
Yeah. Now, when you think back to those dominant A&T teams that you had, what was it that made those teams special? And then not only were they special, but they were able to maintain that high level for multiple years.
I think it was the concept that they bought into, the kids bought into. Football is all about run, block, and tackle. You know what I'm saying? But I think as a coach, you have to keep things simple so they can play fast. And if you can narrow some stuff down and give them some keys, the hardest thing to coach, in my opinion, is eyes. So if you can coach those eyes and you get them looking in the right place and seeing the right things, and your chances are very good.
No doubt.
And our philosophy always have been stop the run, offense, protect the football, and win the kicking game.
What are some unique things this matchup between Jackson State and South Carolina State, a rematch, if you will, of 2021? But are there any things that you're looking for tomorrow with regards to Jackson State and South Carolina State?
I think quarterback play going to be everything. That's going to determine the outcome of the ball game. Both teams going to have to protect the football. Can't go out there, giving the offense, other team offense, more opportunities than they should have. So if they're able to, the team that's able to protect the football and not give up the big plays, I think that's the team that's going to prevail. They very evenly matched, in my opinion.
Very much so. Very
evenly matched. I think Jackson State is a little more physical. I do think that defensively
that's sort of a juxtaposition, because normally we talk about the MEAC team being more physical, but you see it as Jackson State.
I think they are. I really do. Defensively, offensively, I'm very impressed with the quarterback at South Carolina State.
Eric Phoenix,
I'm telling you, that kid can play. So if it's just going to be a very exciting football game, I do believe.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, Coach. Come Saturday about 4:00, there will be a new member of the fraternity of winning Celebration Bowl coaches. How do you guys who've been in this game and won keep in touch with each other, and how will you welcome in the new champion into your fraternity?
Well, we keep in touch often. And last night we were just talking about it. We went to the start of the season, 0 week, the Orange Blossom Classic. And Coach Oliver with the red jacket was in that ball game. And then here we are at the end of the season at the championship game. And we have two very worthy coaches. And one of them will be joining the fraternity.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
That's exciting. That's exciting. Well, Coach Washington, man, wanted to thank you for stopping by here on the Game Time Show. Really appreciate it. It's always a pleasure to have a red coat, if you will. Two red coats, exactly. Exactly. Two of them. Well, please don't let me shirk either one.
I'm the only one with you.
I thought so.
Yes, indeed. Well, we'll take a quick break here on the Game Time Show, and we'll be right back with another guest. Thank you, Coach Sam Washington.
All right, thank you.
HBCU football fans, this year's Cricket Celebration Bowl has a new date. A champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th as the MEAC and SWAC champions meet once again. Join us in Atlanta for championship football, interactive fan experiences, and iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit the Celebration Bowl.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
ESPN Events Band of the Year, a title reserved for the absolute best in the world of HBCU marching bands. A season-long competition that culminates in Atlanta on Friday, December 13th. Drum majors, percussion, drill, auxiliaries, musicality. All aspects will be adjudicated by expert judges in the world of college bands. 4 bands will qualify for the big stage, where national champions will be crowned. Follow us on social media for ranking updates throughout the season. And join us at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 13th for events.
Tickets are on sale now for the 4th annual NBA HBCU Classic presented by AT&T, featuring Morehouse College and Tuskegee University. Don't miss this action-packed event happening at NBA All-Star 2025 and filled with competitive matchup and marching band performances celebrating HBCU pride. See you in the Bay.
At Automasters LLC, our mission is to serve our community by providing quality automobiles at affordable prices. All of our vehicles are inspected and certified to offer you the confidence in knowing you have a quality vehicle. Our goal is to provide you with a seamless process and positive experience for your automobile purchase. Financing recommendations and specific vehicle inquiries are available at your request. You can find us at www.automasters06.com and follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Also, please feel free to contact Terrence Miles at 601-927-7794. And oh yeah, tell him Sonia sent you.
I feel so safe right now knowing that I got members of the military right here to my right. With us, we have members of the U.S. Army recruiting. You guys are a sponsor here at the Cricket Celebration Bowl. So first of all, I'm going to ask everybody to introduce themselves and their ranks.
Good morning. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Roger Brown, a professor of military science at I Love Jackson State University.
Good morning. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Antonio Pittman, professor of military science at South Carolina State University.
Lieutenant Colonel Lindsey Thompson. I'm the battalion commander for the Mission Support Battalion underneath the Marketing and Engagement Brigade.
All right. First of all, thank you guys for your service to our country and protecting the freedoms that I love so dear and so much. And just FYI, my father was a member of the Army. Fought in the Vietnam conflict. So.
Well, please thank him for his service for us.
Yes.
Thank you for saying that.
Yes. Well, like I say, a lot of people, you guys are like that utility at the house. You don't look at it, you don't see it, but when it's not around, you know that it's not there. So once again, I want to thank you guys. But you guys have decided to pull assets into at events such as not only the Celebration Bowl, but just into HBCUs in general, because I work at a HBCU. I'm a two-time HBCU grad, and I've always saw all the branches of the military on campus trying to recruit, be it ROTC or post. Once you graduate, come join us. We're looking for a few good men. I know that's not y'all, but but just kind of talk about the Army's commitment to HBCUs and particularly this event here.
You want to start off?
Okay, I start for here. Me speaking for Jackson State University, one of the probably premier urban university there in Jackson, Mississippi. It's a great tool. It's a pillar of the community. We also bring in young cadets from junior ROTC, where they're learning citizenship and life social skills. Once they get to the senior level, we also enhance that to where we're develop professional. And if they so choose to go into the military as a professional, we can coin them and shape them into future leaders. But if they decide to get out into the community and get jobs, we'll now put someone in there with some basic leadership skills and knowledge.
Anyone else want to add to that?
Okay, for me, being at South Carolina State, I always tell cadets, preparation meets opportunity equals success. So as long as you're preparing yourself, when opportunity gets there, you'll be prepared and you'll be good to go. So for my thing, I'm preaching not necessarily joining the military, but getting a college degree. So if you come join ROTC, get a college degree, then go in the military, you can get both. So people think I'm gonna go straight into the Army. No, go to college first, get a degree, come out as a second lieutenant, do it that way, and it'll be a smarter way to do it. What about
And not to cut you off, but I had an uncle who did that. He graduated from Tuskegee University, went into the Air Force, spent 25 years in the Air Force, and just retired last year, and he is 50. I believe he's 55 years old.
Still a young man.
Still got enough life ahead of him.
You're making me feel bad. I just turned 55.
He said it's time to get out. Go ahead.
But no, the Army's commitment to HBCUs also has to do with the fact that we recognize that representation matters. Leadership within the military ranks, the structure in which we're built, there are not a lot of those who kind of look like us sitting in these extremely high leadership positions. And we build those. We build leaders. It's what we do in the military. That is our core competency. We build leaders. So we want to be able to see more faces and spaces that make a difference. And the HBCUs is where we can get a foundation for those juniors that we can bring in and turn into our nation's future leaders.
So what will you guys be doing here over the next couple of days at the Celebration Bowl here in downtown Atlanta?
So for the PMS, myself, we're here. We brought a group of cadets. We're doing a joint color guard between South Carolina State and Jackson State, and we're doing push-up detail for cadets. And we're here to talk to COIs and influencers about the opportunities that the Army can provide to young folks.
And also to add, we also have opportunity, but we really engage some of the young high school during the band of the year. Just kind of give them the opportunity to see what it is to be an ROTC, what it means to go into the military, or what it means to just learn leadership skills to be successful in life. There's so many opportunities there that they don't know. And what we offer here is that we're going to tap into your skills and talents to make you the best version of yourself.
All right. Kind of almost sounds like a football game. It sounds like those motivational speeches my coaches used to give to us.
Same concept. One team, one fight.
Amen.
One team, one fight.
My role here is a little bit different than those of the professionals in military science. So again, with the marketing engagement brigade, so I have a lot of the mobile assets that you'll see out at the Fan Fest and so forth. So those big trucks that you see running up and down the road with "Be All You Can Be" on the side of it, those belong to me. So we'll have a few of those out here with my teams that are basically showcasing a number of the different professions that you can actually participate in if you join the military. So the military has over 200 different professions that you can determine you want to focus on if you should happen to join the military. And the assets that we bring out here kind of visualize some of those different assets and kind of give the kids an idea of some of the things that you can do if you decide you want to go this route.
All right. As we get ready to close this segment out, I just want to turn it over to each one of you guys. Any last comments that you guys want to get out there?
Hey, this has probably been the best decision that I can honestly say that my young self made for me. I am I will hit 20 years on the 31st of this month.
Congratulations.
And I am excited about everything that I have in the future. I am ecstatic about all the things that I did in the past. This is an Army lineage, a family lineage for us. My father served, my aunt and uncle served, my grandfather served. But this is just something that I want our community to understand and know that it's an option. And it's a very good option that leads to a lot of benefits and opens up so many opportunities in the future.
So for myself, I didn't even want to go in the military. So I did junior RTC in high school and did it in college because I liked the structure. And I actually went to airborne school and dropped out of RTC because I was like, it made me sign a contract. I don't want to do that. But I was miserable for a whole semester. So when spring semester came around, the first thing I did was sign for RTC. I was going to do 4 years. I've been in 22 years now. So it's definitely one of the best things that I did.
Don't tell me you was one of them. I'm doing it for the scholarship money. And didn't realize you liked it.
Hey, guilty.
Yeah, and same to echo my two colleagues here. I started out as an athlete, chasing football and track. Started Murrah High School. Matter of fact, that young man there, we went to high school together. And there was a conversation had between me and our RTC instructor. He said, "You're good." He said, "But you ain't that good. So what's your backup plan?"
And so many of us have to make that decision.
He said, "What is your backup plan?" I said, "I don't have one." That's when it really hit bedrock that I didn't have a plan other than the football plan. He said, "Come talk to me. Let's have a conversation." And he showed me the unlimited possibility what I could do in the military. And I tell you, I fell in love, and that's been my passion ever since.
All right. So, what is it? Be all you can be.
Be all you
Be all
can be.
you
Be all you can be. Who's going to be all they can be tomorrow at 12 o'clock? Kickoff right here at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium here in downtown Atlanta for the Cricket MEAC Celebration Bowl.
Right stuff, Tiger tough.
It's going to be a repeat of 2021. The SWAC is whack and the MEAC is back.
All right, you got to break the tie.
He gonna be mad at me.
Uh-oh.
Tigers.
Oh man, so we 2-1 for D.I. Love.
D.I. Love.
All right. So we'll be back here on the BCSN Game Time show in just a few moments.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
HBCU football fans, this year's Cricket Celebration Bowl has a new date. A champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th as the MEAC and SWAC champions meet once again. Join us in Atlanta for championship football, interactive fan experiences, and iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
When it comes to professional learning, teachers deserve better. From the leader in online learning, Stride brings you the Stride Professional Development Center, an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that gives teachers choice and flexibility, allowing them to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. It's time you take charge of your learning. Visit us today to get started.
And welcome back into the Game Time Show. Charles Bishop, and here with Sean McCaskill, who is part of the greatest fraternity known to man.
Absolutely.
Unapologetically. Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. What's going on, brother?
Man, listen, I love the Celebration Bowl because it's an opportunity. As being a former athlete and playing football at the college level, to see so many people that look like us in one space, you know, and being able to watch them develop and become great, it's a beautiful thing.
No
So,
doubt.
you know, this is one of the things I check off on my calendar is to come down to the Celebration Bowl to
For sure.
participate.
You know your X's and O's, man. You've looked at these teams, this Jackson State team. What impresses you about them?
Well, we have to start off by one of the most dominant people in their defense. He just so happens to be an alpha.
Just so happens to be an alpha.
Robert McDaniels.
Yes, indeed.
I'm very impressed with him. And besides him being an alpha, I just love his skill set.
Yeah.
I think he has the skill set that he would be able to represent Jackson State at the next level. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he does on Saturday and then seeing what he does on Sundays.
No doubt. You talk about his skill set, and I mean, this is a young man. He was playing a different position this past weekend at the SWAC championship game because he's a safety. He moved over the corner and played admirably, going up against a tough Southern offense. But he has a physical presence, and he's an individual we can see playing on Sundays.
Absolutely. And one of the most difficult transitions is easy to teach a corner to be a safety. It's hard to teach a safety to become a corner. So for him to be able to show that versatility, it helps him at the next level.
Sure.
And I had the honor of talking to him. He has an NFL body, but what I love even more about him, you could feel his passion. This young man wants to be great.
No doubt.
You know what I mean? That's what separates, because, talent, once you start moving up, talent is talent.
Talent is talent.
But what's going to separate you is that work ethic and that desire, that passion to want to be great. And he has that, so I'm looking forward to seeing what he does.
Sean, when you take a look at this Celebration Bowl event and how it has grown, what are some things that kind of impress you in terms of the event status of the Celebration Bowl?
The beauty about it is watching it grow. See, a lot of times we see things when it's reached its top peak.
Sure.
You've been around to see it when it first started, to see it, when it's growing, it's getting better, it's getting bigger. Like Media Row wasn't this size before. Now it's getting bigger. We're getting more exposure. So I love the fact that it's growing. And the more that it grows, then guess what? It helps out HBCUs. Not just on the football field, but it also helps out, recruitment wise, getting students to come to the school. Look at the effect of D-1 when he was at Jackson State, right? The enrollment went up.
Yeah.
There's
a correlation.
There's a correlation. Yes. Let's just be honest. You look at Penn State. Penn State is basically in the middle of nowhere, but people want to go there. Whiteout, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Penn State makes $1 million in parking during the whiteout.
Amazing.
You just on parking.
Yeah.
We're not talking about the game.
Right.
We're talking about parking.
Yeah.
So now as HBCUs, we don't have to go with our hands out like cups. We can use it because our numbers are going up. We need more dormitories. Now we start to grow the university. The university becomes bigger. Sports is a great tool to help grow universities.
And like you said, when you take a look at sports, many people say it's the front porch.
That's right.
To the university.
That's right. And that was the collapse of arguably the greatest basketball conference ever, the Big East. Because the Big East didn't want to transition over to the football.
Yeah.
They didn't want to transfer over to the football.
Yeah.
Had they transferred over to the football, the Big Ten wouldn't be as big as it is now. It would be, you'd be talking about Big East football. But they just didn't. They just believed in basketball. And again, no disrespect, basketball is a great sport, but football is the bell cow.
It is the bell cow. I've got to talk to you about some of the initiatives that Phi Alpha is in the process of working on and implementing. Could not have you on here without kind of talking a little bit about the fraternity and some of the great things that are going on with that.
Well, before we talk about that, I got to give a shout out to our general president, Dr. Willis L. Lonzer, the third. You got to put the third on there.
Yeah,
you got to put the third on there for Dr. Lonzer. But one of the things that he, he's a football fan, huge. He loves the Celebration Bowl. But back to your question, for Alpha, we've been really getting back to the focus of our mission statement and developing leaders. You see what just happened in November?
Yes.
One of the things that you're starting to see is that Alpha needs to do better with developing more leaders. So we took it personal what happened in November.
Sure.
So we're saying to ourselves, our leadership is saying we didn't do enough.
Understood.
So we got to do a better job of developing, being more intentional. I want to know if I see a college brother or a young brother who has the potential of going into politics, we got to funnel him there. We got to push him there. One of our past general presidents, Everett Ward, he started a PAC. So now we're raising money. You know what I mean? So we got to be more intentional about the things that we're doing to develop these next leaders, not just in politics, but in education. We need more school superintendents. We need more principals. We need more teachers. We got to be more intentional about doing the things that we're doing.
Absolutely.
We can't just rest and say, oh, we're looking for this. One of the greatest things that we've seen, and since I've been the executive director of Phi Alpha, is that I went to the inauguration of Westmore.
Brother Westmore.
Listen. He at the podium, he said he is who he is right now because of Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated.
Yes, indeed.
He just did a Founders Day video. We didn't call him and say, hey, we need a Founders Day video. He loves the fraternity so much, and he feels like he got to give back to the fraternity so much that he made a video himself.
That's amazing.
That went viral.
Yes, indeed. Yes,
That's
indeed.
being intentional. That's the alpha that we need to go towards. We got to be more intentional about developing those next leaders because they're there.
Yes, indeed.
They're there, and we got to do our part. So, in the next election, what I'm gonna say to you, I'm forecasting it. There's going to be a brother from Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated running for president of the United States.
There you have it.
You heard it from me right here,
Yes,
right
indeed.
now.
Yes, indeed.
At the Celebration Bowl.
I like that.
Staple that.
Brother Sean McCaskill, man, I appreciate you coming.
Man, appreciate you, good brother.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Hey, and I love what y'all doing. I love the collaboration. That it's just not an alpha thing. You working right alongside with a Sigma. This is what it's about. This is the things that we don't see, that people who went to college, they don't get to see the collaboration amongst organizations, because at the end of the day, we all doing the same thing.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? We all doing the same thing.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So I love the fact that, you guys are collaborating and y'all work so well together. So it doesn't matter, at the end of the day, y'all putting out a good product.
I appreciate it.
You know what I mean? And then what I'm going to say to you too, I'm saying it now. I want to get you guys up to Philadelphia at our general convention in July, the weekend of July 18th. And I want y'all to go live from there.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? So we'll set up a room, let you guys go live and then promote what you guys are doing, because I think the followership, the more people follow you guys and see what you guys are doing, the more money y'all can get.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Because you can tell the passion between y'all. I mean, y'all serious about what y'all doing. So as an alpha, there has to be return on your investment.
Yes, indeed.
We need to invest in you. So again, whatever we can do to help out, I'm gonna hook you up with our director of conventions, our directors of my director of communication, brother Eric Webb, and we'll do something. And I wouldn't mind possibly doing a spread on you in the Sphinx magazine.
Absolutely.
Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
All right, appreciate you so much, man.
Yes, indeed.
Keep doing what you're doing.
We'll do.
All right.
We'll come back here on the Game Time Show. Charles Bishop, more guests.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
HBCU football fans, this year's Cricket Celebration Bowl has a new date. A champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th as the MEAC and SWAC champions meet once again. Join us in Atlanta for championship football, interactive fan experiences, and iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
When it comes to professional learning, teachers deserve better. From the leader in online learning, Stride brings you the Stride Professional Development Center, an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that gives teachers choice and flexibility, allowing them to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. It's time you take charge of your learning. Visit us today to get started.
Tickets are on sale now for the 4th annual NBA HBCU Classic presented by AT&T, featuring Morehouse College and Tuskegee University. Don't miss this action-packed event happening at NBA All-Star 2025 and filled with competitive matchup and marching band performances celebrating HBCU pride. See you in the Bay.
And welcome back into the Game Time Show. We're joined now by Farasi Norman. And of course, we have another red coat has stopped by to see us. Coach Rod Broadway, welcome in.
Thank you for having us.
Yes,
appreciate it.
Let me first start off by saying congratulations on being a finalist, Black College Hall of Fame. I think this, phenomenal in terms of you being amongst the finalists, if you will.
Right.
Yes.
Obviously, it's a great honor, but it's more important that the kids that we coach end up being successful, and what we did was important. But, things like that, that's great recognition, all that stuff. But I don't know, that stuff never meant that much to me. Mm-hmm. And even though it's a great honor, it would be a great accomplishment. It's nothing you worry about or think about, any of those sort of things, but it's definitely a great honor.
No doubt. Ross?
Let me say this right now. I got to be on the same platform with Coach Broadway and Coach Sam Washington. I'm 5'8". I'm feeling 7'5" right now. I just appreciate this. I take myself as a heavyweight, but now I'm feeling heavy. And when it comes to coaching, when you get to sit next to these guys and just pick their brains and see what they know, I'm elevated right now. I'm in awe. And I want to thank my man AD Drew, the Black House Sports, my friend next to me, Roy. Hey, you guys, I'm in heaven right now, and I thank all you guys for that. Once again, Coach Broadway, everything you did for HBCU brothers, I appreciate you. I'm a Langston man, and guys like you made it happen. So I just say thank you.
You know what? I was the biggest winner in all of this stuff, man, because I benefited most. I really did. My background was not HBCU. I went to University of North Carolina, but when I got into black college football, that's a special feeling. That's a special place to be. And I tell people all the time, I wouldn't trade my experiences for anything. There's nothing like HBCU. For my money, there's nothing like HBCU. And I'm not a product of HBCU, but I am HBCU.
Yes, sir.
I understand.
And North Carolina just hired some no-name coach.
I know.
I can't remember his name. Bill or something.
Billy Belichick?
Actually, we call him Grandpa.
Oh, really?
No. But speaking of coaching, Coach Broadway, obviously you had success here in the Cricket Celebration Bowl. And you came into a unique situation because you were following Coach Sam Washington there at A&T and was able to basically duplicate what he had did. So just talk about that magical ride that particular year to be able to maintain the standard after following another legend in Coach Washington.
Well, actually, I was before Sam.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
Actually,
I got it back.
Yeah, I was before him. But we had worked together we were together for 11 years, 12 years, and Sam was an outstanding, let me start with outstanding person, number one, and an outstanding football coach, number two. So, and as far as this bowl game, to see that thing where it was in 15 to where it is now, what a great accomplishment. And, it does my heart good, man. That's why I come back every year just to be a part of this, because it is special. And I say all the time, hopefully this thing can continue to grow and grow into an event. Like, you guys remember the old CIAA basketball tournament? That thing for years back in the 70s and 80s, that was an event. It wasn't a basketball tournament. And that's why I like to see this thing get where everybody's coming out. And it's growing to that area, to that direction right now.
Coach, let me ask this question. And what do you think Coach T.C. Taylor and Coach Chennis Berry are sort of telling their teams, the day before? Like, what is the preparation like the day before?
I don't know, but with my teams, it would always be standing now. You can't look at what would have happened. You got to look at what we've got to do. You can't think about what's going to happen if we win. You're going to think about what do I need to do to win. Mm-hmm. And the focus got to be on winning and preparation. And I said for years, winning is in the preparation. Most games are won or lost way before you get on the field. So you got to be prepared. And the day's just a continuation of preparation.
No doubt. Ross?
I agree with what Coach just said. You can't think about what happened in the past. You got to think about what's happening now. Prepare yourself. I know both teams have had good weeks of practice. South Carolina State's had 3 weeks, I think, to heal, get better. That State's been going straight through. I'm looking for a good game tomorrow. TC Taylor and Coach Chennis Berry have done great jobs this year, so I got no doubt teams will be prepared to play. The kicking game is going to be big. Sometimes people overlook that, but if you know me, and I've been with these guys the last 2 years, I always emphasize the kicking game. So kicking game is going to be big. And you got to run that football. I know everybody's pass happy these days, but stick to the fundamentals of what this game was built on. Run that ball, play good defense, kick the ball. And I'm looking for a good game. So I got no doubt that everything I just said, they've implemented to their fellas. Once again, I want to say this now. Coach Broadway, man, thank you for everything you did for us, really. I'm ecstatic.
Hey, I'm going to say again, man, I was a big winner. Don't thank me. I thank you guys. And I'm sincere when I say it. I gathered so much. And now I will be eternally grateful to North Carolina Central, Grambling State University, and A&T for giving me an opportunity to be football coach. I will be eternally grateful forever. And thank you to all three of those institutions for allowing this old boy from Oakburg, North Carolina, to be head coach at your university.
Yes, sir.
All right, Coach Broadway, speaking of being head coach, obviously you're retired, you're out the game now. But if you were to mentor a young guy coming up, what would be one or two pieces of advice you would give them that they need to do to be able to make that step?
Well, okay. You guys want to get deep real quick?
Yeah, sir.
Go for it.
I think we've gotten to the point where we've gotten to a soft society in football. Mm-hmm. We've gone soft. Mm-hmm. There's this old African proverb that says, hard time creates strong men. Strong men create easy times. Easy time create easy men. We made it so easy for football players now. We can't even have tour days back to back. You can't even have tour days anymore. We made it so easy for those guys. The game has changed so much that it's a whole different ball game now. And we've developed a society of weak men. They're weak. You can't take those boys out and practice for an hour and a half or 2 hours. They'll complain. NCAA won't allow you to have tour days back to back. They won't even let you have tour days anymore. So we've created a weak society in football. Man, we used to play football. It was 95 degrees. We go back to a dorm that was 100 degrees. But to get back to your question, in developing and mentoring young coaches is this: the deepest craving in human nature is a need to be appreciated. So you guys, you need to appreciate them, and they'll fight for you. If you show love to third string Johnny over here, like you do Star Tariq Cohen over here, those boys gonna fight for you. Sure. So you got to start in appreciating the people that you're with. And that's how you start building a championship football team. Appreciate the people and let them know they're appreciated and they'll fight for you.
Coach, it brings up an interesting question for me in terms of, we saw Bill Belichick come from the pros back to college. Obviously, you still have a lot of wisdom to impart on another generation. would you be interested?
No, no.
Already.
No. Hey, no. I have actually I've developed this what you say? I'm allergic to work.
Yes indeed. Yes,
so
indeed.
I can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Hey, from the fruits come the spoils, and you had many of fruits, so it's time to spoil yourself.
Yes, indeed. Well, Coach, I know your time is busy, and we just appreciate you stopping by the Game Time show. And always, you're welcome whenever we're here.
Brother, I appreciate you guys having me.
Yes,
I
sir.
really do. Thank you, guys.
No doubt. We'll be right back with more guests here on the Game Time show here on the Black College Sports Network.
HBCU football fans, this year's Cricket Celebration Bowl has a new date. A champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th as the MEAC and SWAC champions meet once again. Join us in Atlanta for championship football, interactive fan experiences, and iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit the Celebration Bowl.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
ESPN Events Band of the Year, a title reserved for the absolute best in the world of HBCU marching bands. A season-long competition that culminates in Atlanta on Friday, December 13th. Drum majors, percussion, drill, auxiliaries, musicality. All aspects will be adjudicated by expert judges in the world of college bands. 4 bands will qualify for the big stage, where national champions will be crowned. Follow us on social media for ranking updates throughout the season. And join us at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 13th. For event and ticket information, visit bandoftheyear.com.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the BCSN Game Time show live from, I'm calling it Media Day here at the Celebration Bowl. Listen, I'm not going to get in on too many, Charles. Mm-hmm. You know, there are a couple that I got to get in. And when we bring the man, the myth, and the legend, Mr. John Grant, and I've got to sit in on the interview. Mr. Grant, how you doing today?
I'm wonderful. Thank you guys for having me today, Charles. Good to see you, my friend.
Yes, so we're going to do the introduction for those that may not know, and the few of you, like the 2 or 3. Mr. John Grant is with ESPN Events, and he is the brain trust behind the Celebration Bowl that brought this game to fruition and getting it going, bringing in the Band of the Year, and doing something that we've heard Coach Sam Washington talk about being great, how Coach Broadway talked about this being a great experience for the kids. We've had them on earlier. What got you into this?
Well, actually, you know, you were sought out, and circumstances, and played themselves out. Actually, Commissioner Dennis Thomas, and working with Pete Durzis at the time, who was with the head of ESPN Events, sort of had this concept, and I was reached out to because they were trying to do something in Atlanta and wasn't getting much headway, and so from that, conversations began. A vision really formulated for what this could potentially be. And, I was asked to come and make it happen. And that's how we ended up here.
And folks, he is making it happen. This is becoming one of the most attended postseason games, one of the most watched postseason games in all of NCAA, not just the FCS level. Charles, you got anything?
Yeah. And I was telling you about this, my class, they're doing their final paper on the Celebration Bowl. And one of the things that I'm starting to notice is how they are talking about this event as a cultural event. And it's almost the way they start the paper. And I want to ask you about that in terms of when you started this bowl game to see where it has come to now. And there's a generation of kids talking about it as a cultural event. How important is that?
It's extremely important, Charles. You know, when we started looking at this in the beginning, we looked at, okay, what is the biggest in the U.S., the biggest sporting event that occurs? It's the Super Bowl. And so we began to go, okay, then we want to create that at our scale for this bowl game. So we do, like you're in academia, what we do, we started doing the research and studying what are the elements that make the Super Bowl, having conversations with people in the NFL, having conversations with teams. And Rich McKay, who's then the president of Atlanta Falcons, a detailed conversation, good friend. I've learned a lot and pulled a lot out of him because he serves on some key committees with the league. But my question to him was, John, Rich, what makes the Super Bowl the Super Bowl? And he told me, without question, it's all the things that lead into it. And because once you kick off, it's a football game. And so what we tried to do from that point then is, how do we create the kind of energy? How do we create the championship feel? Because that's what the Super Bowl is. It is a championship. So we certainly wanted to make sure we position this game as the ultimate championship, but then to broaden it to be inclusive, that it's beyond just the two teams, that this is our event, that it belongs to all HBCUs. The stage happens to be for the people competing, but the experience is for everyone.
Sure.
We got AD Drew that has a question.
Yeah, I had to step off camera for this one, but first of all, thank you, John, for allowing us to be a part of this event once again. But you know, I'm an academician also, and I'm a numbers man, economics person. So, speaking of economics, what is the economic impact that this game has on the Atlanta community on an annual basis?
We drive anywhere from between $26 to $30 million annually. And so if you take that and, you know, look at it over the last, this year be year number 9, but if you just calculate the last 8 years, you can see that, you know, there's a lot of money involved in, you know, what we drive into the city and bringing fans and hotel room nights. Look, man, a lot of people, and they're very clear. The hotels are very clear with us. A lot of their staff earn their Christmas money with gifts and so forth because this game is here. Were it not here, this would be a dead period. And what they would end up having to do is lay off people because there's nothing happening. So because it's here, it drives a lot of value to you know, hoteliers, to people who work in this city. So that's an important part for us.
Can I do a quick follow-up? Well, we know the economic impact in Atlanta. What is the impact economically on the teams who happen to participate in the Celebration Bowl? We've talked about this off camera, so I just want to kind of let you have an opportunity to bring this on camera.
Well, of course, you know, there's a direct payout that goes through the conferences, but the economic impact is larger than that because it's about student recruitment. And the you know, you want to grow your student population. That's where the money really is, the economics for institution. So being on this stage is without question a huge driver in student recruitment. I was talking to President Conyers, Alex Conyers from South Carolina State last night, and he was talking about the 37% increase in students that they've seen, that right now they're capped because of housing. So he's now working to how do you create additional housing opportunities. And because they're in Orangeburg, you know, there's a little bit of a limited, but they have private investors that's building, you know, apartments and buildings around the university, so he can push his seniors off campus to create capacity to bring more students in. That's what the economic impact truly is to our universities.
Sure thing.
All right. So, Charles, you got anything else?
Well, obviously, twas the night before the celebration bowl, and all through the house. What is going on for John Grant the day before?
Well, that whole thing that follows that, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. That's not our case here. Let me assure you, it was the night before the Celebration Bowl and all through the house. Well, tonight, we're kicking off with the Band of the Year, a national championship for HBCU marching bands. These bands have been working all season long, and the young people that are part of those programs to get to this national stage. So, we have the two top high school bands in Southwest DeKalb and Jonesboro will be opening up the programming tonight. They're competing for the Metro Atlanta Band of the Year Championship.
Wow.
And then leading into Division II, we have Virginia State University, who was in this last year. And in our press conference yesterday, the band director indicated when he left last year, he was determined that he was going to be back, and the kids wanted to be back. And so they put in the work, and they're back competing against Miles College, who's making their first appearance. That's going to be an exciting matchup. And then, of course, the main event at the Division I level, we have North Carolina A&T, who's the defending champion, who made their way back this year. Will be taking on, the legendary Marching 100 from Florida A&M University. The great thing about that, all these matchups is they all have their own element to it. Jonesboro, South DeKalb, two of the top bands in Atlanta. You got Virginia State and Miles College, SIAC, CIAA. Both of those teams went to their conference championships.
Sure.
And then you have, without question, the two of the top Division I bands. And the trophy for the national championship at the Division I level bears the name Dr. William P. Foster.
Yes, indeed.
You can go pop a collar on that.
So that the Rattlers are coming to town with the intent of securing that trophy named after their beloved band director and trying to take it home.
Well, so we got to get ready. Everybody wants to talk to Mr. Grant and get some things going. As we mentioned, though, really quick before we get out of here, next year is year 10. So that's a big milestone for it. And, we've talked about it. We want to be involved with you for the entire year. We're going to get this thing because, like you said about this process, it's not just about this weekend. It's about leading up to it.
Absolutely.
And so we've got some great things that we'd like to do to get involved. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Grant, the Executive Director of the Band of the Year and the Cricket Celebration Bowl. Well, the Red Lobster Band of the Year.
Yes.
And the Cricket Celebration Bowl happening tonight. The Red Lobster Band of the Year at the Mercedes-Benz Dome.
Mercedes-Benz Stadium, broadcast on ESPN Plus and 3.
ESPN Plus and 3. For those who are in the city, you still have time to get tickets.
Yes.
But everybody, make sure you tune in, tell a friend, tune in and watch them and get them on there. And then, of course, the game, the crowning the national championship, Division I HBCU football, South Carolina State, Jackson State, Cricket Celebration Bowl, high noon.
On ABC.
On ABC. Again, listen, man, y'all don't understand the value of what HBCU athletics and the HBCU culture has to offer this country. But don't worry, we're going to make sure that you do find out about it. Mr. Grant, thanks again.
Thank you so much.
We'll be back with more right here on the Black College Sports Network's BCSN Game Time Show.
Morehouse College and Tuskegee University men's basketball teams were selected to compete in the 2025 NBA HBCU Classic presented by AT&T. The fourth annual NBA HBCU Classic will be played in the Bay Area as part of NBA All-Star 2025 and will once again celebrate the rich traditions, on-court athleticism, and commitment to excellence of the HBCU community. For tickets, visit nba.com/all-star.
HBCU football fans, a champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th. MEAC champions.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston.
HBCU football fans, this year's Cricket Celebration Bowl has a new date. A champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th as the MEAC and SWAC champions meet once again. Join us in Atlanta for championship football, interactive fan experiences, and iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit the Celebration Bowl.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
ESPN Events Band of the Year, a title reserved for the absolute best in the world of HBCU marching bands. A season-long competition that culminates in Atlanta on Friday, December 13th. Drum majors, percussion, drill, auxiliaries, musicality. All aspects will be adjudicated by expert judges in the world of college bands. 4 bands will qualify for the big stage, where national champions will be crowned. Follow us on social media for ranking updates throughout the season. And join us at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 13th. For event and ticket information, visit
And welcome back into the BCSN Game Time show. Say that quick, it just comes out like la 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 la. But man, we got John Grant. Right, huge one. When you talk about North Carolina A&T, FAMU, looking at Miles, Virginia State. There's also a high school component, but the band is a huge part of the culture of HBCU football.
Yes, it is.
And no better band to bring out the culture than your very own.
But
they will be making an appearance.
Yeah,
they will be making an appearance at a stadium near you.
Yes, at a stadium near you.
But one thing, and let's talk about the band. Now, obviously, you know, growing up with Florida A&M, then in the MEAC, and then now they're participating with SWAC teams, and then seeing SWAC bands. There is a difference between MEAC, we'll just say a MEAC style,
sure,
and a SWAC style when it comes to the bands.
Yes.
One thing that I'll just by late observation, it seems like those bands along the East Coast put a little more emphasis on the field show.
Yes.
Versus the bands along the Gulf Coast, which, I mean, in game, 5th quarter, 0 quarter, that seems to be where they have put a little more of their emphasis. Now, don't get me wrong, all of them have their own, they're still their good stage performances and then their own field shows. But I think if I had to say just a little distinction between the two different conferences, it's almost like to say our football. MEAC football has been more run game.
Yeah.
SWAC football has been more finesse. So it's kind of the same thing with the band.
And maybe some of it is the proximity. There's a battle element when you talk about bands along the Gulf Coast. When you start talking about, let's talk about the bands in the SWAC. The proximity of the campuses to each other. You get bands who travel, and they can't wait to see each other.
which is something that you don't see as much along the with those East Coast bands.
Why
because
is it?
you just said number one is proximity. Because you know, I mean, a lot of SWAC institutions are 2, 3. We're gonna let you come in, coach. You know, y'all don't have a band here, so you gotta wait till last, man. But you know, a lot of your institutions are with a good 3 hours of each other. You can get them on the bus. Where you know, a FAMU Howard matchup in the old MEAC. I mean, that's tough on it's tough on the players, let alone the band. You know, South Carolina State, Morgan State. That's a tough band matchup because that's an extra 3-4 buses that's got to go 600 miles. Well, and then you know the accommodations, as we read, the accommodations for the band don't tend to be what they are for the teams. Teams may fly, the band gonna bus.
Yeah,
you know, stuff like that.
With South Carolina State, Bethune-Cookman coming over to the SWAC, have they transitioned to the SWAC style as of yet?
Depends on who you ask. You know, because
or do they need to?
I don't think they necessarily need to. You always want to adjust because you adjust based on your band director, based on the you know the kids that you recruit for your band. Let's be real. Fam, you gonna get booed no matter what SWAC stadium they go into. Jackson State comes to Tallahassee, they are going to get booed. Southern comes to Tallahassee, goes to Daytona, they are going to get booed. That's just how we are, man. We love our band, we love our styles, and we you know that's the sound that we know. But I will say this: respect is respect is, and sometimes you know, yeah, they got us today. But Coach Norman, I wanted to ask you this. You know, you being a football coach, you know. And I recognize this as a basketball coach. I remember the first time where I actually heard our band do a performance because, you know, at halftime, I'm always down in the locker room doing what I got to do to make second half adjustments. You know, same thing with football coaches. So you're going to have an opportunity to go to the Band of the Year contest tonight. What are you looking for? Because of your position, you don't know a whole lot about these bands.
First and foremost, let me say this right now. Best band in the country, Langston University, hands down. I just want to put that out there. Second of all, we as coaches, we appreciate the band before the game, during the halftime, and after the game. And you're right, we don't really get to pay attention to the band because we're focused on making adjustments, make sure our players are playing hard, make sure we're staying healthy. But as a coach, you just have to really appreciate the band for what they do, especially for HBCUs, because when kids go to the colleges, some go for football, some go for the band, the other stuff is secondary. But more than likely for me, being an experience, we had more band people at Langston than anything. And I was just in awe, like, wow, okay, so the band, they were like the band. So, but yeah, I mean, you don't really get to pay attention much to the band. You may meet the band director or a couple people in the band, shake their hand, just say, hey, I appreciate what you do for it. You guys are playing well, everything like that. You know, sometimes if you look at the game and I'm up 25-0, something like that, and they playing some of that old school Michael Jackson and Ross, you might see me doing a little step, everything like that. But, you know, but most likely you're trying to really pay attention to the game and stay on the boys. But yeah, you're right. You don't really get to pay attention to the band, but we as coaches, we really do appreciate and respect the band. And once again, I know, you know, you guys are a little biased towards me because I'm a small NAI guy, but Langston University, best band in the country. I'm saying it right now.
Oh, before I give it to Charles, I got to ask you this, Coach. What's that feeling when you've scored a touchdown and whatever song that it is that you got the band plays when you score? What is it like when you hear that beat being struck up after a big score?
Oh, it's like no other, brother. It's like, okay, you're doing what you're hired to do. You're creating excitement for the team, for the fans, for the band. You know, we say, I'm so glad I went to LU, and you're like, yeah. You know, you find yourself trying to sing a song, but you got like, oh, is it a 2 point, 1 point, kickoff team ready, and everything like that. So you got to stay focused, but you just love that. I'm so glad, and like I say, you like, it's Coach Norman stepping. He's like, you know, so somebody, but it's like a feeling of no other. And you try to keep it going 5, 6, 7 times a game. Keep that band playing, everything like that. But once again, we appreciate the band. We really do, because they're a big part of what we do.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to take us a quick break here on the Game Time show. We got some more guests coming up, so we're going to make sure we can get them in and get them back out. I think I see the Jackson State Tiger team starting to come in, so we want to make sure we get them on in here.
Stage left.
So we'll be right back here on the Game Time show here on the Black College Sports Network.
HBCU football fans, this year's Cricket Celebration Bowl has a new date. A champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th as the MEAC and SWAC champions meet once again. Join us in Atlanta for championship football, interactive fan experiences, and iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit the Celebration Bowl.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
ESPN Events Band of the Year, a title reserved for the absolute best in the world of HBCU marching bands. A season-long competition that culminates in Atlanta on Friday, December 13th. Drum majors, percussion, drill, auxiliaries, musicality. All aspects will be adjudicated by expert judges in the world of college bands. 4 bands will qualify for the big stage, where national champions will be crowned. Follow us on social media for ranking updates throughout the season. And join us at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 13th for event and ticket information.
Morehouse College and Tuskegee University men's basketball teams were selected to compete in the 2025 NBA HBCU Classic presented by AT&T. The 4th annual NBA HBCU Classic will be played in the Bay Area as part of NBA All-Star 2025 and will once again celebrate the rich traditions, on-court athleticism, and commitment to excellence of the HBCU community. For tickets, visit nba.com/all-star.
And welcome back into the Black College Sports Network Game Time Show here with the SWAC Offensive Player of the Year, Irv Mulligan.
Yes, sir.
Irv, you rushed for over 1,100 yards on this season, man. Congratulations. Welcome in, bro.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Yes, indeed. Let me ask you this question, bro. You're a South Carolina guy.
Yes, sir. South Carolina made.
Yeah, South Carolina made. Makes for an interesting sort of deal here. You going up against the South Carolina State too?
Yeah, and I got a couple family members on South Carolina State too. But like, it's kind of hard because it feel like you're going against family, and I'm gonna win with family. So it's like it's like a big family reunion for me. So I'm excited to put on for both Jackson, Mississippi, and South Carolina. But this one right here is about Jackson.
Yeah.
So,
Curiosity, did South Carolina State recruit you coming up?
That's the funny thing about it. They didn't recruit me, but my first offer was from Coastal Carolina. They FBS, so I'm gonna give them the excuse as they didn't think they was gonna get me.
I got you.
So we gonna just leave it at that.
There it is. Go ahead, AD.
All right, Irv. One thing that I love is our HBCU culture. And the fact that we can all gather here in a place like this, we talk trash back and forth to each other, but it's all fun.
It's all fun.
All right. And I heard you was doing some trash talking last night.
Yeah, I did a little bit. To be honest with you, I let my game do the talking. But when you a quarterback, or not even just a quarterback, when you a guy, and I know you don't got that dog in you, and I know you're not really like that, and you ain't playing no team like us, and you get up all rowdy and with your chest poking out like you a tiger when you a bulldog, I gotta, calm you down a little bit. You know what I'm saying? The dog acting up, and I want to be like, hey, and he listened. So I just had to settle him down a little bit. You see, he was a little nervous, shaking the whole time. So and he don't know. We know about that little injury he got too. But like I said, he ain't seen no defense like no fierce defense like Jackson State yet. So man, when them guys get a hold of him, man, like I said, I'm on offense. He ain't got to be shaking and worried, nervous about me. that defense what he got worried about. So it wasn't a little trash talk. It was a little fun, man. I just had him let him know this ain't that, you know.
I got you. I got you. Now, Irv, like said, Charles said over 1,100 yards, but you didn't do none of that by yourself.
No,
you got them big hogs up front.
Big
in
guy
front
like
of
Evan
you.
Henry there.
Yeah. So talk about your offensive line and just them and shout some of them out and their ability to open up holes for you, man.
Man,
Because some of them holes you can drive a back truck.
that's what I'm trying to tell you. You got Evan Henry, you got DeAndre Towns-Blue, you got Kirk Ford, you got Muda. All those guys on the O-line is really electric. And like you said, they're big, strong guys. They like to move, and they actually take pride in keyed and blocking. Like, it's not one time them guys ain't tell me, let's go get it, and we didn't get it. Like, I believe in them guys. Like, it's crazy, man. Like, they really believe in me also, too. It's like they know when I'm in, we gonna do damage. And I know when I'm in with those guys, we gonna do damage. So I love them, and like I said, man, the guys that I did name, they're very electric. I feel like they can play, in the league. And what's even crazy is I'm even more excited because you can see the level of competition and the level of play that the offensive line is playing at, because I think Evan got HBCU legacy selection. I think Kurt got one, and DeAndre got it. So, I mean, that's definitely literally almost my whole offensive line still gonna be blocking for me in the HBCU bowl game. So
No doubt.
that's amazing right there. That tell it all for itself, and they'll tell you I'll give myself less credit. I'm just a running back. You give me the ball, I'm supposed to get up the field and do my job. The big guys lead the way.
No doubt. Well, Irv, man, we promised you, Coach, we were gonna make sure we got you in, got you
Yes,
out.
sir.
Man, send me a couple of your teammates over this way. Appreciate you stopping in, bro.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, indeed.
All right, my brother.
That was Irv Mulligan, SWAC Offensive Player of the Year. We're gonna bring in a couple other Jackson State Tigers as they come in here. Oh my God, Evan Henry, man. What's going on, brother? Good. Long time no see, man. Long time no see. What's say, Frat? Okay, yeah. I saw that little better new kick step in the end zone last week.
Smack right there.
Smack right there. There it is, right there.
My bad.
Yes, indeed. Got Evan Henry, got Robert McDaniel in with us, both members of Jackson State football team.
Yes, sir.
Evan, man, we were just talking with Irv just in terms of you guys on the offensive line, man. You guys have done a tremendous job this past season opening up holes. It's been a tremendous year for Irv Mulligan, but you guys are the engine up front.
Yeah. That's a testament to Coach Manning, man. We couldn't do it without him. He's put us in positions every week, man, just getting us right, like mentally locked in and prepared for the game. We knew at the beginning of the year that last year that the O-line was counted out, man. Like we wasn't looked at as one of the pillars of the team. So we took it upon ourselves every day. We went to work to make sure when we got to where we are today, man, to be a pillar of this team, a backbone of the team. And like Irv said, man, big man, we lead the way. And even though we won't get the recognition, it's just good to hear that the person that is getting the recognition understands that the offensive line is one of the reasons why he's here. Not the main reason, because we know Irv Mulligan is a special back, but we one of the reasons, man. We're going to make sure we move the line of scrimmage every time. We change the line of scrimmage. That's our job.
Yes,
we're going to do that.
Go ahead, AD.
I'm going to piggyback on that offensive line. Unfortunately, the only time that we know y'all actually in the game is when there's a yellow handkerchief on the field 9 times out of 10, holding on whatever number it is when it comes to the offensive line. So how are you guys able to – you have to be humble to play the offensive line because you get no recognition outside of, outside those teammates of yours. So how do you stay so humble and still be able to do your job at such a high level?
Want the camera right here? Yeah. Right here? We're not humble. Y'all don't hear it. We be talking our mess, okay? Y'all won't hear it, but we are not humble. We know what we did. We put the work in, man. We put the time in to talk how we talk, to act like we act. We in Atlanta for a reason, man. It's not just the O-line. Rob will tell you, man, we didn't put the work in as a team since January to be where we at. We finished 7-4 last year. As a team, we knew it wasn't enough, even though people keep saying like 7-4 a bad record. It's not a bad record. It's just wasn't the record we wanted. So it's okay. We're gonna turn around. We're gonna put the work in, and we're gonna make sure that we're in Atlanta next year. And this time, last time this year, we said that, and look where we are now. We're in Atlanta. We playing for a national championship. I'm a 2-time SWAC championship, and I'm looking to get that 3rd ring tomorrow, man.
There it is.
3 and 4. That's not bad, my brother.
Yeah.
Rob, let me ask you, man, and we've talked about this all year with this Jackson State defense, especially in the second half of games. You guys really turn up another level, if you will. But just talk about what's said at halftime to where you guys are shutting teams out in the second half of games.
Honestly, it really just comes down to just making those necessary adjustments. Shout out to DC Terenzo Quinn. He puts us in the right spots, and it's really just up to us to go out there and execute. When all the places are put together, when it comes down to the nitty gritty, you just gotta put your big boy pants on and work. And we have a standard, and we live up to that standard, game by game, no matter what it is. We try to play the high standard, never try to play below it.
What was that like last week transitioning to cornerback? You was able to get a couple picks in that game.
Oh, honestly, we was prepared for it. We went into that week. Coach told me I was going to be playing corner to try to go and eliminate the side of the field. I feel as though I'm one of the best defensive backs in this conference. I know that. I don't know why they was trying me. But I just capitalized off the opportunities they gave me.
Is that a seatbelt I heard that just
I know.
Hey, I'm telling you, we talk like we talk for a reason, man. I done seen Rob put in so much work, man. And he only been here for 365 days. Well, less than 365 actually. But I see him put so much work in, man, to be ready for the moment that, like last week, man, I'm watching on the side. I'm like, oh, I got to get back up. Rob caught another pick. Man, this man put in work, man. He deserved to be where he at right now. And I can't say nothing. It ain't nothing bad to say about our defense, man, as a whole. Like, these guys play for one another, man. They don't play a selfish game. Like, we see guys, like, one day Rob might have 13 tackles. The next game, somebody else might have 2 picks, but they celebrate like Rob had the 2 picks. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the type. We have an unselfish defense, man.
And you say unselfish defense, but TC coined the term we-fence.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about what we-fence means.
To me, we-fence means like anybody at any time can make a play. It don't mean if the defense is on and the offense is struggling, it don't mean as a defense player, let me go to the offense and get on them. It means, you know what, I got your back. And there'd be times in the game where Rob would come into the offense, hey, bro, we got y'all back. It'll be times where me, Irv, or anybody on offense coming to defense, they just gave a touchdown. We got y'all back. Because at the end of the day, we care about the win. We don't care about the stats of the game or how we got the win. We care about winning. It don't matter if it's by 40 or by 4. We gonna win that game. So it means just having each other back, man, at the end of the day, because we know we can't get it done without them. Okay. And they know they can't get it done without us, man. So we know we got to score, and they know they got to stop people. So at the end of the day, we got their backs like they got ours.
There it is.
Mm-hmm. I got to get back to this defense for a second.
Okay.
And this is a little bit of a sore spot for me, but I must give credit where credit is due.
Mm-hmm.
I think back to when you guys played my alma mater, Florida A&M.
Yes, sir.
And that game was. Let me set it up. Okay. And it was 21-20, and it seemed like the last 4 to 5 minutes, that defense. I mean, it was a 21-20 game, and then the last 5 minutes turned into a blowout in favor of y'all because of what y'all were able to do on defense. And the reason I bring that game up is because it seemed like once you guys got that game in, that's when the defense just really like took off and just started really dominating the SWAC. What was it about that victory in that game that allowed this defense to catapult the way it did to where it went? I think y'all didn't let anybody score on y'all for about a month in the second half, if I remember it.
A month? That's a real stat.
I think the defense was only giving up.
The defense did not give up a point in the second half. 4 games. It was like 4 games, 4 consecutive games. You did not give up a point in the second half, and then I think you've only given up 13 over the last 7 games.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah.
But honestly, we really just came in with our chip on our shoulder that game because unfortunately last year I wasn't a part of the team, but they did come up short losing. But coming into this game, the SWAC had to run through the Jack, and we had to run through them because they were the reigning champions. So we just came in, we worked all week, we knew what they was gonna do. We just had to go out there and execute and show them why we one of the top teams, well, the best team in the SWAC.
Yeah.
No doubt. But we promised you, Coach, we were going to get you guys in and get you guys out, man. Appreciate you stopping by. Good
Sir.
to see you again, Ed.
Man, good to see you too, man.
Yes, indeed.
Hey, y'all got to have me back on here after this win because I ain't going to say nothing now. After this win, we got to come back. We got to talk about the win again because he's talking about defensive highlights. And I know it's going to be some more defensive offensive highlights after this game. Man.
How many pancakes tomorrow?
Man, I don't even want to put a number to it.
You going to have a stat?
Yeah, it's gonna be a stat. How many pancakes did ever have? Probably the same amount of picks as Rob gonna have tomorrow.
That's
We're going
all
crazy.
right.
Oh yeah, hey, we're gonna work.
Yeah, we're working tomorrow.
We're gonna go with picks or pancakes. Who's gonna win, y'all? Y'all let us know the ball. How about that?
We already know we running the ball. They gotta hope they throw the ball. I know we run.
Yes, indeed. We're going to keep it right here, man. Appreciate you guys stopping by, man.
Thank you. I appreciate you for having me.
We'll keep it right here on the Black College Sports Network. Jackson State players Evan Henry, Robert McGang stopping in, man. Good to see you guys. Show that SWAC championship ring off again, man.
I see it right here. We got 7 score right here. What we beat them a couple years ago. I see you say 43 to 24. Yeah, they say 12-0. We doubling it back this year. I got that SWAC ring on this hand, but I'm looking for this one right here.
You looking for the ring for you. There it is. There it is. Yes, indeed. Got another guest coming in here. Looks like we're gonna get the head man, the head ball coach, TC Taylor, and son. What's going on, buddy? Yeah. Say, coach. I'm doing well. Doing well. Yeah. You know. Coach, we promise we're not gonna keep you long, but
man, you good?
Yes, indeed. Want to make sure we got you.
We
here.
just got that final walkthrough in, man. So
Yeah.
I'm good, man.
Yeah.
Let's rock.
Yeah,
You
the preparation has been done.
You know you my dog.
Yes, indeed.
Even though you be beating up on that golf course, you know.
Hey, man, I can't wait till this is over. We get back out there. let me ask, and let me go back to this. I remember us on a bus and you just talking about the opportunity. The opportunity to lead this Jackson State football team, this Jackson State fan base that absolutely loves you. And I wanted to say, just ask, what has that been like leading this Tiger Nation into the celebration?
Man, you know the road that I've been, since I've been back since 2019. It's been special. It's been special. And I was just telling Coach O on the way back from this walkthrough we had at the stadium from Mercedes-Benz Stadium, like, I can't wait to get back to see the Army. I'm ready to see the fans. I'm ready to see that, the big carryover from last weekend, just feeling blessed. That's what this national championship would mean to Jackson State fan base, to these players, to these coaches and everything, but feeling blessed. And, take the SWAC championship, for instance, in that East Division championship. That's something that they can't never take. Yeah. That's ours. That's ours. So now we need to close it out with this, but it's been a blessing, Chuck.
No doubt.
Mm-hmm. All right. 3 of the last 4 years, Jackson State has won the SWAC. So the standard has been reclaimed here at Jackson State. Mm-hmm. And you talk about how blessed you feel to be here. But let's talk about the last 24 to 48 hours.
Okay.
Has it sunk in that you are the man this time?
Yes.
As you come to Atlanta, has it really sunk in, or will it be something that when you look back Sunday and Monday, where it's like, hey, I did that. That was the team that I led as the head ball coach to get back to Atlanta.
I mean, it's sunk in, but that word we don't look at it as I.
See, I'm trying to get some clickbait.
Well, no, I got you though. But that's the beauty about this team this year. There's no I about it. We're doing it all for we. This team is all about just, the brotherhood, the things that we instilled all year long, and talking about being here together at this moment. You look at these players and these coaches and, the equipment people, the trainers and everything. It's just been one big happy family. And we're just having fun. We're just having fun. But, we expected to be here.
I got you.
Even after, the Grambling loss, Monroe loss, and we expected to be here. I told them last weekend, like, we playing Southern, it's halftime, it's 10-10, baby. I said, hey, listen, this ain't the last time we're going to put on pads. I said, guys, whether if we lose this football game, there's still going to be some football left that we had an opportunity to play.
Mm-hmm.
So we got to go out here and dominate. We want to be in Atlanta this weekend. I want you guys to experience that. I want to see these smiles and everybody understand, like, what's at stake with this. So, we plan to be here at this moment. So, but I'm taking it all in. It's about my sons and everything. They having a great time. My wife is here. My mom just pulled up, Chuck. You know what I mean? So,
I spoke to her last week, and I just told her, I said, I'm so happy for you.
So
always gracious.
Yeah,
always gracious.
yeah. But I don't want to get away from the question you asked. It feels good to be leading this charge. And then I think you hit the nail on the head. Once things kind of slow down, and I'm out there sitting in that deer stand.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to do some thinking, like,
Right.
wow, what
Take it
just
in,
happened?
yeah.
What just happened?
Yeah, no doubt.
Does he shoot deer or does he shoot rattlesnakes? Don't answer that.
You get them both, Mr.
Yeah,
I know that.
I can take them both out.
Can I pivot this interview?
Yes, of course.
All right. Dad done brought you back here to Atlanta. How much fun have you had since you've been here, man?
I had a lot of fun. We just went out to eat. I
Great
got
dinner
some
last
lobster
Yeah.
and pasta and steak.
Please introduce your son.
Yeah, that's Tyler Taylor, man. That's my second son. My first son, he works with the video crew here, Trey. But that's the little GM right there.
Yeah, yes, indeed.
And it's crazy. I was going through my phone. The 22 Celebration Bowl. Just reliving the moments, some of the pictures we took, and then I'm looking at him now, like, wow, he's been here for every step of the way here, like he said, and then, like, he said what he just said for the lobster and all, the checks done changed a little bit. The checks done changed a little bit, so I took me and him, my family, my wife, my two sons, went out and had dinner. You gotta, those are things that are important because I understand that they watching.
Yes,
those are things that are important to me. They understand that they watching. And then, these kind of times, you guys know, you don't get a lot of time with them because you're with these guys so much.
Yeah.
So any moment I get, he's right there with me, trying to take it all in as well. So it's been a blessing on that part too.
Man, TC, man, I can't thank you enough for stopping by. We're going to let you get out of here, but I got to tell you this, I'm going to raid your closet. I'm gonna tell you that, so.
You got to Evan talking about it. He want this one soon as I take it out. So.
Yeah, but hopefully, I know for your sake, you're hoping that it's gonna be wet, full of Gatorade.
Right, exactly.
No, I got something a little different for
Coach, man.
Hey, man, appreciate you. Thanks what y'all do, man. Appreciate it. Look forward to great times.
Yes, indeed.
All right,
Yes, indeed.
appreciate it.
I'll keep things going right here on the Black College Sports Network. Coach TC Taylor and his son stopping by. Thank you so very much for everything.
Go Tigers.
There it is. Go Tigers. And we got some more Jackson State players milling about here and walking around here on Radio Row here on Black College Sports Network.
Got the wrong phone.
All right. Appreciate
you. We're going to take a break.
So we'll take a quick break here on the Game Time show here on the Black College Sports Network. We'll be right back.
HBCU football fans, this year's Cricket Celebration Bowl has a new date. A champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th as the MEAC and SWAC champions meet once again. Join us in Atlanta for championship football, interactive fan experiences, and iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit the Celebration Bowl.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience, and the bar caves. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
ESPN Events Band of the Year, a title reserved for the absolute best in the world of HBCU marching bands. A season-long competition that culminates in Atlanta on Friday, December 13th. Drum majors, percussion, drill, auxiliaries, musicality. All aspects will be adjudicated by expert judges in the world of college bands. 4 bands will qualify for the big stage, where national champions will be crowned. Follow us on social media for ranking updates throughout the season. And join us at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 13th for event and ticket information.
Tickets are on sale now for the 4th annual NBA HBCU Classic presented by AT&T, featuring Morehouse College and Tuskegee University. Don't miss this action-packed event happening at NBA All-Star 2025 and filled with competitive matchup and marching band performances celebrating HBCU pride. See you in the Bay.
And welcome back into the Game Time Show here on the Black College Sports Network. More Jackson State players. Isaias Guthrie representing the defensive side of the ball for Jackson State, the dark side defense. And Jonas Fertillion. Guys, welcome into the Game Time Show.
Appreciate it for having us.
Yes, indeed. We're sitting here talking to your coach, and he talked about sort of the family atmosphere that you guys have had this season. And he coined the term "we fence." But like, what exactly does "we fence" mean?
You know, everybody likes to put it. You know, when you go to practice, you wearing 2 different colors. You know what I'm saying? They wear red, we wear blue. Special teams factors into that. We come together, but during the game, we all got the same thing on. We all have a common goal. And it's not defense, it's not offense. It's the Jackson State football team. And so that's what it's about for us. We fence. Us just working to get that common goal, right? Them playing that field game, us playing the field game, field position, different stuff like that. Just playing together as one, and being one cohesive group.
And I can ask both of you guys this question, just in terms of playing in front of this Jackson State fan base.
Yeah.
A very rabid fan base that leads FCS in attendance year in, year out. But what has that been like for that part of Jackson State to be the 12th man, whether you're playing in Jackson or whether you're on the road?
Got it.
I mean, we turn every place we go to Jackson, Mississippi. You know what I'm saying? Everywhere we go is Jackson, Mississippi. So it ain't no home or away games for us. I mean, if you go back to a lot of games, I mean, go back to the Alabama State game, they were rocking it. They were rocking like we was home. So that's just how we come, and we appreciate them for doing that because it does make it hard on teams to play in that type of environment. I think the UAPB coach said, I mean, we got some nasty groups. Of fans, man. They come in packs and they come with intention. You know what I'm saying? So we love them for that.
Jonas, what has it been like just seeing that 12th man activate, if you will, for Jackson State?
You can repeat yourself again?
No, I was just talking about the Jackson State fan base. What has it been like seeing it up close? As we got Reed Pulliam coming in here, another part of that vaunted Jackson State dark side defense. But and we were talking about playing in front of this Jackson State fan base, and what has it been like for you just in terms of the support that they give you guys, whether you're at home or on the road?
I love it.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, they bring the energy every away game, home game. It don't matter. They're going to bring the energy always.
Yeah, it's not the same. And then they got a different type of energy to them. Like, they give us what we need to turn up.
Yeah.
Like, they turn up with us as if they was on the team.
Yeah.
No doubt. Jonas, let me ask this question of you. You're a big target out there. And I wanted to ask, people talk about the passing game opens up the run, or is it the other way around? Does the running game open things up for you downfield?
I feel like you can't stop none of our running or pass game. So
Either way, it's what we want to do. If we want to run the ball, we're gonna run the ball. If we want to pass the ball, we're gonna pass it. It's just how we turn up.
You guys got unbelievable swag, I promise you. Rita says defensively, you guys, it's like you guys hit another gear in the second half of games.
Yeah.
And we've been talking about just the adjustments that have been made during the course of the season. What is it like just playing with that amount of confidence, knowing that your coaches are going to put you in position to make plays?
It's amazing. It's amazing. You know, we come in every week, and they give us a list of what's going on. This is what they like to do out of this. This is what they like to do out of that. It's going to be check here, check there, check there. And so when we go into the game, we're extremely confident. And so as the game progresses, you know what I'm saying, they game plan too. You know what I'm saying? They game plan, they see different stuff that we do. And so yeah, we have to go into halftime sometimes and say, all right, let's switch this, let's do this. And we have an amazing coaching staff, defensively and offensively, that they are able to make those adjustments. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people like to be so stuck on what they do and what they know that they'll just say, hey man, we just got to do what we do better. Nah, man, but hey, we doing that. Let's throw that away. Let's do this to this. Let's do this to that. And let's see if it works. And that's just how they come.
I know you guys got a tremendous amount of swagger, but a healthy respect for your opponents as well. But when you take a look at South Carolina State on film, what are some things that jump out for you?
They like to use the ball number 0. He's kind of an explosive player for them, but
yeah,
I feel as though once we play physical and play our game of football, ain't nothing they can do with us.
They have a really good scheme. They're a really good offensive coordinator. Hats off to him. Hats off to the head coach and what they've been able to do in their conference and who they are. They're a really good football team. We're not going to take anything away from them. They got here for a reason, but we're not trying to be the best in HBCU football. We're trying to be the best FCS team in the nation. We're going to show it tomorrow.
There it is.
So we're looking to dominate them, and we're not looking to go back and forth or compete with them. We're looking to dominate them.
There it is. Well, I promised Travis Jerome I was going to get you guys in and out, get you off your feet, man. Appreciate you stopping by, man.
Appreciate you, man.
Thank you for having us.
No doubt. Appreciate you, Reed.
Yes, sir.
Jackson State football team coming in here to Radio Row. Sam Guthrie, Coach Jillian, Reed Pulliam. These guys have put the work in and done a tremendous job. We're going to take a quick break here on the Game Time Show here on the Black College Sports Network. We'll be right back with more guests.
As we get going, we know the Celebration Bowl is coming back up, and we know that on the 15th, which is the Sunday, following the Celebration Bowl, I believe it's at the New South Kitchen again. You guys are going to be doing a brunch.
Yeah, so there's a slurry of activities, I would say, that we always we like to put our foot in Christmas first off, but when you pair that with Celebration Bowl, we do some unique activations and programming throughout that entire weekend. And one of them is that we will have a Grinch Who Stole Christmas. There may an appearance of the Grinch that'll pop into that, but really some again, our chef has done a fantastic job of curating a menu that's obviously worth that occasion or worthy of that occasion. And there'll be some characters that'll pop in. There'll be some Santa, obviously sightings at that brunch as well. And I think it's just fantastic for people to come into our space. Our hotel is fully decorated, activated for the season, and we look forward to having everybody not only come in and enjoy the hot chocolate, enjoy the brunch. We've got a lot going on over the course of that weekend. In addition to Black Santa is going to be here, obviously celebrating Celebration Bowl as we bring him in every year as part of the weekend activities. We also partner with Barack and Michelle Obama Academy, so that Friday heading into that weekend, we bring in the kids choir. They perform for all of our guests here.
That's right.
And we also bring in their dance team. And so these very talented kids, they come from obviously Barack and Michelle Obama Academy, a school that's doing really, really good work. We're fortunate to feature them here, put them on a pedestal, give them a really good VIP experience, but also they come in and entertain all of our guests as part of that occasion and that weekend.
Oh man, that sounds like fun. And I do remember those guys from last year. That was an amazing situation to see those kids out there having fun. But listen, guys, if you haven't booked your rooms already, get into the Omni. Get into the Omni before all the rooms are gone for that weekend. It is a great hotel. It's right there in the middle of everything downtown Atlanta. And look, you see, our brother is the one who is in charge, the head man in charge. Right. And we're definitely looking forward to it. What's your new chefs? Because the new South Kitchen is something that's actually new to you guys. That wasn't there last year, correct?
So it was there last year. We rebranded it. Coming really into COVID, and so it's now being reintroduced to the community, given some of our slowness and just ramping up out of the pandemic. But Anthony Bordeaux is our chef there, our executive chef, doing a fantastic job. It is an open kitchen concept, a beautiful dining room, windows all the way around. You know where you are. You get that sense of being in downtown Atlanta. And
sort of like your
backdrop.
office here, where
Exactly.
we see the beautiful backdrop of downtown Atlanta.
Exactly. Yeah. So we look forward to having people come in and not only enjoy his cuisine, but just the atmosphere as a whole. It's really we're really excited about the offerings there. Really year round, but these specialty dinners, whether it's the brunches that we do over the holidays, and certainly these wine dinners that we've been fortunate to kick off with our partners, it is just a fantastic experience that we hope people take advantage of.
Okay. Well, listen, I'm going to have to make an early trip down there to see, because we'd love to do a live broadcast from the brunch if possible.
Yeah.
We actually have a Sunday morning show that we do after that, and we can use that to close out the HBCU football season, because you all are a great partner with the Celebration Bowl. So we really appreciate everything that you and your hotel does as it relates to the HBCU space. So we definitely want to make sure that we get in if we can feature that. But we will, and I'm having one of those brain farts right now. The sports bar is called
Top Draft Sports Lounge.
Top Draft. I don't know why I was going to say. I knew it was draft, but I was going to say something completely out of the way. But we're going to be broadcasting live from Top Draft this year while they are open. That was one of the things last year we did our broadcast, and the space was closed. But folks, this is a top tier, great location. The sports bar is amazing. Again, another one of those panoramic, picturesque, what do we call it? Chamber of Commerce views from the balcony deck area out there where it's out at the restaurant. Man, we are looking forward.
Look, I'm a little biased, but I would say it's one of the best views in downtown Atlanta. Just that entire, especially in the evening when the lights turn on in the city, it's activated. It's a fantastic view. It's a fantastic experience. We've got a great staff there that's willing and able and ready to take care of everybody who comes through those doors.
And listen, he is not exaggerating, folks. So listen, make sure the website that folks can book with you guys is.
Yeah, so omnihotels.com/Atlanta is our website for the property, and through that link you can find details about all of our programming, find more details about Top Draft, New South Kitchen, the menus, and all the offerings that are available. So I would recommend anyone direct their attention to that website for more information.
All right. Once again, the general manager, Mr. Ramon Reyes of the Omni International Hotel. It's not the Omni International, it's just the Omni Hotel.
That is the original name, the Omni International Hotel.
Welcome back into the Game Time show here on the Black College Sports Network. Sitting here with the man, the myth, the legend, Coach Otis, really a man who is no stranger around Jackson State football. Coach, man, welcome into the show, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all for having me.
No doubt. The changing face of college athletics, and I saw Jackson State get out in front of this early, but you have a unique role within Jackson State football, general manager, and we're starting to see a general manager, much like at the pro level, general manager here in college football. And what has that been like, and what does that position entail?
Yeah, that so it's like you said, it's definitely a new role, a new position in college athletics, and especially at the FCS level. But we at Jackson State like to model our program off of Power 4 and Group of 5 schools. And one of those things as a general manager, we look at from my role, we try to make sure that at the end of the day, we keep the program and the flow of the program at a high level, keep everything flowing smooth. And so my job is, first of all, to make Coach Taylor look good, right? To make sure that he has all the things he needs as a head coach to be successful. Secondly, is to make Jackson State football, the flow of it, make sure that is on point, right? And so a couple of things I do as a GM at Jackson State. The first thing is the personnel side of it, building a roster. So, intimate details of how we want each position to look, whether it be the body measurements, whether it be the mindset, the psychology behind the position, the thought process behind the position, making sure we're recruiting the right guys that fit our system. If you notice, a lot of our guys are very humble, hungry football players. That's a type of kid we recruit. We look into the mindset of how they operate at their high schools or their junior colleges or their previous schools, and we recruit kids who are blue collar.
Yeah.
They like to have fun playing football, but they're blue collar. So my role as GM at Jackson State, ultimately, to make sure from a personnel standpoint we got the right players. Then we got a budget that we have to look over. You have to oversee the actual operation of the program, making sure we are financially, yearly, fiscally responsible. Making sure that we're getting the things we need, but we're not overextending ourselves to put our entire athletic department in a bad spot. So being smart from that standpoint, and then thirdly, from a financial standpoint, overseeing, in this world of collectives and NIL deals, as much as the NIL deal may be an outside entity, the collective process, it goes through the GM and the head coach, making sure that the right players are being compensated, making sure that they get the things that they need to keep them in Jackson. We recruit our current roster as hard as we recruit new players coming in. And so that is important for us.
Yeah. And I wanted to talk about that in terms of foundationally, you guys revamped the roster, and you talk to a lot of older Jackson State fans. They talk about how it has the look of the Jackson State from the 80s and 90s. And I always say the DNA of a Jackson State football team, a rugged offensive line, a back that comes downhill, really physically beats you up. But foundationally, you guys have put a lot of work into what that old Jackson State looked like.
No doubt about it. And that came from Cardale Jones, if nobody knows about that no doubt about it line.
Yes,
but man, listen, Jackson State football, you go back, I wasn't around in the 60s and 70s, but you go back to those days, the Bob Hill days, you hear about the physicality. My old high school head coach was an offensive lineman at Jackson State. Willie Collins, one of the best offensive linemen, come through Jackson State. And so just that toughness that he instilled, the toughness and the pride in your product. Those are the things I learned as a high school player, because that's what he brought from Jackson State to the high school. And then I got a chance to come over here and coach, and being from the city of Jackson and knowing what Coach W.C. Gordon, what those teams looked like, and sitting down with Coach T.C., what do you want your team to look like? And, Coach T.C. is a very humble guy, not a man of many words. And he said, I want my team to put their head down, work, and go get it. And that's the type of kids we went and got. Guys that just put their head down, work, and go get it. And I promise you, every game this year, it hadn't always been pretty. It hadn't always been fun for the fans. Sure. But it's a griminess and a grittiness that we present on Saturdays that is indicative of the city we're from. Our city is just it's a gritty city. They get up and they go to work. They're always talked about in a negative light. Nobody likes us. That's our city. And that's Jackson State football. Nobody likes Jackson State football. Nobody likes our fans. But we're just gritty and we just keep working. And guess what? We have a certain level of confidence about ourselves that, outside people don't understand until they come in and put the work in with us.
What has that been like for Jackson State football to sort of be the spearhead for the city?
Man, it's been phenomenal. I can't be the mayor. TC can't be the mayor. We can't be city councilman. We can't be the police chief. We can be football coaches and lead this program. And this program does so much when it comes to funding things in the city, right? Everybody feeds off this program. I think the city struggled for over a decade because the football program was struggling. And I think now that we've come out of that kind of that dark age of JSU football, you can kind of see the city bouncing back. The happiness is starting to come back. The cloud that was over the city is starting to dissipate, and we're starting to have fun again. Saturday is starting to feel like a family reunion again.
Yeah.
We're having fun at that stadium. So all those things, man, it's because our heart is tied into it.
Sure.
We believe in the city. We believe in those players, and we embed in them that they're this city's pro team.
Yeah.
A lot of these kids in this city won't ever get to go see a pro game, but they come to those Jackson State games and they know you. and so put a good product together for them.
And being a GM, there's an economic message in that too, in terms of city businesses need to invest in this product.
Absolutely. When city businesses get behind this program, they'll see their numbers start to grow, and they won't understand why it's growing, but we are telling them Jackson State football can help your bottom line. And we talk to our players about that, Chuck. We talk to our players about, hey, you are a money mover. You are a brand. And as long as you keep putting a good product together, as long as you keep going out there being a good citizen in the community, you're going to keep helping this city grow. And so, that's to any business owner in Jackson. That's the any entity in Jackson that needs the economic support of the city or the program. As long as you pour into this program, we're going to keep pouring it back into you.
And I think that message, has an even broader message, because Jackson State's fan base, obviously, when you start talking Atlanta, Houston, Dallas,
absolutely,
these large national alumni chapters, Detroit, Chicago, that starts, coming back to these games. That's really important for
no doubt. We me and TC met last week. I don't want to let the cat out the bag, give too much information. But one of the things we were talking about, we have players from the Michigan area, from the Houston area, from the Dallas area, from Louisiana, partnering with those alumni chapters where they can kind of start their own collectives and take care of those players from those communities. It'll mean more to them. It'll mean more to those players. And so, as an HBCU, we have to be creative in how we do things, right? And so definitely those communities are going to benefit, because when we're gonna come recruit the best players in those areas, and those fans are going to want to come see them play. And so how do we grow our brand in your community and recruiting good players, but also taking care of them? It will help those players pour back into those communities once they're done.
No doubt about it. Coach, man, I appreciate you stopping by. I know your short game is going to be whooping me in just a month or so here. So
I can't wait to get to a warm city, and we'll meet you there.
There you go.
Somebody just told me they're going to give me 5 strokes when we get on the golf course. I told them they might want to be careful giving me strokes these days.
I already know. Yes, indeed. Coach Otis, really, Coach O, thank you for stopping by here on the Black College Sports Network Game Time Show. We'll be right back with more guests. We'll stay right here. We're going to show the latest episode of She Say Sports while we're waiting on our next guest here from Radio Row here at the Celebration Bowl. Stay tuned.
Transform your space with Ada Grace Cleaning Service. At Ada Grace, we believe a clean home is a happy home. Our professional team offers tailored cleaning solutions that fit your needs and schedule. Whether it's a one-time deep clean or regular upkeep, we use eco-friendly products to ensure a safe and sparkling environment for you and your family. Why choose us? We have a reliable and trustworthy staff, customized cleaning plans, eco-friendly products, satisfaction guaranteed. Let us take care of the mess so you can enjoy your free time. Contact Tanya and Elaine today for a free quote at 601-502-5376 and experience the Ada Grace difference. And oh yeah, tell them Sonia sent you.
She say sports. She say sports. She say sports. She say sports.
Hey y'all, it's your girl Sonia, and welcome back to She Say Sports. Please welcome back the usual suspects, former NFL players Cedric Donaldson and Jamian Spencer. What's up, y'all?
Hey man, good to be back.
Absolutely. What's up? How was y'all Thanksgiving?
Let's just say,
look, I'm always sad when the food ends. That's all I got. It's never enough of a day to get it all in, so. But it was good. It was good.
All right. Mine was good too. Jamie, how many turkeys did you
0. Oh man,
Are you serious?
I gotta fill you in on this year. Yeah, they missed my turkey. They missed my turkey.
Wow.
I did.
Unbelievable. What we usually come to you every year too, but my sister was like, let's do a roast. Then it was like, well, we're gonna just go to my cousin's house. So we didn't even really we cooked a little bit, but nothing major. I was really upset because I wanted your turkey.
Man, look, I did absolutely nothing, and
It felt good, didn't it?
the one, no, not really. I was kind of missing it. I wanted to go make one.
Oh.
just
Well,
just
we'll
so I
make
can
sure you
feel
can
like
get some
myself,
turkeys. We'll make sure you get some turkeys for Christmas.
There you go. There you go.
So, hey, my Thanksgiving was great. Enjoyed my family. Had some family come down from Chicago. We had a great time. My Tigers beat Southern again this year, and we're the 2024 SWAC champions. And now we're moving on to Saturday, where we will be at the Celebration Bowl in the Mercedes-Benz Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. We will be playing against South Carolina State Bulldogs. We met them in 2021 and we lost 31-10. And that was our first time at Celebration Bowl. And I think it was it South Carolina's? What was their first time winning?
Yeah, first one.
Yeah, first time winning. We go back in 2022 and we play North Carolina Central and we lost again 41-34. Those Carolinas, they tearing our heads up. We got to do something. So as I mentioned, we're meeting South Carolina again. Legendary Buddy Pugh was the coach at that time, and now Coach Barry is the coach. So guys, TC Taylor is in his second year, and he has brought the Tigers back for the third time, and he wants to avenge the Tigers and bring the Celebration Bowl trophy home. This will be our first time winning if we win the Celebration Bowl, as well as winning an HBCU national title since 1996. So that's a long time. So guys, as I mentioned, both teams have impressive records. JSU 11-2. We have not lost a SWAC game this season. South Carolina State with their best record since 2013 with a 9-2 record. Cedric, how has Jackson State's recent performance under Coach TC Taylor shaped their preparation for this year's bowl game?
Well, man, it started off kind of shaky. The year started off, but as all good teams do, they build as the year goes on.
Yeah.
You got to figure out what you're going to do while you're on the. You can do whatever at practice, but until you get on the field and you see what your teammates going to do. So TC did a good job, man, of allowing his team to grow, throughout the year. So this is kind of off the subject, but everybody see the LSU helmet behind me. I love LSU, but I grew up off Jackson State.
That's right.
And any Saturday, you're going to find me at the vet if it's a home game. And it's confusing to a lot of people, so I just want to get that out there.
And you actually, not only did you grow up going to Jackson State games as a young little boy, you wanted to play so bad they didn't even offer you a scholarship when you left high school.
Yeah,
you walked on to play for them.
Well, they finally came on at the end and offered me while I was sitting at the table, but they wanted to redshirt me immediately.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So I had to walk on at a junior college.
And that was probably one of the best decisions you ever made. So
yeah, because the yard would have took me over. Like I would have been.
It would have engulfed me.
Yeah. The yard took a lot of young men over and young women. It wasn't unlike Jackson State. Okay, let's get back to the lessons at here. Jamie, how has Jackson State's transition from Coach Deion Sanders impacted their program's trajectory, and how is TC Taylor continuing that success?
Yeah, I think, and kind of piggyback on what you said, I think TC's done a fantastic job, but I think that was the exact conversation very early on in the season, like how the transition would happen. Would TC kind of get out of that shadow that a legend like Prime, not only in his playing days, but even as a coach, would kind of get into. And and I was very impressed to kind of see how that team has grown this year, how the chemistry kind of came together, and you could see the maturation process. But he had a lot to deal with. Being honest with you, there was carnage. There was the NCAA violations. You had a ton of kids that hit the transfer portal. There was a lot of faith that had been shaken between the alums and the administration. So, he had a lot to deal with on top of getting his own signature on that team. But I think you cannot, TC is a very smart man. And, you cannot be around a legend like that to not understand that, again, the DNA had been changed at Jackson State, right? The expectations and the DNA have been changed. So I think he took a lot of those best practices and he carried them over with his own spin. And that's why you saw that maturation and that gel kind of come together. So I was very impressed with the job he's done. I mean, and easily you could put him in arguably a candidate for Coach of the Year because
welcome back here to the Black College Sports Network Game Time Show. Charles Bishop. And when you stop and you bump into a Hall of Famer, you got to bring him on. Coach Bob Braddy, welcome into the Game Time Show.
My pleasure, Charles. It's always good to see you. And I can remember your dad back in the old days. We didn't have all this.
Yes, sir.
But your dad was very instrumental and very supportive of Jackson State, and they're good memories.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Coach, I tell you, I mean, just from a baseball standpoint, I could sit at your feet all day and just learn. But, I got to say, you and Coach Roger Cato, y'all had some epic battles in the 90s with Jackson State and stuff.
It's unbelievable, Charles, because for about maybe 12 or 14 years, either one of us won the championship. Nobody but Jackson State and Southern. And it was historic. It was a rivalry, but the good things about it, we remained friends after the years. Oh, deep down within, we wanted to really annihilate each other, but we remained friends. He's a great coach, and I tell you, it was a great rivalry.
No doubt.
I can remember the first year I became the baseball coach at Jackson State in 1973.
Oh, wow.
Emory Hines was the coach. And we won our first year, and I had all the respect in the world for Emory Hines and the other coach. They had another coach named Bob Lee. They were Southern and down at Grambling. They had the president coaching.
Waldo Emerson?
Reverend Jones.
Okay.
Coach Jones.
Yeah.
And Coach Jones would always tell his players that y'all got to win these game, boys, because if I don't, the president might fire me. But going back to Emory Hines and Bob Lee, and matter of fact, they came to Jackson and gave a clinic when I was coaching in high school. So without them knowing it, they were very instrumental in helping me prepare for the future of coaching baseball.
I bumped into Earl Sanders last week, and Big Earl, and I used to tell him, because going to Jackson State games on the weekend was my thing, and I would go down when he was warming up and mimic his motion and whatnot. And I told him, it was like, you just don't know how much you guys, especially, I go back to 1984 in the city of Jackson playing baseball, because you had the Jackson Mets,
right? You
had Jackson State baseball. During that time, Mississippi State baseball had gotten, really good with Thunder and Lightning, with Will Clark and Rafael Palmeiro. But you guys were so much a part of that baseball scene in the state of Mississippi.
Oh, it's no doubt about it. We started at the beginning when I got the job in 1973. The Mississippi State and the predominantly white school would not play us because we had some outstanding teams back in the 70s, back with the Oil Can Boys and those guys. And but when Rowan Pope came there, we started that series, and I tell you, it was quite an experience. And you're talking about Big Earl. I've had 2 first-round draft picks, and Earl was one of them.
Yes, sir.
And what people probably don't remember is that Earl was just as good a hitter as he was a pitcher.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
And I say until this day that if they had let Hero play a position, he would have made it to the big league because he really wasn't in love with pitching. He just was better than anybody else out there on the field.
Wow.
So we had to use him, but he was not in love with pitching, and that was one of the concerns when they signed him as a pitcher, that I was wondering if the Toronto Blue Jays would let him hit, but they wouldn't let him hit at all. Matter of fact, they started finding him. They caught him in the batting cage. So
wow.
But Earl was an outstanding player, and along with some other guys I've had. And
Earl was Otani before there was Otani, right?
Oh, that's right. You got it.
Exactly.
You got it.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. But it's a pleasure being here, and man, this is exciting.
Yes, indeed. And I just wanted to talk about and thank you for all that you did with regards to Jackson State baseball, growing Jackson, Mississippi baseball from little leagues. I mean, because it gave us a team to look up to.
Oh, those were some great days, and despite we won championships and had great rivalries, but my greatest satisfaction was to have these players and to be a mentor to them. And the greatest satisfaction I get into this day is when they call me and tell me that, hey, Coach, thank you for what you did for us. And, I thought I was kind of mean, I was kind of a small guy. And you get a guy like Earl Sanders, who was 6'3" or 6'4", 6'5", and Dave Clark. And you know what I did? I actually took karate to put fear in my players. Because I didn't want this little guy walking out there and anything. So I learned how to kill and all that stuff, man. And when I get mad, I was like, kill, Them guys, I better mess with Coach, man.
Yes,
so
indeed.
that was the sort of tactic I had in order to keep them straight. But I never had any problem out of them at all.
No
it was
doubt.
a great experience.
No doubt. It's always a pleasure talking to you, Coach. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Charles. You're doing a good job. Keep it up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Will do. Coach Bob Braddy, the Hall of Famer, stopping by. Jackson State baseball coach here on the Black College Sports Network Game Time Show. We'll be right back.
HBCU football fans, this year's Cricket Celebration Bowl has a new date. A champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th as the MEAC and SWAC champions meet once again. Join us in Atlanta for championship football, interactive fan experiences, and iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit the Celebration Bowl.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
ESPN Events Band of the Year, a title reserved for the absolute best in the world of HBCU marching bands. A season-long competition that culminates in Atlanta on Friday, December 13th. Drum majors, percussion, drill, auxiliaries, musicality. All aspects will be adjudicated by expert judges in the world of college bands. 4 bands will qualify for the big stage, where national champions will be crowned. Follow us on social media for ranking updates throughout the season. And join us at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 13th for events and
And welcome back into the Black College Sports Network here on the Game Time Show. Sitting here with another illustrious red coat, Coach Buddy Pough. Welcome in.
Good morning. How are you?
Yes, indeed. Doing well. Doing well. Let's go back 2021.
Oh gosh, yes.
That is I was on the opposite sideline over there with Jackson State. And I tell you what, you guys, you put it on that day.
Well, we had a good plan, and things fell in place for us, and when you got a plan and things kind of work out your way, you just kind of take advantage of what your opportunities are. So, but you know what, I'm still appreciative of Coach Sanders and all that he did in the short time that he was at Jackson State, and what he did for not only HBCU football, but football in general, and college athletics, because it was a fantastic time, and it's given the Celebration Bowl a little bit of a different twang since that time, so that we've been able to really develop this thing into something really special. And I think it might be one of the, I guess, most valued properties now, maybe in HBCU sports.
No doubt, no doubt. We've been talking about this Jackson State culture and South Carolina State culture, two tremendous traditions. But you have been so intricate in terms of being a part of the South Carolina State culture. For those who don't know, what is the South Carolina State culture?
Well, we make the most out of out of the very little that we have, and we don't make excuses for any of the shortcomings that we may have. Our enrollment's been down. We starting to get it back up again. We got a tremendous president now, Alex Conyers, who's done a fantastic job of creating some excitement and loyalty and just tradition around our university's strong points, and athletics being one of them. So we've done a nice job of pulling together and working together. Football-wise, we've traditionally had a football coach that's kind of stuck around for some time.
You guys are like the Pittsburgh Steelers of HBCUs.
Exactly. Coach Jeffries. I played for Coach Jeffries back in the early 70s into the late 70s, somewhere in that neck of the woods. And Coach stayed until he was pretty much taken away from us by one of the major universities, Wichita State at that time. And then I coached with Bill Davis for 7 or 8 years until Bill got fired. We had a tremendous program going that time, and to show you how big a deal it was at South Carolina State during that time, how strong the tradition was. We got fired. We were 5-6, and we played the two teams that played for the 1AA at that time, a national championship. We played both those teams within one score.
Oh, wow.
So you get a feel for not only did we continue to have a strong tradition, that we had to make things really be top notch. The standard was held to a point where they got us out of there, and that was probably ended up being a mistake. But from there, they ended up bringing Coach Jeffries back 4 or 5 years later, 6 or 7 years later, somewhere in that neck. I forgot exactly how long it was, and Coach came back and stayed for another 10 years and stabilized us. And then I came on in 2002 and stayed for 20 some odd years, 21, 22 years. So I can tell you that we've done a nice job of traditionally always being a top-notch program. And we've done things right, and we've treated our kids right. Our alumni, everybody understands that we've run a top-notch program that way. So we hadn't had any much of the fallout that you have sometimes from time to time. And even when our university had some issues, we continued to pull together, and hold together, and to make sure that we did things in a way that gave us an opportunity to still have a strong, I guess maybe tradition of doing things right.
No doubt. You're still in the trenches, and I want to talk about the changing face of college athletics.
Yeah.
In terms of what that means now for HBCUs, what that means for those of us here at the FCS level. But there's been in the last 5 years a remarkable change. So I mean, how do you adjust to it? What do you see emerging trends?
Yeah.
What do you think in terms of the changing face of college athletics?
Well, first of all, I'm not still in the trenches. I'm pretty much retired, but now I do go back and assist in any kind of way they need me to. But Coach Barry, Nate Cochran, Dr. Nate Cochran is our new athletics director. Coach Barry is running that program, and he's got probably better pieces in place to make that program go than it's been in a long, long time. The one thing, and I did hire Coach Barry. I was the AD at the time that we hired Coach Perry, and I can tell you that we put the right pieces in place so that he'd have an opportunity to be successful that way. And not having had the opportunity to be from the inside on the coaching end before he got there to where he is now, it gave me an opportunity to kind of know what he needed. So at that point, we go about the task of making sure that we continue to, just do it on a high level. And as far as the new era of NILs and transfer portals and all those kind of things, we've got to do what we can to see if we can be on the positive side of both directions of the movement of kids. You're talking about kids leaving and going up.
Yeah.
You're talking about kids that are in some of the Division II and maybe even some of the lesser FCS teams that might want to transfer over and look for someplace.
Right.
And the difference now in college rosters now and the way they used to be is that if a guy is there and, if he's in a place where depth chart wise it's not, real practical for him to look like he's going to get on the field real soon, then at that point, then, he generally moves.
Sure.
And, we want to be in a place where we got things in decent enough shape where people want to consider us, in that process. So we've got our team this year. Coach Barrett's got, I imagine maybe 15, 18 kids that are transfer portal kids that are on this team that weren't on this team last year. And we moved some guys. We had some guys who, after they got through our spring practice last year, saw that they weren't going to have, the opportunity they thought they were going to have. So some of those kids moved on. So it's a give and take in your roster in a way where, and then the next thing is to try to see if you can put together, a few pennies. We don't have very much money to do it to spread around, but to do a few pennies to at least do some cost of attendance kind of things to give our kids a chance to make sure they get all of their rightful monies that kind of way. If your kid is poor, pale, that kind of stuff, we need to be able to put that kind of money, back in the pocket. And those are kind of things that make you attractive enough that they know that they want to try to be a part of you that way. So, it's a goal. It's a constant movement of exactly what all the pieces you got to have to make this whole deal come together. But I can tell you that, that we're doing the very best job we can and making sure that we're doing the very best we can by our kids.
No doubt. Let me ask you this question in terms of this cadre of coaches that you see now, whether you're talking about, you're familiar with T.C. Taylor from his time in North Carolina Central.
I am.
Trey Oliver.
Right.
You have Chinnis Berry.
Right.
I mean, this cadre of coaches now, your thoughts in terms of how they are motivating and leading their team
around
the country.
Yeah, I think Coach Berry at our place is probably the lead guy in the day's process of motivation and organization and all those things you got to have to make sure that you're doing the very best you can by your program that way. And he's done a fantastic job. But TC is a similar kind of guy that way. And they all have a good bit of process kind of things in place that they make sure that they stay to the letter. And it's not a whole lot of give and take, in a situation where they got things that they want to make sure they get done each day.
Yes, sir.
And Coach Barrett's big mantra is win the day. He wants to go 1-0.
Yeah.
In every day. And I like it, the fact that that he wants you to fall in love with the process and make sure that you do a good job of doing those things that that sometimes you don't want to do. The mundane things he calls them.
Yeah.
That you want to kind of make sure that you get done each day. So I think that's really a neat way of putting together your project. You hear a bunch of the guys, there's all kind of books out there, carry water, chop wood, all that kind of stuff, but it's neat to hear them kind of get into those plans and present those to their kids in a way, that they make sure that they understand exactly what their routine is each day.
No doubt.
Yes.
Those few, I promise you, I can sit here and talk to you all day, but I know you have your time is limited.
I
but
appreciate you.
I really appreciate you stopping by and here on the Game Time Show on the Black College Sports Network and imparting your wisdom, if you will.
Well, thank you so much. I look forward to coming back and seeing you guys, for years to come. Hopefully I can live long enough now where, I can get a chance to do it some more.
Yes, sir. No doubt about it. We'll be right back here on the Black College Sports Network here on the Game Time Show with another guest.
a place that you're going to go to redeem your career, but you're going to come and you're going to have to live up to some level of expectation. So kudos to him and his staff, man. Those guys have done a fantastic job, and I think really he's really stepped out of that shadow in his own way of Coach Prime, because now we know he was here, but it wasn't like everybody sitting around saying, man, I remember the days when Coach Prime was here. I think the conversation now is I'm very excited to see what TC is bringing.
I think if we were losing, that will probably be the conversation.
Oh yeah, if you're losing, we're running out of time.
Yeah, if we were losing, it'll be like, oh, I miss him. Oh, I miss Coach Prime.
They would have
Go ahead, say it again.
We would have found anybody, a Deion Smith or anything, just to lose.
Just right. So, Jamie, I'm gonna stick with you on this one. Well, you kind of answered it. If JSU wins, no, you kind of answered the legacy of Coach.
And we'll come back with some more She Say here on the Black College Sports Network Game Time Show. I had to snap up one of the hardest working men in all of HBCU football, Travis Jerome, who is well, they call you something different now. We used to call you sports information directors, but now what are you, vice president of what?
I don't know if I have enough time to say that. It's Associate Athletic Director for Public Relations and Sports Media.
Oh my God.
I told you I didn't know if I didn't have enough time.
My goodness, man. You lead this machine, this media machine. What is that like, especially with regards to this Jackson State media machine, which is a little different?
Well, first of all, I would be remiss if I didn't say that I have a great staff in place that helps me, but I also have a person that works directly with football, that's our director of football creative, and that's Austin Robinson, and his staff makes it easy for me because I don't have to worry about the creative side. Sure. I get to worry about the ins and outs and maneuvering a room like this and having my staff help me maneuver a room like this. So, everybody thinks that it's all me and it's all Travis. Has never been about me and be all Travis, but this machine is different.
Meaning?
No, it's in a good way.
Yeah.
Because the attention that this program gets, the attention that we're trying to get this program to get more of, keeps me busy. And if it keeps me busy, it gives me ideas. And if I can get ideas, then we can maneuver things around. Like I guarantee you, there's not been a team in the 9 years of the Celebration Bowl that brought 2 coaches and 8 players into media row into radio row to maneuver around and get everybody what they need and get their content. But that comes with time and it comes with experience. And this is the 7th Celebration Bowl I've been to, the first one on this side of it. So I got to see the nuggets and got to see how things worked and how things operated. So I just brought it in and used it on this side of the thing. And let me tell you, when you got coaches like TC Taylor and Coach O,
yeah,
I mean, it makes life easy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I was tasked with one thing in March. Coach O said, "We're glad to have you." TC said, "I just want you to protect my players." And here we are in December. And if I didn't do that, I wouldn't be sitting here.
No doubt. No doubt. I say this in regards lovingly of the Jackson State fan base. They are engaged with any.
It's a great word.
Engaged with any and everything that is Jackson State. But how do you feed that beast?
I'm trying to think how I can say it. You have to stay engaged with them. Not everything is going to be good. Not everything is going to be great. You're going to have some people that will say some things and do some things, but we all know fans are fans.
Sure.
And I did something that nobody has ever done at Jackson State. And I got some looks like, what do you think? Why are you doing this? What are you doing? I opened my DMs up on social media back in April and said, tell me what you want to see different. Tell me what you think needs to change. And I didn't say just in our area. I just put a blanket statement out. And when I tell you it took me a month to go through all those DMs,
oh my goodness,
it took me a month. But however, my DMs are still open. And I love every single thing I get from the fans, because then I try to talk to if it's not our department, I go ahead and make sure that other people know, what the concerns are. But again, I mean, we're here for the fans. We're here for the alumni. Yeah, we're always here for our teams, but we're here to also to put out a good message and put out a great brand.
Sure.
And this Jackson State brand is already what it is. We're just trying to add on to it. And we know we're not going to do everything that everybody expects. It hasn't even been a full calendar year yet. And I would say that some of the things that we said we were going to do when I got here, we've done.
Wow.
But we still got a long way to go. And I'll just say this, and I'll leave that, and we can move on to the next thing. I'll say this. I was tasked with our AD, who's the greatest AD I've ever worked with, bar none. I loved all my athletic directors I worked for. And I still have great respect for Joel Urban in South Alabama. But Ashley has given me the keys to the car and said, "This is yours, take it." He gave me his vision, and that vision now is mine to run with.
Wow.
And he's allowed me to do that. Him and AD Wells have allowed me to do that. And because of that, we've been able to pull some things off that in 9.5 months, if you told me we were able to pull it off, I would have looked at you like you were crazy, like redesigning a website in the middle of football season. But we had, again, it goes back to having a great team in place. Taylor Jean Lewis was already here. Rob J was already here. Austin was already here with football. And I brought Kendall with me from Alabama State. So we've got the staff now to pull some things off. And here's a nugget for you that not a lot of people know. We had 31 students show interest in being a part of the non-football creative side. And we have 15 that regularly work with Kendall. Kendall's in charge of all of our students. So they regularly work with him all the time. So we're doing things. And so we're kind of moving quietly. But to answer your question about feeding the beast, you keep doing. You don't stop. And when you do stop, you've got to have fun. And obviously, you know one thing I'm talking about. And I'll say this for everybody at home. Not everything I put out on social has a meaning behind it. Like the one that everybody's going crazy about right now. It was just something to keep everybody going because we're at the Celebration Bowl and it was a down day.
You're diabolical, man.
But I have I will say this. I have a 16-year-old. When I put it was her birthday, I didn't expect anybody to say anything.
Yeah.
I gave her my phone because she was with me. I gave her my phone and she just looked and I said, "What?" She goes, "Daddy, there's 200 people that like this tweet and there are people saying happy birthday to me." I was like, "Welcome to Jackson State."
Yeah, welcome to Jackson State. That actually, it makes me ask this question because Jackson State's brand identity, not just in the state of Mississippi, but within the culture of HBCUs, it's up there.
It is.
And you're the caretaker of this brand identity. How big is that 400-pound gorilla on your back?
The biggest thing is just making sure we're right. We can't put things out that are not factual. We can't put things out that have mistakes. We can't put things out that as soon as I put it out, we have to delete it. And we did that when I first got there. And I was like, all right, let's have a staff meeting. If we're doing something, it has to come through me because I'm the one that's going to catch it. But it's great to be a part of a brand like this. And I don't think people understand it. We can have fun with it because we don't have to build the brand. We have to expound on what is already there. And I said it during the spring game. A.D. Robinson says, building on tradition, blazing new trails. Why are we going to get rid of the old to bring in the new when you can bring them in together? And it's just like the stuff with Irv with almost 1,200 yards rushing. There's a graphic going around that's saying he broke Walter Payton's single-season record. We both know that's not right. So I privately sent a DM. I'm not ever going to publicly demean anybody or tell them they're wrong. I privately sent DMs to the 3 people that put it out. It's up to them whether they want to pull it down or not.
Sure.
And so when the tweet I put out about being factual, do your research, had nothing to do with anything that came out yesterday. It had to do with that graphic because the graphic's still up. Because it comes back on me.
Correct.
Why don't we have this? Where is this? It's on page 40 of the game notes.
Correct.
Our single season records are all in there.
Yes.
You just have to take the time to go find it.
No doubt.
And I got a call from you. Then I got a call from TC an hour later, and he said, and I quote, Trav. I said, "What's up, coach?" Irv broke a single season record? I was like, "You already know the answer to that question." He goes, I thought so. I handed the ball off to Destry, and they stopped the game when he brought. I was like, you just answered your question.
Yeah.
And he just started laughing. I was like, I know I did, but there's nothing. I said, I'm trying.
Yeah.
But just know that there are things that happen that we can't necessarily say. I will say this. The brand is the brand. Before you put anything out about the brand, anybody, if you have a question about what you're about to put out, shoot me a DM.
There it is.
I will gladly tell you if you're right or wrong,
Sure.
because I don't want you to put out something wrong that we have to come back and try to debate or try to make right. And it takes so much time to have to do that.
Yeah.
But to answer that, though, the brand, man, look, I wish I'd have had a brand like this 21 years ago when I started in this business, and I just dated myself by the way.
Exactly. Well, I want to say thank you for taking care of the brand, of the appreciating the history of HBCU athletics, appreciating the history of Jackson State athletics, and more importantly, making sure things are correct and right. So
and
that goes a long way.
And that's a lot of why I'm here. I told people in 2014 when I got hired at Tuskegee, and then I left and went to South Alabama for a year, I chose to work at an HBCU. An HBCU didn't choose me. I chose to work at an HBCU, and I've been at 3. And I just want people to understand you can make a great impact if you do it the right way. And if you manage the brand the right way. And, by not having to broadcast and not having to do all the other stuff I've had to do at other institutions, managing this brand is easy. It's just a matter of, people think I don't sleep. Oh, I sleep. I have a great staff in place.
I call you a shark.
I have a great staff in place. So it's not about working hard. It's about how you work. Like we were talking this week, when I get back 2 days later, I go to El Paso. That's not working hard. That's covering our brand. So, and I appreciate that. And I want everybody to know that, it's about who you have with you and about the staff you have with you and the people that you're trying to represent. And if you realize and you remember who the people you're trying to represent are, you'll be able to manage anything you do. And that's what makes Jackson State so easy to do. I mean, there's still mountains to climb and hills to roll down.
Of course.
And valleys to kind of meander through every now and then.
Always.
But it's Jackson State. It wouldn't be Jackson State if it wasn't. You know that.
I always know that. Yes, indeed. Trav, appreciate you.
No, I appreciate you, Chuck.
Hardest working man. Jackson State Media. Travis Jerome, appreciate you stopping by here on the Game Time Show here on the Black College Sports Network. We'll be right back with more here at Celebration Bowl Radio.
Taylor, if he wins this, so you kind of answer. So Coach Barry took over the helm at South Carolina State, as I mentioned, after legendary Coach Buddy Pough retired. He's making strides with the Bulldogs this season and is ready to bring home a second championship. Cedric, how has Coach Barry impacted South Carolina State performance leading up to the 2024 Celebration Bowl?
Man, the man is a winner. Those traits, they transfer easily, and he plays the type of football that allows his players to be aggressive on offense and defense. And guys buy into that. At Benedict, he was 11-1 2 years in a row. He had a rough first year, and then he exploded. Unlike the coach that Janian gave to us at LSU. The man is a real winner, man, and they're gonna make it hard for Jackson State, man.
Yeah.
He said something in an interview that was big or whatever. I think that was after he lost the first game to FAMU this year, and it was a close game. FAMU came and won in the end, and the guy asked him, "Hey, well, you was pounding the ball, and that's not like you." He said, "Hey, we're gonna do whatever the defense give us," and that's what a good coach is gonna do, man. He's gonna do exactly what you allow him to do, and so I think it's gonna be rough, man. It's gonna be rough, and it's not gonna be an easy game at all.
Oh yeah, I don't think so either. Absolutely. Jamian, what will a win for Coach Barry mean for his legacy and overall legacy for South Carolina?
Yeah, I think it cements a lot of what we know. I mean, we kind of got introduced to Coach Barry when he was at Benedict. I love his interviews. I mean, to be honest with you. I love his passion. You could tell he was a football guy. It was in him through and through. I've even known a young man who went and played for him at Benedict. So to hear the stories about how he functioned and how those things, you can tell he is all in when it comes to that. I think as far as what we know about him and what he brings, he's a winner. He brings that environment. He cultivates that environment with all his players. For South Carolina State, they got a jewel. They got a jewel in him. And I think he's going to be there for a very long time, as long as he wants to be. But, to do the things that he's already done in such a short span really kind of resets the tone, right? Replace the Coach Pugh, them winning more games than they've ever done in the past. And then again, kind of getting to those championship modes. You're kind of rewriting your own legacy. So you like to see it. You love to kind of understand it. But I think more importantly, I love hearing the things that we know. It resounds no matter where you go. I mean, football is football. Look, you minimize the turnovers, you minimize mental mistakes, and you play hard. And when you got those things and you put all those ingredients in the basket, it's very hard to beat you.
That's true. That is true. So, this season, South Carolina's offense has had a resurgence under grad transfer quarterback Eric Phoenix. The matchup against the SWAC champions could present challenges for Phoenix. Phoenix also has familiarity with Coach Berry because he played 2 seasons with Coach Berry at Benedict. Said, how important would Phoenix's performance be in determining the outcome of the game?
He's a quarterback. He's touching that thing every time.
Every time.
But man, he's a player. I don't know. Most people don't know this, but my sister went to South Carolina State, so she's torn. I think she's been to more Jackson State games this year than she's been to South Carolina State games. But this is a time when the family get together and we don't know how to act. But I've been watching. I've been watching Phoenix this year. Man, he's nice, man. He's nice. Got a little Charlie Ward in him. Yeah, he.
That's exactly what I thought of too. Yeah.
I like him a lot, man. And he's that's why I keep saying, man, it's gonna be tough, man. I haven't seen a quarterback that Jackson State played that's like him, and you can just add on the fact that he is as old as he is. It's like having a pro.
Right, that's true. That's true.
So I'm eager to see it, man. I'm ready to go. I'll be there.
Who said I'll be there? Yeah. Jay, what specific areas of his game will need to shine for South Carolina to win?
Yeah, I think it actually, as far as his game, I think as long as he plays his game, it's going to be, extremely. It's going to give him a chance to at least finish it. Honestly, I think the game is actually going to come down to, his performance versus JSU's defense, right? Because I think, and I didn't get a chance to really look at this, but I think that, South Carolina State was right around the top as far as the offense in the MEAC, and JSU's defense, is right at the top statistically in the SWAC. So, when you look at those two balances, we know that there are going to be other factors in it, but if either one of those guys don't come to play, this game could go lopsided either way it goes, right? So I think JSU has the defensive personnel to make it very difficult on him to function. But I think he's got a lot of creativity too. And like you say, when you talk about Charlie Ward, we're not talking about, wide open folks, but we're just talking about those hairline mistakes, those hairline fractures that make all the difference in the world. So I think it's going to be a great matchup, but I think it's going to really come down to who's executing better, JSU's defense or South Carolina State's offense.
That's true. So, where the Tigers' offense will differ from the Bulldogs is in how much they run. We run. JSU running back Irv Mulligan, our guy, is one of the best in the country right now, and he will see a lot of touches throughout the course of this game. Mulligan has rushed for 100 yards in 6 of his last 7 games and has 1,174 yards in 2024. This season, he finished as the SWAC's leading rusher and came in second in the voting for first ever HBCU Plus National Player of the Year award behind Bulldogs' Eric Phoenix. Said turnovers often play a critical role in determining the outcome of a game. Can South Carolina State's defensive generate turnovers, whether through interceptions, fumbles, or to give their offense an advantage?
I mean, they can. I don't think the way Jackson State run the ball, I just hadn't seen them, do a whole lot of that, throughout the year. So I don't know, man. I think it might come down to one turnover. As usual, whoever get a turnover in the game has the percentage of winning the game goes up dramatically, especially an interception. So I don't know, man. Turnovers.
We saw a lot of that Saturday on both sides, and that was scary, especially the first half, especially the first quarter with Jackson State.
That was playing a team twice. It's hard.
Y'all said it 2 years ago. Not to cut you off, it's hard to win against a team 2 times.
Yeah. So we'll see, man. I just think Jackson State is, put it like this. The last time not the last time, but TC Taylor was calling plays while Prime was here. They get to the Celebration Bowl. I guess I don't know what happened. They said he yanked his play calling.
I'm sorry. That's Nova Grace. Apparently, she sees the dog on the television. My bad, y'all. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they yanked his play calling duties, and I think that's why we lost that game, because there was no continuity.
Which game? Which game?
Was that I think
North
that was
Carolina?
the second. Yeah, North Carolina.
And coach actually he was a coach at a MEAC school, so it probably I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but the offense looked dead that game. They couldn't get it together. But the rumor was TC was yanked of his play calling duties, and it didn't look like the same offense. So I'm pretty sure he's gonna be excited to get back here, gonna throw a couple wrinkles in it. But the main thing is to do what you do, and we run that thing. And Mulligan, he's gonna do well, man. We'll be all right.
Yeah, I agree. Jay, Jackson State's offense may play at a fast tempo, trying to wear down the defense. How well would South Carolina State's defense handle a fast-paced game and maintain its composure?
I don't think. I think the pace is always one thing, because I think that's a norm right now. Everybody's playing fast-paced football. We're calling the plays from the sideline. Snap the ball in under 10, 12 seconds, and it's go, go, go. Right. I think everybody kind of is adapted to that style of play. I think Sid hit the nail on the head. If J-State, like they have in the last 5 or 6 games, gets to start leaning on those defenders, this is the first O-line I've seen at Jackson State that you can see the impact of size and speed start to wear people down. But if they start leading, it's going to make it a lot easier for TC and Irv and those guys to control the clock on the ground. And if they control the clock and able to get a play or two on special teams to flip the field, I think that's going to be their key. But at the same time, I don't think pace is going to dictate as much as execution on making sure that they get those guys to come up and tackle on a consistent basis.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, guys, special teams have been truly key in close games. Said, how confident are Jackson State's kicker in making field goals or extra points, and how well can they control field position in critical moments with their punting game?
Hey, man, it's crazy we talking kicking in a SWAC game, man, because hey, I ain't seen a kicker at Jackson State since Kenny Page back in the 90s, man. Nah, man.
But our punter, he's pretty nice.
Yeah, we good. We're good now, man. That's why I was laughing. I was like, dude, we actually have special teams. But I'm confident in Jackson State kicking game. I haven't seen. I don't know how many field goals have they missed this year.
Not many.
Yeah,
I
not many.
don't know how many by. Yeah, I'm not sure, but
Like,
not many.
it's not normal to see it. Like, it was always like every time they tried somebody out there growing up, you was like, this not. Yeah, what are we doing this? Let's go for it.
Let's go
analytics. We needed analytics back then. Hey, but they're doing a thing. So I never thought about it until you just asked that question. I was like, man, we actually got a special team kicking game going on over here, man.
So yeah, we're looking good. So okay, all right. Jay, South Carolina State's ability to cover punts and kickoffs will be important. Will they be able to limit Jackson State's return game and pin them deep in their own territory, or will they give up big returns at flip field position?
Yeah, I think that's going to be a challenge for South Carolina State, honestly. I don't think, we talk about the kickers, but on the flip side of it, J State has some talent on the returning side as well. I think what's his last name, Terrell, that they have, young freshman. He's going to show some spunk on the return game. So, and I don't think anybody in the MEAC really has played special teams like they're going to see at J State. Because you got a level of aggression that I don't think you've seen in the past, right? I'm looking at how these guys are rolling on kickoffs, and them playing the field position game obviously is going to be advantageous for whoever is going to be playing with the short field. But I do think that the returners for J State are going to be a challenge for South Carolina to contain.
Okay. So guys, you both have been in big games like the Celebration Bowl, really bigger than that, and have played against each other in a bowl game, haven't y'all?
Yeah. Absolutely.
And who won? I forgot.
You talking about the bowl game?
Who won the bowl game?
Let me pop my collar on the bowl game. Let's not talk about the home game earlier in the year.
Twice, right? That was the year y'all played each other twice, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Where you can plant your flag. Let's talk about those games.
Please, they need to stop playing flags because these people losing their mind.
Look,
and
it used to be a rule. If you lose on your home turf, a flag. That should be a rule.
I agree, but these kids are so emotional. It's too much.
Don't be mad about it. Get mad for the game, not after.
Yeah. The game. If you beat me on the field, ain't nothing else you can do to hurt me no worse. You know what I mean? Like you plant the flag all you want. I couldn't do nothing to stop you. So
sir, you played in the 90s in college. These are very emotional kids. And they can't take it. They cannot take it. So, like I said, y'all both have played in big games, and they often featured unexpected twists. Will Jackson State's coaching staff adapt quickly to any challenges that South Carolina State brings, and can South Carolina State's defense adjust to what Jackson State throws at them? I'll start with you, Jay.
Yeah, I think that's going to be key too. And I think you don't get to this point without having to make, in-game and halftime adjustments, right? Having a great set of eyes in the box, and of course being able to communicate on the field is key. And I think part of that tempo, when we talk about that tempo game, is going to be instrumental for both offenses to understand that without having my rhythm in place, without having my cadence going and my ability to communicate, if I can minimize my mental mistakes, not having a lot of penalties and everything, it could be extremely critical, and that can be the game inside of the game for us all that we don't see other than the results on the field. But yeah, I think you get to this point because you can make adjustments. And I think both clubs do a fantastic job. If you watch them play at any period of time, you can see that they aren't necessarily doing the same things over and over again, but they're making one or two different adjustments, maybe here and there on the go that are making all the difference in the world, whether it's sliding your protection one way, moving another, or playing the games with your safeties, and playing with you're manipulating your boxes. You're just forcing people to think past, what's sitting right in front of them and really playing the chess match rather than the checker game.
Yeah. That's great. Seth?
So I know we was talking earlier about South Carolina State's offense. Well, Jackson State's offense, running the ball and all that. But one of the things, just watching Phoenix this week, he's a left-handed quarterback. Most times when you're setting your blitzes and all that, you're coming from the left or the defense's right, to hit the quarterback from the blind side.
Mm-hmm.
He's looking at you. So that's going to be an adjustment you're going to have to make. And a lot of his plays are, they blitz him. He get outside the pocket. He bomb it downfield, pinpoint accuracy. That's the Charlie Ward that I saw in him. So if Jackson State is not able to keep him in the pocket, don't let him run and cover to the whistle blow, it could be a long night for him. So if they don't switch those blitzes up and come from his backside and allow him to look at it from the from the get-go, it's gonna be rough. So hopefully Jackson State can make those changes. And like I said earlier, just listening to Coach when he was speaking after the FAMU game, that's a coach's thing. He was like, "Hey, I got a plan, but my plan can change once this game starts."
Mm-hmm.
And so if you can coach in that manner, like my boy Bill Belichick, that's going to North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Hey, it's gonna be a chess match, man. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, it is. And shout out former SWAC and MEAC coach, Coach Simmons. He is the head coach of Duke now. I knew it was coming.
He at FIU.
Huh?
What you say?
What did you say?
He left Duke. He's at FIU.
I mean FIU. I'm sorry. But I'm so happy for him, and he's back in Florida, and close to home. But I'm excited for him. This is gonna be so dope. So
that's
dope.
a good look for him, man.
It really is. So guys, Cedric, without emotion, who wins the Celebration Bowl?
TC. I say TC because he got the most to TC, not Jackson State, TC.
What's your score prediction?
34-21.
34-21. Okay. Jay, who wins?
Yeah, I was leaning toward J State. I was thinking more like a 31-27 game.
31 what?
31-27. Yeah, and,
Okay.
and I think it's going to be a late surge by JSU's offense that's gonna make that difference. They're going to be going into the fourth quarter right at the end. It's going to be 27-24, and you're going to get that last minute touchdown.
We are a second half team, but I really don't want them to do that. They really, really need to just like at the beginning let them have it.
But that's how teams that's made to lay on you. That's how they do it.
That's how they play. Yeah,
they lay on you until they beat you into submission and then spread the game out. Mm-hmm. So when you look at the game, it's not going to seem like it's a 34-21 game, but it's going to be a tight game into the fourth quarter.
Okay. Well, I'm going with TC as well. Not emotions involved. I just think this is a better team than 2021. And what I like also, and said you were at the game Saturday as well, I like the fact that we had options with our quarterback. Yeah. That was one thing that used to make me nervous when Coach Prime was here, because it was really just Shador. And if he got hurt, it's pretty much a wrap. But when Jacobian got hurt, they put McDonald in. They was moving. They just kept moving. And I appreciate the adjustments being made and the backups. So yeah, I'll say 21-17. I think it's gonna be close.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Well, I'm excited. I'm ready.
I'm ready.
You know, I just hope I don't be like this at the end. I don't even smoke. So guys, thank you so much for coming on the show. But before we go, you know, we gotta play What You Know. And that's a way for the listeners and myself to get to know the guests better. We're gonna do trivia for LSU and Notre Dame today.
We ain't one for the
Like
gift.
that? Okay. We're gonna start with LSU. And Jamie, if you want to jump in, you're welcome to, and vice versa. What philosopher's quote, "We are what we repeatedly do," gave Shaquille O'Neal one of his nicknames? Was it Plato, Aristotle, Sophocles, and this one I cannot pronounce. It started with an N, and that's Zik.
I'm gonna go with that one.
No, that's not. It's Aristotle. You should know that one said.
I couldn't hear what you were saying.
I said Plato, Aristotle. You're lying. It's Aristotle. What are the last words of the national anthem? Is it "Go to hell, Ole Miss"? "Go Tigers, the end," or "In the home of the brave"?
Them ain't in the home of the Braves. It's according to what game you at. It could very well be "Go to hell, Ole Miss."
Yeah.
But they do say "Go Tigers."
I think I've even heard some people's names thrown in there. So, you know.
I was cracking up when I read that.
Yeah.
Which LSU Tiger displayed his talent as a comedian on LSU Union's late night program? Was it Glenn Davis, Tyrus Thomas, Stanley Roberts, or Frank Bryan?
I'm gonna go Glenn Davis.
Very good, Glenn Davis. What was LSU Tigers Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf's name at birth? Was it Stanley Frank Roberts, Stormal Smith,
Chris
Jackson.
I want to play along. You know we know.
I'm sorry.
That was my boyfriend
I
at the
get
Metro
excited when
Center.
we talk about Chris.
Look, Chris was my boyfriend at the Metro Center in my head in front of Diamond Gems. Chris, and I didn't know his middle name, Chris Wayne Jackson or Mahmoud Ali. Of course, Chris Jackson. Louisiana,
He look like he could be a Wayne.
Yeah.
I would have never, I don't know. Louisiana's Go Tigers has replaced Go Tigers to honor what ethnic group? Was it Swedish, French Cajun, Canadian French, or Latin?
French Cajun.
Very good. Who amassed over 1,000 yards for the second straight year to lead Notre Dame in receiving in 2006? Was it John Carlson, David Grimes, Rima McKnight, or Jeff Samardzija?
Samar.
That is correct. Him.
And then went and played baseball.
Then played baseball.
That's how we do it.
Took his talent to the diamond.
Right. Who pushed Mac Leonard into the end zone on the last play when USC beat Notre Dame? Can you just play the game, sir?
Can't talk about USC.
Jeez.
It hurt his heart.
Okay, fine. Reggie Bush, got doggy. What quarterback from Notre Dame won the Heisman Trophy in 1947? Let's see if you know this one. Was it Eddie George? He know. Tim Brown, Johnny Lujack, or Gino Toretto?
Johnny Lujack.
You know, I know Jamie knows because what's our boy that was on the show with us? Fred Smoot said, you know, Notre Dame was so smart. So I was like, he's gonna know this. It's 1947, but he's gonna know. And a 2007 meeting was the first time Notre Dame played which team in 40 years? Was it Florida State, Texas, Duke, or USC?
Must be Duke.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Duke.
I'm like, y'all done beat Florida State. They just played Florida State with your boy.
Well, no, that was in 2007. That was their first meeting in 40 years in 2007.
Yeah.
Which improvements can
HBCU football fans, this year's Cricket Celebration Bowl has a new date. A champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th as the MEAC and SWAC champions meet once again. Join us in Atlanta for championship football, interactive fan experiences, and iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
ESPN Events Band of the Year, a title reserved for the absolute best in the world of HBCU marching bands. A season-long competition that culminates in Atlanta on Friday, December 13th. Drum majors, percussion, drill, auxiliaries, musicality. All aspects will be adjudicated by expert judges in the world of college bands. 4 bands will qualify for the big stage, where national champions will be crowned. Follow us on social media for ranking updates throughout the season. And join us at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 13th for events and
Tickets are on sale now for the 4th annual NBA HBCU Classic presented by AT&T, featuring Morehouse College and Tuskegee University. Don't miss this action-packed event happening at NBA All-Star 2025 and filled with competitive matchup and marching band performances celebrating HBCU pride. See you in the Bay.
We're back here live on the BCSN Game Time show with Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference Commissioner, Miss Sonia Stills. How are you doing, Madam Commissioner?
I am wonderful. How are you?
I am doing fine. And there's a rumor that there's a banner in the office that says, "We want our trophy back."
You got that right. You got that right. We are ready to receive that trophy again. What's good is this going to be a great matchup. It's going to be great. It's great for HBCUs on a national platform like ABC. But yeah, I want that trophy back.
Okay. And I want to talk about this a little bit from the conference office perspective. And you guys deal with the institutions more on a macro level.
Sure.
So when we have events like this, the Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge, all the other various classes that we have there, what does it mean from a conference perspective to have your institutions playing in these and representing well in these type of events?
So it's all about branding, a definite way for us to get our brand out there on a national platform. It's a great way for us to showcase our student athletes. And then, the Celebration Bowl is also wonderful because the institutions who have participated in the Celebration Bowl, their enrollment has went up. And so everybody, a wide audience, can see not only the athletic piece of it, but also the academic side, and so they always say athletics is like the front porch to the university. And so this really gives us the opportunity. And then the experience, the student athlete experience. This is the only bowl for HBCUs. And so, let me stop back because the Division II had theirs last year. Excuse me. But it's a great way for them to get that bowl experience that they would normally have.
Definitely. So you've been on the job, what is it, 2 years now?
ending my third year.
Into your third year. Wow. Where has time gone?
Who you telling? It's gone.
So looking back on it from when you succeeded Dr. Thomas to where you are now, are you where you thought you would be both professionally and personally when it's coming your experience as commissioner, or you ahead in the curve in some areas, you're behind in some areas? Just kind of take us through that.
I could not have imagined I'd be where I am right now. This is not, my degrees are in counseling. And what I wanted to do was student activities. We're going to have some parties on campus. That was going to be my thing. And so this is not what I was looking for. And just fortunately, the individual that I did my internship with, my supervisor, moved down to athletic academic support. And I just fell in love with this. And so just continuing, I'm learning about sports because the only thing I played was church softball. That's all I know. And then I fell off the bench and that was the end of my career. So, that type of thing is, it's interesting because Dr. Thomas allowed me to get involved, learn some things, follow him around. And so he put me in places that made me uncomfortable. And so it allowed me to learn. It pushed me forward. And he's the one that said, hey, you're going to be the next commissioner. I'm not going to do this again. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about because I don't want no 8 bosses. You enough. And he was like, I don't care what you say. Take your hands off your hips. But what I'm saying is I think it was a natural progression and it gave me the opportunity to bring people up. And that's most important. I wanted to be able to provide opportunities for others. And I am more enthusiastic about the way that my staff has progressed, especially my young ones.
Now I've got to ask you about this. This is kind of, being a girl dad, I got to ask you. Black Girl Magic, you're one of 3 African-American commissioners of our HBCU conferences. Do you ladies actually get together and do what women do? Be talking about us men behind our back? No, but seriously,
yes.
Do y'all get together and have conversations? Some of them strategically, some of them just for support. Do those type of things?
Actually, yes. Me and Jackie McWilliams Parker. We talk all the time. She is my sister. She really keeps us all connected. Because we need that support. We need to be able to, when one is down, check on you. Don't need anything, but I hear what's going on and I just want to make sure you're okay. And then
check type call.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. And it's just a great way for us to also make way for others. And that's a thing. And so, but it's great to have that support system, and you really need that when you are one in the room, the only woman in the room, in that type of thing.
Do you have any conversation with Dr. Baker Barnes over there with the now HBCU AC?
Dr. Kiki Barnes, yes, we have some conversations. I talk mostly with Jackie just because I've known Jackie a little bit longer. I'm getting to know who Dr. Barnes is, and she is she's got a lot of energy. Oh my God, isn't she?
Oh my God, does she have a lot of energy? I'm like, Dr. Barnes, you're not playing anymore. Slow down.
Great energy. So again, just having that circle of people that you can get in contact with. And so definitely.
All right. Now, what can we look for as far as the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference coming down the pipeline? If you were to give your state of the MEAC address, we only want the 30-second elevator speech of it.
Okay. All right. Fine.
But, where you at? What's coming down the pipeline? Because I always knew that you guys are looking to innovate when it comes to the Mid-East Athletic Conference.
Actually, one of the things that we've just done really is we have broadcast all of our sports now. We have broadcasted cross country for the first time this year, which means it completes all of our sports have broadcast on ESPN Plus, our championships, and that's tremendous. And that's one of the things of being able to tell our story. We have improved and are still working to do more in our We Are MEAC, which is our diversity program under this one umbrella. And so this evening, we have our Guardian of the Games award show where we're honoring 7 women. And these are the women who go unnoticed. They're usually the second in command. They may never be awarded, but the passion that they have for what they do, they're quiet leaders, and I want them to know that I see you. And so that's one of the things that we are doing for women in sports, but mostly under our We Are MEAC umbrella.
All right. And last question I have for me. This is kind of personal for me because I'm here. Well, we'll be next door tomorrow in the Benz. Yeah. And one thing Arthur Blank and the Benz have been known for, flag football.
Yes.
For females.
Yes.
I've been to a couple of the NAIA championships. And for those of you all who don't know, flag football for our young female student athletes on the NAI level is huge.
Right.
And we're just not getting into it on the NC2A level. So, MEAC, flag football, what we looking at?
We actually, this past year is our second year that we've had a Girls on the Gridiron flag football clinic. And we as a conference are looking to bring women's flag football as a conference sport. I've been saying this for the last couple of years. If I don't have a HBCU, particularly a MEAC young lady in the Olympics of 2028, I don't know what I'll do. I'll lose my mind. I think that's where we need to move. It, like you said, it's growing, and we need to be there.
Yeah, and you'll have one of your number one fans and supporters right here because I've done it at my former institution, now an HBCU institution that had flag football. And you talking about some young ladies who bossing people. They have just as much athletic ability on that gridiron as the guys who just minus the pads.
They do, and they need to take a look at. We were fortunate to have Michael Vick at our clinic. His daughter is awesome.
She was in our conference, and the conference that my team was in, and she played receiver, quarterback, defensive back, rusher, and a little bit of everything. Yes. And if she had more talent around her, that team was good. She was definitely the best player on the field.
Yeah,
but overall, we had a better team.
And that demonstrates what it is, what flag football is all about.
And we've got a question from one of our colleagues, JB Walker. Ask her, has she done? Wait a minute, now. No, I can't ask her that, Jamie. We all know the rumors out there with Norfolk State. I'm not going to ask her that question.
I do not get involved with personnel issues.
Thank you. That's the best answer. So we gonna wrap this up. But anything you want to put out there in closing, still?
I just want to say that support your HBCUs, support the MEAC. You can support us through our MEAC Foundation. You cannot own, which you do, and I appreciate because you're not even in the MEAC. Ain't it something?
But my roots are.
But your roots are. Thank you. And it's a great way to not only support one institution, but you can support 8 institutions. And all of our HBCUs need your help. And so I really encourage you to please give back to your institution.
Right, you heard it. Cash App, Zelle, PayPal, however you want to do it. If you still have a checkbook, she'll take that
I'll
too.
Take it.
All right. Commissioner Sonia Steele, Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference. We thank you for your time, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
All right, and with that, we'll be right back after these messages on the Black College Sports Network.
At Automasters LLC, our mission is to serve our community by providing quality automobiles at affordable prices. All of our vehicles are inspected and certified to offer you the confidence in knowing you have a quality vehicle. Our goal is to provide you with a seamless process and positive experience for your automobile purchase. Financing recommendations and specific vehicle inquiries are available at your request. You can find us at www.automasters06.com and follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Also, please feel free to contact Terrence Miles at 601-927-7794. And oh yeah, tell him Sonia sent you.
Tickets are on sale now for the 4th annual NBA HBCU Classic presented by AT&T, featuring Morehouse College and Tuskegee University. Don't miss this action-packed event happening at NBA All-Stars 2025 and filled with competitive matchup and marching band performances celebrating HBCU pride. See you in the Bay.
HBCU football fans, this year's Cricket Celebration Bowl has a new date. A champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th as the MEAC and SWAC champions meet once again. Join us in Atlanta for championship football, interactive fan experiences, and iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit the Celebration Bowl.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
ESPN Events Band of the Year, a title reserved for the absolute best in the world of HBCU marching bands. A season-long competition that culminates in Atlanta on Friday, December 13th. Drum majors, percussion, drill, auxiliaries, musicality. All aspects will be adjudicated by expert judges in the world of college bands. 4 bands will qualify for the big stage, where national champions will be crowned. Follow us on social media for ranking updates throughout the season. And join us at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 13th for event and ticket information.
Welcome back in to Black College Sports Network Game Time Show. AD Drew, Carlos Brown, the Carlos Brown Show. Welcome in.
Good afternoon, good evening, afternoon, gentlemen. Nice to see y'all again.
Yes, indeed. Coach Ferrazzi Norman down there on the end.
Oh yeah, with my boys,
Check. I'm not sure your mic is hot.
Is my mic?
I don't hear you. I don't hear you in my head.
Yeah, we got to.
All right.
See, are we up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if your mic was hot.
Perfect. We good to go. Carlos.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man, how you doing over there?
Hey, I'm doing all right. You can see who I'm representing. And let me just say this. Jackson State was a better team. They were the most consistent team all year. And when you lose to the better team, you have to admit that. And for Southern, it was a good year. Didn't get to their ultimate goal, but they're trending upward, I would think.
And I was going to ask you about that, especially taking a look at Terrence Gray's first year. You mentioned trending upward. I saw a lot of great things with the Southern football team toward the latter part of the year. The quarterback position seemingly stabilized when Jalen Woods kind of took over.
Yeah, right from the Atlanta area, redshirt freshman, led his Woodbury Academy in the state finals, and to me, he was the most consistent. He only had about 2 starts, but the things that they were looking for in the quarterback play, he was able to provide it for them. And so I think going into the spring next year, he's going to be number 1 going in. But, of course, it's competition there.
Yeah.
But I thought he was the most consistent out of the quarterbacks.
And I will say this: Kelby Givens was probably the most disruptive force in the SWAC all season. I've watched him just destroy game plans 2 or 3 times this season. It was a joy watching him play.
Yeah, and he's a hard worker, willing to learn even more. He's never satisfied, and so the future is bright for him. Now they're going to try to probably find another bookend.
Yeah,
on the other side of him. But he had a terrific season, and again, a hard worker, and wants to get better.
No doubt. Well, flip the page this week, Celebration Bowl week. Jackson State, South Carolina State. Guys, I mean, where does this thing start edging to?
It start edging to the team that can get the other team off schedule the most. You know, which one of these teams will be playing from behind the sticks? You know, who has that play that goes from 3rd and 2 to 3rd and 7 because somebody jumped, or on the flip side, it goes from 3rd and 2 to a first down because the defense makes a mistake. Those are the type of things that I'm going to be looking for in this particular ball game. I mean, let's be real. These two teams with their rush games, hell, every other play, if they run the ball, both these teams can have a first down. So whose defense is going to force 3rd down?
I talked with this about Coach Buddy Pugh, and I asked him about this crop of coaches. When you start talking about Trey Oliver, T.C. Taylor, Chennis Berry, Coach Graves, this crop of young coaches, if you will, is there an edge when you start kind of taking a look in terms of guys that are, leading their programs in the right direction?
Is there an edge? I mean, they're all great. Pick one. I mean, no offense to T.C. Taylor, but if I need somebody to win the press conference, I'm hiring Chennis Berry. Chennis Berry is going to win the press conference. But if I just need that calm, cool, that dude who I just want to chill out with, I'm hiring T.C. Taylor. you understand what I'm saying? So it's whatever you want. It's whatever your alumni base for. I mean, you guys agree with me?
Yeah, Chennis Berry, his personality, and I got a chance to know him a little bit when he was offensive line coach and offensive coordinator at Southern University. So he believes in discipline. He believes in being physical. And my thing with the Celebration Bowl, and this is not my first one, it always comes to me, in my opinion, the physicality. And the MEAC representative always talks about that. They are physical and they win it in the trenches.
Gotta let the trenches.
And that's where I'm going to see who's going to be the most physical tomorrow.
Is it trending in a different direction? We saw FAMU be the more physical team last year against Howard. Jackson State, we talked about the MEAC SWAC Challenge last year, was the more physical team. Is it trending back towards the SWAC? And then this past season, we had was FAMU Norfolk State.
Yeah.
Was FAMU the more physical team against Norfolk State?
Yeah, but Norfolk State was physical though.
Yeah,
they were.
I mean, fam, you got beat up in that game too. And you know what's missing this year? Is that contrast? Is that finesse team? Every year that I could think of, you've always had a contrast in styles between the teams that have been there. The only other time that I think that we've had two teams with similar styles was going back 2 years ago when Jackson State and North Carolina Central matched up, and those are two high-powered offenses that were matching up against each other. But other than that, it's usually been a finesse team against a physical team, depending on which conference that they've been in, but that's what I've seen. And I'm going to turn it over to Coach Norman in a second, but I think this is the first time since 2018 that there has been the clear number one team against the clear number two team facing off. And I'm thinking Alcorn State and A&T, where like coming into the game, it was 1-2. Every other year you've had a 1-3 or 1-5, or there could be a number, there could be another team that could make an argument whether they're number 2 in the in the polls, in the rankings. There's no question this year.
Okay.
And depending on now, you could say who your number 1 is versus who Charles said his number 1 is. We can debate that. But if Jackson State is not your number 1, it's South Carolina State and vice versa. That's why I mean a clear 1-2 matchup in this particular game.
Just out of curiosity, how would Tennessee State match up against either one of these teams?
Ooh.
First, Coach Norman have to look at the physicality in the trenches.
Let me say this real quickly. As a coach of 23 plus years of coaching, no coach ever wants his team to be known as a finesse team. That's just not what we do. We are physical, strong, hardcore. So I know I'm speaking for all coaches from little league to the highest level. No coach says no. We're a finesse team. No, because we ain't finesse. We're physical. We're rough. We're tough. Tennessee State, Eddie George did a good job with them this year. I think that it would be a matchup. I don't know if they could play with either one of these two, because I agree with AD. We got the 2 best teams in HBCU 1-2. Tomorrow, it's like my man Carlos just said. Let me say one thing real quick. I want to give a shout out to Carlos Brown for allowing me to be on this show. When he called me, you guys, I said this on our show with AD. I was so ecstatic to say, hey, I'm on the Carlos Brown show. I think I called everybody and I said, hey, I made it. You know what I'm saying, like that. So Carlos, man, I thank you for that. But let me get back to what we're saying. The trenches. The game tomorrow is going to be one of the trenches. Both teams got big offensive line. Both teams are physical. I've been saying that all year long. South Carolina State got to stop Irv Mulligan, though. He's real. And everybody, and they got good running backs on South Carolina State team, but it's something special about Irv Mulligan that you have to stop him. If not, he's going to hurt you. He's that kind of back. He's going to carry that ball 25, 30 times. Jack State knows that. And he gets stronger as the game goes on. Sometimes you'll see a running back at 10, 12, he starts to slow down. Irv Mulligan gets better and faster. So you have to stop Irv Mulligan. If not, he's going to hurt you. But then again, flip that coin. Jackson State, you're going to have to stop South Carolina's run game. They don't have 1. They got 2. They got 3 that they can hit you with. So whoever stops the run game is going to win this game tomorrow. So it's going to come up to a defense, but it's going to be physical in the trenches for sure.
I want to get back to your question, though. And while Coach was over there talking, I mean, I'm just going back through my head. Would Tennessee State give either one of these teams a run for their money? Will Tennessee State wind up with some number 2 votes after it's all said and done, once we figure out who our number 1 is? And the only thing that I can think about is SWAC and MEAC non-conference play versus what Tennessee State face non-HBCU. And if I had to, if that's my data point, I have to give a slight advantage to Tennessee State over that against non-HBCU competition.
So wait a minute, AD, you're saying that you think Tennessee State, if they were going head to head, would be very competitive? And
I think Tennessee State would be competitive. The thing, once again, Tennessee State can run the ball. The question would be for me, what would Tennessee State get from their quarterback play against one of these defenses? I think that would be the thing that if I was to break that game down and forecast that game, that's where I would start at. What kind of quarterback play would Tennessee State get against the Jackson State defense or against the South Carolina State defense?
That's been my bugaboo all year. Just taking at the landscape of HBCU football has been quarterback play.
Yeah, yes,
I mean, we've seen first, second, third string quarterbacks.
Hell, we saw what 4 or 5 quarterbacks in the SWAC championship game.
Right.
I mean,
well, we know Jackson State third string quarterback came in, and it just changed the dynamic of the game.
He did.
But speaking of who has there been a dominant quarterback this year? There's no Shedeur Sanders out there. There's no Davis Richard out there this year. You know, there's no. This year, it's been.
I think not to cut you off, but I think the brother from Clark, Atlanta. I think he's been, pretty successful.
David Wright.
David Wright. At 5'9", 185, and AD hit me to him last year. I'm like, man, I'm not looking at no 5'9" guy. But after that first game I saw this year, I called him back real quick. I said, okay, you're right. That little brother's special. So I think he's been consistent year long.
But he doesn't get the respect that he deserves because not only because he's 5'9", but he's 5'9" at Division II. So definitely nobody on the Division I level
I guess Eric Phoenix will be your closest.
I mean, Eric Phoenix is the best, probably the standard bearer for this year. And then everybody else, we thought we had a quarterback down in Grambling. We thought you guys had a quarterback over at Southern. Hell, we thought we had one at FAM. I guess Daniel Richardson would probably be the number 2 if Phoenix is your number 1.
Yeah,
you got to go with Richardson number 2, and then after that, it's like throw him in a pot. What name you pull out?
Well, let me ask you this: what are your guys' criteria for a quarterback? Can he make the throws when need be? Does he manage the team? Does he have ball security? And I know it's quick. People are quick to go into the portal to get a quarterback, but I long for the days, and maybe I'm in the minority on
development
of getting a quarterback in as a freshman or a JUCO and develop the player.
For me,
are those days gone?
For me, I need more than a manager. I need more than
a playmaker.
I need a playmaker. I need more than a game manager. I don't need a Brett Favre. I don't need a gunslinger, but I need more than a game manager. Okay, here's what I look at. I'm down 1 score in the 4th quarter. Do I have confidence that my quarterback can lead a drive to get me that game time or that go ahead score? That's the intangible that I look for.
I tell you what, let's put a pin in it right there. We'll come back on the other side of this break, and we'll continue this discussion in terms of what are we looking for in a quarterback nowadays. We'll be right back here on the Black College Sports Network here on the Game Time Show.
HBCU football fans, this year's Cricket Celebration Bowl has a new date. A champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th as the MEAC and SWAC champions meet once again. Join us in Atlanta for championship football, interactive fan experiences, and iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit the Celebration Bowl.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
ESPN Events Band of the Year, a title reserved for the absolute best in the world of HBCU marching bands. A season-long competition that culminates in Atlanta on Friday, December 13th. Drum majors, percussion, drill, auxiliaries, musicality. All aspects will be adjudicated by expert judges in the world of college bands. 4 bands will qualify for the big stage, where national champions will be crowned. Follow us on social media for ranking updates throughout the season. And join us at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 13th. For event and ticket information, visit Band of the Year.
All right, everybody. Hello and welcome back to the BCSN Game Time Show, live from the Cricket Celebration Bowl. We are here at Media Day. Not radio, I'm calling it Media Day. I can do that. We have a very special guest. Earlier, we had on Mr. John Grant, and he dropped a name that a lot of folks didn't really know, and that's Mr. Pete Dursitz. Pete, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me today.
Oh, listen, it is our pleasure. And you know what? We're going to make this really simple. Pete is, as John said, this was the brainchild. They sat down, they talked about this thing, and they came up with it. Tell us about your involvement with the Celebration Bowl and why the Celebration Bowl.
It goes back even further to the original activity. I met with Commissioner Thomas and Commissioner Valls at the time, who was at the SWAC. And this goes back 23 years ago.
Yeah.
And we had a suite in Atlanta. I pulled together the meeting, came in, we spent about 5 or 6 hours, and they gave me a good hard 101 on HBCU football, on Challenge Series, on everything from the Bayou Classic to the Magic City Classic, right on through. And we started formulating our thoughts in terms of, we recognized at ESPN that HBCUs were an underserved area and we needed to be involved. And, you know, I'm proud to say your history goes back, our history goes back. You know, it's become more fashionable now for everybody to be involved in HBCU football, but we were there at the early stages. You even beat us to it. So as we look back, we met that time, we created the MEAC SWAC. It was the first game where we didn't have set teams. It wasn't Bethune against FAMU. It wasn't, you know, Southern against Grambling. But what we did is we put the two conferences, and the conference commissioners worked with programming to get the two best match, the two teams. And so we had rotating teams. Yeah. And the thing that really set it apart, and this is a little bit because of some of the things that had gone on 15 years ago, 20 years ago, some of the schools that had played in some of the classics candidly didn't get paid the way they were supposed to get paid.
Right.
And so we eliminated that headache by paying the conference offices the money. And then they handled the money to the schools. So there was never any question that the schools were going to get what they were deserving by contract. So that was the beginning of it all. And continues to have a great run. It's now an early season kickoff classic.
Yeah.
And about, I don't know, 10, 11, probably about 12 or 13 years ago, Commissioner Thomas, the MEAC kept whispering in my ear, you know, we need to think about this. We need to think about it. One thing led to another. We finally pulled it together. I remember sitting in my office in Charlotte. We had a big whiteboard. We put all these different names up on what we should call it. You know, and it kept coming back to the fact that it was really a celebration for HBCU football, a celebration for the fan bases. And what's been beautiful to see is that it's not just for the two teams playing.
Right.
You know, at Mercedes-Benz tomorrow, there'll be alums from 15 or 20 HBCUs. Yeah. You'll walk through, you'll see minimum. You know, you'll see different logos on different, you know, jerseys. And so people have really taken it to heart. And so we made the decision that Atlanta had to be the place. You know, I mean, it just was so painfully logical. You know, you couldn't do it anywhere but Atlanta. We did originally at the George Dome, now at Mercedes-Benz. So the event got the city it needed to be in, it got the stage, and then the two conference commissioners worked hard to make sure we got, you know, the champions. As a matter of fact, the MEAC bowed out of the NCAA, you know, deal to put their champion here instead of sending them to South Dakota or North Dakota for a one shot, you know. And so it's really taken off. And then, you know, one of the real critical pieces was John Grant was the CEO of the 100 Black Men of Atlanta. Yep. And I and chance to meet John as we were beginning the early part. Sat with him. I said, John, I wish we could find a way to hire you, but we can't afford you. And John said, let's keep talking. And so one thing led to another. And John's been the icing on the cake because he has really built the business and just done a remarkable job in growing ESPN's ownership of these events in the greater city of Atlanta.
Charles, before you jump in, I wanted to mention something to folks. A lot of folks didn't realize. As he talked about, the MEAC SWAC Challenge has been going on for you. You start off over in Birmingham.
That's right.
You guys actually allowed us to stream those first two games that they did over there while they were being broadcast on there. So the relationship, like he said, it's been there.
Long time.
And now it's just an opportunity as we move forward and get things going to grow it, because there are more people in the space now.
Sure,
of course, as
absolutely.
you mentioned. But listen, there's so much content out there that can be put aside. But I'm going to let Charles jump in here and get some
You're exactly right.
No, and I wanted to ask this question over the previous 8 years of the Celebration Bowl. It's been nimble, innovative. In the changing landscape of college athletics, how important is it, especially in today's bowl environment, to continue to be nimble and innovative?
Well, I think a lot of this depends. To answer your question, the level of importance, while we haven't been able to officially call it the home of the Black National Championship, everybody assumes that's what it is. It is.
Well, that's what we all call it.
That's what I'm saying. We can't call it that officially because the conferences at one point said it's going to take on that aura. That's what it's going to be known as. So it is, in fact, the national championship for HBCUs. And these are the two preeminent leagues playing at the highest level. So I think what we've seen is we got the foundation at the stadium. We got the right city, the beautiful function at the College Football Hall of Fame. And now what you've seen is different additions. We continue to layer opportunity. And John and his team look for opportunity. So now we've added the Battle of the Bands on Friday night. One of my favorite additions, I think it's 2 or 3 years going out, is the barbershop for the players. I went through there and those guys love it. So you continue to do different things. Originally we were doing stuff at the Georgia Aquarium, for players. So as this continues to evolve, I think you'll continue to see activities layered for fans, activities for players. And as long as the conferences continue to highlight the level of importance, I think the fans will follow. So I think we've got a very bright future, and we're just scratching it, to be honest with you.
Sure.
It's been great.
Did you have anything else?
No, go ahead.
So, I'm always interested in one of the things that we talk about when you talk about the growth of this project and what we've got coming out. Again, we were talking about it a little earlier. Next year is going to be year 10 for the Celebration Bowl.
That's right.
There's some ideas and folks have been trying, getting the things going, doing something with maybe the 2 Division II conferences that are engaged. What are some of the things that you think will be the forward-thinking parts of what we've got going on with this?
Well, we as well recognize, we created the Red Tails Classic to Tuskegee SIAC, to try to really continue to go deeper within the HBCU world for opportunity. And that thing has really worked out extraordinarily well. Tuskegee's brand is significant, in throughout this country. And when I was visiting with them, the leadership at Tuskegee, I learned quite a bit. I didn't realize, but like 74% of every African-American veterinarian had gone to school at Tuskegee, and these are interesting things. And obviously the Tuskegee Airmen are so significant as part of American history. And we had some people really jump in when we talked about it internally. Robin Roberts' father was a Tuskegee Airman who's on Good Morning America, so we continue to look for opportunity. Try to be as inclusive as you can be in terms of it. I don't know what the plan will be. I know 10th anniversary brings in a lot of great opportunity to highlight the previous years, the stars, the coaches. You've seen the winning coaches with their red jackets and the pride they take, what they may do contest-wise, engagement-wise with fans. 10 years is a pretty good, measuring stick that it's going to survive. Most of them fail after 1 or 2. This is going to survive. I don't know what other activities they're looking at, but I know they're never short of ideas.
Well, we are definitely here for anything that you guys need.
Right.
Charge, you had more questions?
Last question that I wanted to ask this in terms of private equity investment. We're starting to hear about how that is potentially on the landscape for colleges and things of that nature. Would that same format sort of take over bowl games as well?
Well, that's a good question. I'm not sure it would because of ESPN's ownership of a significant number. We own 16 of them. And I don't think private equity will impact that. I think the bigger demand is the need for capital at the institutional level. Whether it's facilities on campus, whether it's money, a pool of money to be able to pay players, pay coaches, whatever the issues may be to meet the needs of the settlement, within the legal structure right now. The question ultimately is if you're involved in, if you get involved with that type of structure, what controls do you have? What controls do you lose? And that becomes not an issue for athletic departments. That becomes an institutional issue for the president of the school, for the board of directors of the school. And so I think people are going slow at it. Some might jump in because they have specific needs. Others might be more hesitant because they may not want to give up control.
Sure.
The last thing I definitely want to talk about and see what your thought process was on this, and we mentioned it to John, of course, earlier again. The Celebration Bowl is, I know it's in the top 7. I can remember, there were 4 bowl games that had a better attendance and viewership. But this game is one of the top games. It is not something that we're looking at where it's a small number. It is up there with the bowl games. What would you attribute that to?
Well, I think it's a combination of things. I think it's where it falls on the calendar. All right. It has historically been the first bowl game. And there's a thirst in America for college football. And we've seen it because of the numbers that the ratings have. So I think that's been a real critical piece. I think the perception is that it's a first-class event. You know, it's played in a Super Bowl stadium. It's got all the amenities and all of the activities around it. So I think when fans go and see it in person, when they tune it on television to watch it, they know they're seeing something special. And then, frankly, we've had some great performances in the Celebration Bowl, you know. And so while the HBCUs have really found their footing over the last few years, you know, there was a period of time when it was, you well remember, there was a period of time when they weren't getting the type of athlete that they had historically got.
Sure.
And now that's kind of come full circle. And so it's been rewarding to see. You know, I mean, young man's going to the Heisman Trophy, started at Jackson State.
Right,
you know,
right.
I mean, so it tells you that everybody can understand the value of good competition, good education, and good coaching. And we've been blessed with some great coaches that are great. You know, you talk to the people that have played in the game, that tells everything you want to know about it, because they're always very respectful of what it means, and they represent. I can tell you right now, I've gone to tons of games. Last night I was visiting with some of the players after the event last night, and the quality of young people that are representing these institutions is really outstanding. And they're personable, they're engaged, they realize that they're not doing it just for the MEAC representation or the SWAC or for their institutions, but they really feel it's not a pressure, but it's more of an honor to represent all of HBCU. You know, so that's kind of the way they approach the game. That I've talked to a bunch of the players, and I think they feel that they need to play at that level. So, you know, excited about the future.
Well, great. Well, Pete, I'm going to thank you before Michelle throws something at
Thank
me.
you.
Thank you.
All the best, Charles.
Folks.
Nice seeing you.
But
Thanks,
we're going to
guys.
be getting ready to go. Folks, we'll be back with more right here on the BCSN Game Time Show.
HBCU football fans, this year's Cricket Celebration Bowl has a new date. A champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th as the MEAC and SWAC champions meet once again. Join us in Atlanta for championship football, interactive fan experiences, and iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit the Celebration Bowl.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
ESPN Events Band of the Year, a title reserved for the absolute best in the world of HBCU marching bands. A season-long competition that culminates in Atlanta on Friday, December 13th. Drum majors, percussion, drill, auxiliaries, musicality. All aspects will be adjudicated by expert judges in the world of college bands. 4 bands will qualify for the big stage, where national champions will be crowned. Follow us on social media for ranking updates throughout the season. And join us at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 13th for event and ticket information.
Tickets are on sale now for the 4th annual NBA HBCU Classic presented by AT&T, featuring Morehouse College and Tuskegee University. Don't miss this action-packed event happening at NBA All-Star 2025 and filled with competitive matchup and marching band performances celebrating HBCU pride. See you in the Bay.
Atlanta Hotel at Centennial Park, but we're fortunate that another. I appreciate you acknowledging that this is where the brand began. So this is history in the making. But we look forward to have everybody over. One more thing, I mentioned Black Santa, but we're going to have Santa throughout the season here. So if you're interested in coming to check out the decor, taking pictures, and enjoying some time with Santa, come visit the property. We'd love to have you.
So all you local Atlanta folks, you know where to go to find you a great Santa at a great location. It'll be some amazing stuff. You'll love it. Again, please go check out the hotel. We'll be seeing you there because we're planning on staying there this year. So we're going to be there having a lot of fun again. Again, folks, stay tuned. Stay with the show coming back up. And we know that on the 15th, which is the Sunday, following the Celebration Bowl, I believe it's at the New South Kitchen again. You guys are going to be doing a brunch.
Yeah, so there's a slurry of activities, I would say, that we always we like to put our foot in Christmas first off, but when you pair that with Celebration Bowl, we do some unique activations and programming throughout that entire weekend. And one of them is that we will have a Grinch Who Stole Christmas. There may an appearance of the Grinch that'll pop into that, but really some again, our chef has done a fantastic job of curating a menu that's obviously worth that occasion or worthy of that occasion. And there'll be some characters that'll pop in. There'll be some Santa, obviously sightings at that brunch as well. And I think it's just fantastic for people to come into our space. Our hotel is fully decorated, activated for the season. And we look forward to having everybody not only come in and enjoy the hot chocolate, enjoy the brunch. We've got a lot going on over the course of that weekend. In addition to Black Santa is going to be here, obviously celebrating Celebration Bowl as we bring him in every year as part of the weekend activities. We also partner with Barack and Michelle Obama Academy, so that Friday heading into that weekend, we bring in the kids choir. They perform for all of our guests here.
That's right.
And we also bring in their dance team. And so these very talented kids, they come from obviously Barack and Michelle Obama Academy, a school that's doing really, really good work. We're fortunate to feature them here, put them on a pedestal, give them a really good VIP experience, but also they come in and entertain all of our guests as part of that occasion and that weekend.
Oh man, that sounds like fun. And I do remember those guys from last year. That was an amazing situation to see those kids out there having fun. But listen, guys, if you haven't booked your rooms already, get into the Omni. Get into the Omni before all the rooms are gone for that weekend. It is a great hotel. It's right there in the middle of everything downtown Atlanta. And look, you see, our brother is the one who is in charge, the head man in charge. Right. And we're definitely looking forward to it. What's your new chef's? Because the New South Kitchen is something that's actually new to you guys. That wasn't there last year, correct?
So, it was there last year. We rebranded it, coming really into COVID. And so it's now being reintroduced to the community, given some of our slowness and just ramping up out of the pandemic. But Anthony Bordeaux is our chef there, our executive chef, doing a fantastic job. It is an open kitchen concept, a beautiful dining room, windows all the way around. You know where you are. You get that sense of being in downtown Atlanta. And
sort of like your office here, where
exactly.
We see the beautiful backdrop of downtown Atlanta.
Exactly, yeah. So we look forward to having people come in and not only enjoy his cuisine, but just the atmosphere as a whole. It's really, we're really excited about the offerings there, really year round. But these specialty dinners, whether it's the brunches that we do over the holidays, and certainly these wine dinners that we've been fortunate to kick off with our partners, it is just a fantastic experience that we hope people take advantage of.
Okay. Well, listen, I'm going to have to make an early trip down there to see, because we'd love to do a live broadcast from the brunch if possible.
Yeah.
We actually have a Sunday morning show that we do after that, and we can use that to close out the HBCU football season, because you all are a great partner with the Celebration Bowl, so we really appreciate everything that you and your hotel does as it relates to the HBCU space. So we definitely want to make sure that we get in if we can feature that. But we will, and I'm having one of those brain farts right now. The sports bar is called
Top Draft Sports Lounge.
Top Draft. I don't know why I was going to say. I knew it was draft, but I was going to say something completely out of the way. But we're going to be broadcasting live from Top Draft this year while they are open. That was one of the things last year we did our broadcast. and the space was closed. But folks, this is a top tier, great location. The sports bar is amazing. Again, another one of those panoramic, picturesque, what do we call it? Chamber of Commerce views from the balcony deck area out there where that's out at the restaurant. Man, we are looking forward.
Look, I'm a little biased, but I would say it's one of the best views in downtown Atlanta. Just that entire, especially in the evening when the lights turn on in the city, it's activated. It's a fantastic view. It's a fantastic experience. We've got a great staff there that's willing and able and ready to take care of everybody who comes through. Details about all of our programming. Find more details.
All right, everybody. Hello and welcome back to the BCSN Game Time Show. This is Roy Evans. Wilson, pull your headset down. And we're going to get going as we get folks going and get started with some stuff. Before we jump in here and I introduce a couple of these extra faces that you all are very familiar with and haven't seen, I want you guys to understand the significance of why I've been running that interview with Mr. Ramon Reyes, who is the general manager here at the Omni Hotel. Mr. Reyes is one of 3 black general managers in the Atlanta area. Okay. And you're in the hotel. Right. So we understand that the Omni is one of the gems of the Atlanta hotel chain. Absolutely. And that is a brother who's doing that. And we want to make sure that we get that information out there. So those of you who are out of town, parts of large organizations, if you are looking for somewhere to bring your organization and your events, they are literally connected to the Georgia World Conference Center. And they've got great meeting spaces and everything. But as we just said, man, we got some folks who are regulars.
No, I was just saying, let me talk to Brother Reyes.
Yeah, there it is. Exactly. He gets it going, man. Yeah. We've got some folks here that y'all are familiar with. Sitting next to me first is Miss Keisha Kelly. Hey, Miss Kelly.
Hi, how are you?
We're doing good. And, of course, a regular adjunct professor on the lab, Mr. Wilton Jackson the third. So we're gonna make sure we get that in there going. How you guys doing, man?
I'm doing good. Glad to be here.
All right. Well, listen, we're gonna let y'all jump in because we know everybody's got stuff to do. We're not gonna hold you long. But get in and tell us what your experience is like. You guys are here with our folks from HBCU Plus.
Yep.
Shout out to your boy Hardy. What happening, man? Because I know you're watching. So, but let's y'all talk about what you got going on and what you started. I mean, what's this like for you, Keisha?
Well, honestly, I've been around Celebration Bowl since 2015. And so being able to be a part of that inaugural up until this point, being able to cover it since then, I've watched it grow. So it's different experiences that they have added, including the band of the year. So it's probably one of the biggest things that they've added. This will be my second year actually covering. So, being able to see just grow from that Alcorn, North Carolina A&T time up until now, seeing different schools in it, being able to, these young men being able to be, to experience the different things, the Hall of Fame, to do team building things. I think it's great, but for me, it's more so of seeing these young men that deserve to be here, 2 teams that actually deserve to be in Atlanta. I enjoy seeing them being celebrated at the end of the year.
All right, Wilson.
So for me, I started off as a fan coming to the Celebration Bowl around that 2015, 2016 time. So I started covering the Celebration Bowl in 2021. So this is my 4th Celebration Bowl covering. It's been some iconic memories, man. You start talking about the Jackson State, South Carolina State game 2021. I mean, my gosh, the Travis Hunter catch. I mean, I didn't think that catch was going to be coming like the way that it did. 2022 Celebration Bowl, even last year with FAMU, with the Rattlers. I know you were, excited about that. Just a little bit. And even this year, like Keisha kind of alluded to it, like you got 2 really, really great teams that are talented on both sides of the ball. So it should be an interesting and really exciting game tomorrow.
All right. Charles?
Yeah, I wanted to answer, and like you said, both of y'all have been affiliated, looking at this game, but just how has the city sort of embraced the Celebration Bowl?
Listen, this is the chocolate city, okay? So of course I'm here in Atlanta, and so you get to see how it kind of just evolves all the time. So it's so much to do in Atlanta, but to see the city actually embrace so many things, and I think everybody gets excited about it because everybody can get to Atlanta. That's the thing. You start in Atlanta, you end in Atlanta. So everybody's excited to get to Atlanta. You have all these different events that are actually going on now. We know it's going to be some parties that they're going to put the Celebration Bowl tag on.
It's a day party going on right now.
Like, that's not even a part of it. But the city is excited about it. Even when I was in my office, they were like Boys and Girls Club. They were even talking about it in the office. And I think even, children being able to see this is what they could be. And they're looking up to these athletes, seeing this is what they could, be a part of one day. I think they are. But it's a lot of people that are now talking about Celebration Bowl. And it's so funny because when you tell them that you're a part of media and that you're working with it, like, really, what? I was like, yeah, y'all see two sides to me. But we'll leave that for another day.
I think Atlanta for me is like my second home. I come quite often. And Charles, we talk all the time. There's a big faction of SWAC fans and specifically Jackson State fans in the city of Atlanta. It's a big faction of South Carolina State fans in Atlanta. So tomorrow, when we're in Mercedes-Benz Stadium, it should be a fairly decent crowd. Like, I was over on the sideline today in Mercedes-Benz, and somebody from South Carolina State said they were expecting about 20,000 fans from South Carolina State.
Wow.
And, you're right. Get me correct. 22,000 fans. And we know that Jackson State travels well. So you're talking about easily 45,000 in Mercedes-Benz. So it's going to be a really good game. And I think that the city of Atlanta, to Keisha's point, it's a very, very much African-American city. So bringing a game like this, the two teams competing for an HBCU championship, it doesn't really get much better than that. No doubt.
All right. Well, guys, like I said, we're not going to hold you guys up. We're going to let you go ahead and get on out of here. Before we get ready to go, Drew, just continue to run that interview when we close out that we had. But I just want to say one more thing. Shout out to my barber, Bronze, down at Urban Blades on the corner of Salem Road and
I know what that is.
Kirkland. My man comes, you got to go check them out. They dope down there. They get look. That's what. But you see how neat and trimmed I am. Look. Those who hang around know that it don't look like that normally. So my man had to get me right because I knew I was going to be on camera today. So we get it in. But hey, you guys, thanks again, man. Listen, we love having you on the air. Absolutely. Keisha, we keep talking to you. I'm gonna get her one time to get over here regularly. We're gonna do some stuff. Mr. Bishop, you're about to get out of here too, so I know you guys are gonna be going out. Folks, we're going to be back with more. Of course, we got the South Carolina State Bulldogs coming up soon. You're watching the BCSN Game Time Show live from Media Day at the Cricket Celebration Bowl.
Top draft, New South Kitchen, the menus, and all the offerings that are available. So I would recommend anyone, direct their attention to that website for more information.
All right. Once again, the general manager, Mr. Ramon Reyes of the Omni International Hotel. It's not the Omni International, it's just the Omni Hotel.
That is the original name, the Omni International Hotel. Okay. But today, our brand now is Omni Hotels in our property, Omni Atlanta Hotel at Centennial Park. But we're fortunate. That's another. I appreciate you acknowledging that this is where the brand began. So this is history. All right. To make it, but we look forward to have everybody over. One more thing. I mentioned, Black Santa, but we're going to have Santa throughout the season here. So if you're interested in coming to check out the decor, taking pictures, and enjoying some time with Santa, come visit the property. We'd love to have you.
So all you local Atlanta folks, you know where to go to find you a great Santa at a great location. It'll be some amazing stuff. You'll love it. Again, please go check out the hotel. We'll be seeing you there because we're planning on staying there this year. So we're going to be there having a lot.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
HBCU football fans, this year's Cricket Celebration Bowl has a new date. A champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th as the MEAC and SWAC champions meet once again. Join us in Atlanta for championship football, interactive fan experiences, and iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit the Celebration Bowl BCSNbowl.com.
When it comes to professional learning, teachers deserve better. From the leader in online learning, Stride brings you the Stride Professional Development Center, an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that gives teachers choice and flexibility, allowing them to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. It's time you take charge of your learning. Visit us today to get started.
Tickets are on sale now for the 4th annual NBA HBCU Classic presented by AT&T, featuring Morehouse College and Tuskegee University. Don't miss this action-packed event happening at NBA All-Star 2025 and filled with competitive matchup and marching band performances celebrating HBCU pride. See you in the Bay.
At AutoMasters LLC, our mission is to serve our community by providing quality automobiles at affordable prices. All of our vehicles are inspected and certified to offer you the confidence in knowing you have a quality vehicle. Our goal is to provide you with a seamless process and positive experience for your automobile purchase. Financing recommendations and specific vehicle inquiries are available at your request. You can find us at www.automasters06.com and follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Also, please feel free to contact Terrence Miles at 601-927-7794. And oh yeah, tell him Sonia sent you.
ladies and gentlemen, is bam, there they go. Carlos, how's it going, brother?
It's going pretty well. It's exciting to be in Atlanta. It's been a couple of years for me. Atlanta's still the same, busy. A lot of things are going on.
A lot of things going on. All right. And of course, again, you guys know Coach Rossi's been popping in. And of course, you're familiar with him from the BCSN Sports Wrap on a regular basis. Coach, how you enjoying yourself over here?
Man, I'm ecstatic. I've met some great people today. I feel elevated. The Black House Sports Network has been a friend of mine, so I'm trying to be a friend of theirs. They've introduced me to a lot of good people. Today has just been awesome. I mean, I can't say enough about what's been going on. I've met ADs, I've met coaches, I've met history, and I'm just feeling great. I know this is what I want to be a part of to continue the legacy. Like I say, I'm ecstatic is the word I got. And so, hey, let's do this because I'm just like, wow, I'm in awe right now. Like, okay, let's do this.
All right. Well, cool. Listen, I know you guys were in a little bit earlier on the conversation as it relates to the football game and things, and you also talked a little bit about the bands. Carlos, we both can have a similar conversation because my Rattlers aren't here, your Jaguars aren't here. What do you think? We'll let you start off with your team. What do you think your team needs to do to make it here next year?
Well, that's an interesting question. I think more stability at quarterback. I think Jalen Woods, who started in the Bayou Classic, he missed the championship game. He was in concussion protocol.
Wow.
Yeah, he's young, redshirt freshman. I think the sky is the limit for him as far as getting things done. Also, offensive line, I think they need to consolidate a little bit more and get better, get more physical. That's that word again. I keep using the word physical, Coach Norman.
We don't like finesse.
Yeah, and they made some replacements in the offensive line with a freshman and a redshirt freshman. And they replaced the center. Defensively, they just want to replenish the defensive line. So that's where they're at. They're trending upwards. But
as Carlos likes to say, they are trending upwards.
Yeah, and then special teams, they have to continue to get better with that. But this past year was this past year. They need to look forward to having a more successful season. And Coach Norman, I don't know if you can be. Well, I guess you can be a little bit more successful. You won the West. The next step is getting to the championship like they did this year, and then the final step is winning it. But your team is getting better. Other teams are going to get better as well.
All right. Well, Coach Rossi, I want to get since you're a non-biased party in this situation, if you had a chance to look at Southern, and what do you think they need to do?
I think that they need to continue to run the football. They got a big physical offensive line.
Coach, bring the mic up towards your head. We're not hearing you.
Okay, my fault. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, I think that they need to continue to get better, run the football. They got good running backs. They got a big physical offensive line. I think they got a duel at quarterback. I'm still set with T-Set, but I'm not the head coach. I know they got Uden and they got another guy over there, so that could be a battle open. But to me right now, as long as they continue to run the ball and play good football, I think we got no doubt we should be seeing Southern here next year. Terrence Graves, as a coach, we always say we want to pick up where we left off at. So he was 7-4 correct this year, 8-5.
8-4.
Okay, 8-4. So you always want to add 2 to that last number as a coach. You challenge yourself like I was 8 last year. I need 10 this year, and you take it to your coaches and you take it to your team. And you push not physically, but you push mentally. You push hard in spring, you push hard over summer, you push hard in fall camp. And you say, fellas, we have to get better because I want to be there next year. Deion said something that was exciting to me, and I hate to bring him up because I know people get upset. But when he was here before he took that state job, he said on that field, he said, I'm here next year. He was here next year. So he challenged himself, he challenged his coaches, he challenged the team. So I think Coach Graves got to go do the same thing. Like, hey, we need to be there next year. Challenge yourself, because that's where it starts. You the head coach. Challenge your coordinators, your coaches, because you hired them, and challenge your team to get better. Find your quarterback. Me, I run a 2-quarterback system. Some people say that's wrong, but I don't care. I've won a lot of games with it. But you got a good running game, so build on your running game. And as far as band go, I'm going to stick to my horses. Langston has the best band.
All right. And for those that don't remember, we actually had Langston under contract that did a bunch of their games out there. So we've seen that band out there for Langston. And just, hey, that's a great team out there.
Thank you.
with Coach
Quentin Morgan.
Quentin Morgan.
Yeah, he's doing a good job for us.
And you know what? I'm gonna be so mad because I can't remember Masara's name right now. I'm having a blank just because you said it. The AD.
Janita Drain.
Rogers. Drain Rogers.
Yeah,
Yep. Yeah. Janita. Hey, Sarah. So there it is. We were out there doing some stuff, man. Really enjoyed it. So yeah, Langston is definitely part of this process. So again, folks, if you're tuning in and you got a question you want to ask either one of the guys or ask any of us, then bring it in. Drop it into the chat. We're gonna get some things going.
Roy, if I could say something real quick, not to cut you off, but before we left the last segment, they were talking about quarterbacks. Me and Carlos had a chance to speak about it. Me, myself, a quarterback to me is the kid that we saw at, and I'm a big fan of this kid here, the kid from Alabama A&M, Xavier Langford, and across between the guy from Arkansas Pine Bluff. That right there is a guy who can run, he can throw, he's smart, he's under pressure. You take Xavier Langford, how many times did his coach put him in late in the third, fourth quarter, and the man came up with 2-3 touchdowns? That's a quarterback. That's a Joe Montana. That's a John Elway type guy that can drive down the field. Everybody rails around that guy. The athlete is the guy from Arkansas Pine Bluff. That kid there is just a pure, complete athlete. And so when I get my chance to get up front, and hopefully it's going to happen soon, that's what you're going to see from me. You're going to see a cross between Xavier Langford and Makai, I forgot his name, but something like that. But the kid from Pine Bluff, that's what a quarterback should look like in this era of football moving forward.
All right.
Well, for the record, he's in the transfer portal. Pine Bluff's quarterback and the receiver, that dynamic duo.
Oh, wow.
On the transfer portal. Wow.
Well, you know what? That's a great thing that you brought up there. Let's go ahead and jump into a little bit more of that. Carlos, talk about it. There are 6,000 plus student athletes in the transfer portal. What is going on with football today?
Well, I always like to look at the past, and you know, Coach, the scholarships were, when you signed, it was a 4-year deal. Now it's renewable every year. And so we're in a culture now within the society that it's a quick fix, quick gratification. So if they're not playing, then they're going to get a transfer portal. And I know some people say, well, the coaches have always been able to do that. You know, they can sign a class and then they get an opportunity to go to another coaching job. They can do it. But with that being said, if you got 6,000 student athletes, there's not enough spots for them. And I talk to parents all the time who have kids that are athletically and academically very good. If there are offers from the D2 level, you take it because it's a number game. 6,000 student athletes, you're not going to have that many slots. So, I mean,
not only the transfer portal, but you know they got this new thing, the NIL deal. And I want to go back to what we said last week on the show with the Black House Sports Rap with Brian Fulford and AD Drew. I said I don't like the NIL deal. I think it's hurting the modern day game. But no longer the scholarship and opportunity to get better and graduate, move into the real world is good enough. We have to increase to these kids that we don't all go pro. That window is so small. Get you an education and get ready for the real world. The real world is the 9 to 5. You can be a doctor, you can be a lawyer, you can be a judge, you can be a football coach, you can be almost anything. But to be a professional athlete, that's everyone's dream, but it's so small. So I'm thinking NILs and portals hurt us, especially as HBCUs, because not everybody wants to go to an HBCU unless grandma and grandpa's pushing that. And so, like I told you last year, FAMU shows up to the house, and I'm at Norman University, and FAMU offered you 65. You got to outdo 65. Otherwise, they're not even going to let you in the door. You know, so the opportunity to get a scholarship and move forward and get a degree, that's on the back burner. I want to know what you're putting on the table right now. I think it's hurting college football. Once again, the amateurism is gone because once you pay a player, he's no longer an amateur. He's a pro. Once you get paid, you're a professional. So that hurts us as HBCUs because we can't compete with Ohio State, Notre Dame, and Georgia's. You know, they have special funds. They're building for NIL. They're allowing that stuff. So we have to figure out what can we do to help. But right now we're getting hurt. So we have to depend on the portal. And that's why I said I just don't like the portal, but we have no choice at HBCUs but depend on the portal and the junior college level. I'm a junior college guy myself. So you go find a guy with 2 years left, and hopefully he's not looking for that bag, but he's looking for that opportunity to be successful. But right now, that bag in front of everybody's face, it's like a donkey with a carrot. Everybody chasing that carrot, which is that bag, and it's like, and I'm just shaking my head like, wow, okay, are we losing? Are we defeating the purpose of what this game is really about at the college level? So, you know, we got to get back to it. We need some help. And I don't know where it's coming from, but we need some help.
Let me jump in there because I'm going to tell you why I slightly disagree with you. I actually think a lot of this is going to be beneficial to the HBCU space. And I say beneficial to the HBCU space versus the rest of the FCS marketplace. Because let's be real. The Power 5 football players have been pros for the last 40 years. Trust me. And I'm from Miami. In the 80s, those players were getting paid. In the 90s, those players were getting paid at your top tier program. So let's not, the NIL, the reality of the NIL is not new. The only thing that's new about it is the fact that everybody now can participate in it.
True.
So before you had to be, and we'll just use the star system because it's the easiest thing that people recognize. You had to be a 4 or 5 to get paid before.
Yes.
Because what was happening? You've got 3 5-star quarterbacks waiting to play at the University of Alabama. You know, because that's where the money was at, and that's what they were doing. They weren't doing the thing. But see, now the thing is, these kids don't want to wait anymore. People don't want to. Your top tier athletes are not going to sit behind. You're not going to have 3 deep of 5-star players sitting on a position. So now that's going to push the players back, and they're going to continue to go because, of course, some of these kids are going to go to the top tier programs. And listen, that next group of 5, they do not have the history nor tradition that we as the HBCUs have. Now, with that being said, we as HBCUs have to step up. We have to get our facilities to a base standard across the board for our Division I programs.
I agree.
And I mean, when I say facilities, I'm not talking about just our football facilities, your baseball facilities, your training facilities, all of those things. We've got to get ready to get going. So we're actually going to get ready to take a break. Carlos, was there something else that you wanted to say in this?
Well, at Southern University, Coach Banks, the director of athletics, he talked about collectives and the cost of attendance, something that you can do right now to try to combat what's going on. But if you look at it, it's the haves and the have-nots.
Yeah.
And so how can, to your point, you laid out part of it, what HBCUs need to do. But to do something right now, it's going to take alums to also give back as well. But collectives and cost of attendance can help right now, short term, and then long term, as you said, facilities updated. And once you get the players there, develop them.
Listen, holler at the Black College Sports Network. We've been in this thing 25 years strong. We got some ideas, folks. But hey, check it out. We want you guys to stay tuned. We're going to take us a short break, and we're going to come back with some members of the D9 organizations. The National Panhellenic Council folks are stepping in, and we're going to do some things here to have some conversations. We'll be right back right here on the Black College Sports Network's BCSN Game Time Show.
HBCU football fans, a champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th. MEAC champions, SWAC champions, the Cricket Celebration Bowl, crowning an HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
ESPN ESPN Band of the Year returns to Atlanta on December 13th. 4 marching bands will qualify for the big stage, where 2 national champions will be crowned. Follow us on social media for rankings updates throughout the season. And join us at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 13th. For event and ticket information, visit bandoftheyear.com.
Morehouse College and Tuskegee University men's basketball teams were selected to compete in the 2025 NBA HBCU Classic presented by AT&T. The 4th annual NBA HBCU Classic will be played in the Bay Area as part of NBA All-Star 2025 and will once again celebrate the rich traditions, on-court athleticism, and commitment to excellence of the HBCU community. For tickets, visit nba.com/all-star.
At Automasters LLC, our mission is to serve our community by providing quality automobiles at affordable prices. All of our vehicles are inspected and certified to offer you the confidence in knowing you have a quality vehicle. Our goal is to provide you with a seamless process and positive experience for your automobile purchase. Financing recommendations and specific vehicle inquiries are available at your request. You can find us at www.automasters06.com and follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Also, please feel free to contact Terrence Miles at 601-927-7794. And oh yeah, tell him Sonia sent you.
Tickets are on sale now for the 4th annual NBA HBCU Classic presented by AT&T, featuring Morehouse College and Tuskegee University. Don't miss this action-packed event happening at NBA All-Star 2025 and filled with competitive matchup and marching band performances celebrating HBCU pride. See you in the Bay.
All right, everybody. Hello and welcome back. It's the BCSN Game Time Show. We are live from Radio Row here at the Celebration Bowl. Of course, the other part of the Celebration Bowl that everybody is super excited to see is the Band of the Year competition. This year, that Band of the Year competition is now title sponsor by Red Lobster. And now, listen, y'all see this young guy sitting over here next to me. This young fellow that we have sitting here. And the crazy part is, Adam O'Lakin. I've got the last name.
Hey,
and
nice job.
I'm going to let him get
He's
the
been
first
practicing.
name.
Don't let him fool y'all. He's been practicing back here. He nailed it.
I really have. This young man is the CEO of Red Lobster. It is a pleasure to meet you, young
Likewise.
man.
Great to meet you. Great to meet you.
Give us your full name again.
Yeah, Damola Adam O'Lakin.
Damola
You got it.
Adam
I didn't
O'Lakin.
even need to do that. You nailed it.
So we
well done. Well done.
So listen, let's start off. Let's talk a little bit about yourself, man.
Okay.
We're the young brother, and so
Okay.
I'm going to tell you, it's interesting. I lived in Orlando for 15 years.
Okay.
Where we initially headquartered this.
Okay.
Very familiar with Johnny Rivers.
There you go.
I'm sure you've had an opportunity to meet Mr. Rivers.
Absolutely.
So to see another young brother like it yourself, but I mean, first
There's
of all,
others too. Clarence Otis. We've had some great leaders.
So
yeah,
definitely.
absolutely.
Now I am curious, how old are you?
I'm 35.
The CEO of one of the largest seafood restaurants that we have known for years, that is a family staple in our community.
Yeah.
35 years old, man.
Absolutely.
Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, man. Before this, I was, what'll trip you out is I was 30 when I took over PF Chang's as CEO.
Right.
So
I was going to say, I remember seeing that. Yeah.
Exactly. So I was CEO of PF Chang's before this. Before that, I worked in finance at private equity and hedge funds on Wall Street. Yeah, man, a college football player, big fan of the game.
Okay.
Excited to be here. Excited to I went to Brown.
Ivy League Brown. So
Exactly.
I did a little bit.
It's a little bit of research. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
What position?
So I played corner.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
It's
right,
more fast than big, but we got by.
All right. Where are you from originally?
I'm Nigerian originally. In the
okay.
States, I grew up in Illinois and Maryland.
Oh, nice.
So I was, playing high school football in Maryland back in the day.
Nice. What part of Maryland?
Columbia is the name of the town. It's like 30 minutes from DC, in between DC and Baltimore.
Okay. My college roommate was from Fort Washington, Maryland. Went to Friendly High School.
Okay, I know Friendly. We played them. We played them.
Okay.
We played against them. We ran track against them. Good school, good athletics. That's cool, man. Small world.
All right. So let's ask this question. What brought you into the restaurant business. I mean, what got you to be the CEO of PF Chang's at 30?
You know, so I was like I said, I was working in finance. I was working at a hedge fund in New York, and PF Chang's was up for sale when I was 29. So this has been a year before, and I pitched the deal to my bosses to buy it. Right, so I led the deal to buy PF Chang's. So we ended up owning it. And once we owned it, you know, it was my idea, so it becomes my problem, right? So I had to kind of figure out how to make sure that the deal worked out. So that involved me going out to Scottsdale, getting involved in the operations. I became chief strategy officer. I joined the board, and then one thing led to another, and then COVID happened. Right. My brilliant idea wasn't looking so brilliant, so I had to go down and make sure that it all worked out. So I stepped in as CEO. That was in 2020, April. And yeah, the rest is history. I've been in the restaurant, you know, strictly restaurant since. So
nice,
yeah, it's been great. Yeah.
So what brought you to Red Lobster?
Well, so we had a lot of success at PF Chang's. You know, it was similar in a way. You know, iconic historical brand that needed some work, and we came in, we did that work, and we got the business where it needed to get to. And it was a good outcome for everybody. The business is healthy. People are doing well. We're employing more people. We grew to $1 billion in sales.
Wow.
And so, you know, after that, maybe I got the hospitality bug, but we wanted to see if we could do it again, right? And so Red Lobster is an iconic brand for the entire country, but for our community especially, right? It's got a long history with our community. It was bankrupt when we were looking at it. It was already in bankruptcy, and we wanted to save it, man. We wanted to bring it back. We bought it out of bankruptcy, so I'm stepping in to run it, and we're gonna make it great again, right? That's the whole idea. We're gonna make Red Lobster back to what it used to be, an iconic brand that's there for people, that can employ people, that can feed people, and be around for generations to come.
All right. Well, and you talked about it is, of course, everyone in our community knows that. What was the impetus for wanting to get involved in the celebration?
Well, you know, it's just what you said, right? This has been a long-standing relationship between Black America and this company, Red Lobster, right? You talk to people that have been around since Red Lobster opened. That's been the case since almost the very beginning when Bill Darden opened the first one, 60 years ago. And so this is a relationship that already existed. I just wanted to be more explicit about it, right? I wanted to come in here and say and speak to the people that have fueled Red Lobster for all these years, right? And say, hey, we're proud to sponsor the HBCU Celebration Bowl. We're proud to sponsor the Band of the Year. We're talking directly to our customers and directly to the people that have made this company great over the years, right? So it's been there. I'm just talking about it a lot more, right? And I think that's important.
Well, cool. Listen, man. When we talk about Black excellence on display at Celebration Bowl, the young man who embodies that, you know, we are extremely proud of you. I remember when I looked at your first information, I'm like, PF Chang's at 30.
Yeah.
And here's the funny part. I was wondering what changed at PF Chang.
Yeah.
Because I used to not like PF Chang.
Yep.
And a few years ago, a friend of mine was like, no, come on, let's go
Check
back.
it out. Yep.
And I was like,
yeah, good.
Well, look,
we're doing the same thing. Exactly.
Brother's running it. He's doing a good job with it.
And in the spirit of celebration, talking about Red Lobster and celebration, we're going to celebrate all the fans that come out to the game, that come out to the Band of the Year. If you come out to the game or the Band of the Year tonight, you come to any Red Lobster in Atlanta, and we'll get you free hush puppies with your purchase, and that's through the whole weekend, right? So we've got free hush puppies for everybody. Come to your closest Red Lobster. There's 8 in Atlanta, so pick one, and we'll take care of you guys.
Listen, somebody probably said, don't do the Cheddar Bay biscuits because you'd run out.
Well, you know, we'll get you. You can get some biscuits while you're at it. You know, you don't have to choose, but no, that's going to be a fun time.
All right. Well, again, CEO Adam Olakin,
good
Red Lobster, right here, man. Thank you for your time.
It's a pleasure.
We're going to take us a break. Come back. We've got our D9 folks who are in the building. We're going to get ready to start talking to some of them and continue the conversations as we wait for the South Carolina State Bulldogs to come in. This is the BCSN Game Time Show. We'll be back right after this.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
HBCU football fans, this year's Cricket Celebration Bowl has a new date. A champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th as the MEAC and SWAC champions meet once again. Join us in Atlanta for championship football, interactive fan experiences, and iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
When it comes to professional learning, teachers deserve better. From the leader in online learning, Stride brings you the Stride Professional Development Center, an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that gives teachers choice and flexibility, allowing them to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. It's time you take charge of your learning. Visit us today to get started.
HBCU football fans, a champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th. MEAC champions, SWAC champions, the Cricket Celebration Bowl, crowning an HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the BCSN Game Time Show. Again, I am Roy Evans, and now we can have the conversation with some men from the greatest fraternity walking God's green earth.
The greatest.
Members of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. Brother Chris Ray, our international president. Brother David Turner, international first vice. How are you brothers doing?
We're good. We're at the Celebration Bowl. We're here in Atlanta. We're getting ready to see a couple of HBCUs get together, go head and head, and see who is going to rise to the top. I'm in a good place right now.
All right, Brother Turner.
And we get to start with one of our brothers.
Oh, of course.
So
3 for the founders, baby. 3 for the founders.
It only took 3.
To say.
It only took 3. It only took 3.
So let's start off here with a conversation about you all and the D9 and your involvement with the Celebration Bowl and the activities that are going on here. What are you guys looking to do, and what's the purpose of us being engaged with this?
So when you think about historically Black colleges and universities, you can't say them in the same sentence without having the Divine Nine as a part of that conversation. 9 historically Black fraternities, sororities, 5 fraternities, 4 sororities, that has been a critical part of the dynamics of these organizations and our culture for over 100 plus years for the majority of the organizations. And so when you think about the Celebration Bowl, it's like you can't have the HBCU, basically national championship, and not include the Divine Nine. And so and this has been an evolution for us, a growth for us, our engagement, where we're now making sure that we are, national presidents are coming. We make sure that we get, that we have a presence here. When we leave here today, we're going to be doing a community service event. So, we want to make sure that our presence is known and to show what our collective power is. We're in conversations now with making sure that we increase that imprint. Next year, we want to have a D9 town hall summit type opportunity here. So, we really want to make sure that we're helping to drive the conversation around black folks, historically black colleges, and what our issues and needs are in our community.
Well, listen, we are definitely here to help facilitate any of that, any way that we can, and to help move some things forward. Brother Turner, you got anything you'd like to add about what was just said?
No, I just want to commend President Ray. Over the last few years, we've kind of increased our engagement with the Celebration Bowl, and not just from a just a presence perspective, but really, again, letting our presence be known both at the stadium, but also in the surrounding communities as well.
All right. Well, listen, folks, and one of the things that I would be remiss if I did not mention, and you know how we do, and you know what our thought process is, we are just as strong as our weak link, and we are all here to help each other in the sense of the growth and the sustainability of HBCUs here at the Black College Sports Network and the Jericho Broadcast Networks. Mr. Ray is also president at Barber Scotia College, who is on a resurgence. He has taken on that responsibility to help bring back one of our HBCUs because we were losing them. When I was in college, there were 130 left.
Wow.
We're at 106 now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And so we're going to get some things. Tell the folks a little bit about what you got going on over at Barber Scotia.
Oh, my goodness. Well, for those who have never heard of Barber Scotia College, we're the second oldest HBCU in North Carolina, the 17th oldest HBCU in the nation. It was the first HBCU founded in the South for Black women. So before there was a Spelman, before there was Barber Scotia College. It's the place where Mary McLeod Bethune went to school at and graduated.
Wow.
And we were it was a seminary school for girls, for black girls, and then eventually we became a women's college. And then in 1932, we merged with another all-girls school that was out of Alabama called Barbara Anniston. And that's how we became Barber Scotia, because we were Scotia Seminary, then we were Scotia College for Women, and then we became Barber Scotia. And then in 1954, we became co-ed and went from there. So in 2004, the school lost our accreditation. And so we have, been on this path trying to get back. And in July of last year, the Board of Trustees gave me the honor to step up and to help with the resurgence of it. The school has never closed. We've always had students. We've always had classes. But of course, when you don't have accreditation, you don't get access to federal financial aid.
Right.
We have the ability to confer degrees on individuals, but payment is out of pocket, right? And so I get an opportunity, and this is why I took the job. Everybody says, well, Chris Ray, why did you take this opportunity? Because I get to take a college that was founded in the 19th century, reimagine it in the 21st century, and leave all of our HBCU bad habits in the 20th century. We're getting an opportunity to reimagine the entire landscape. I have to rehire the entire college. And so you're talking about personnel, you're talking about infrastructure, you're talking about new applications. And so we can be modern in how we think. And so we are literally laying the groundwork for what I believe will be the most modern HBCU in the country in the next coming years. Just watch us rise.
All right, there you go. How can people contact you, your website, if they want to donate and help be a part of your process in this resurgence and this regrowth?
Absolutely. I would encourage folks to please go to our website at www.b-sc.com. .edu. I'm saying .com. .edu. b-sc.edu. And then, of course, follow us on our social media pages on X, on Instagram, which is B Scotia 1867. B Scotia 1867. But if you Google us, Barber, don't forget the dash. Put the dash in there. Barber dash Scotia will pop up, and you just click on there, and and I'm asking anyone who's out there who's listening, please whatever you can give as we continue our rise, and sometimes it's not even about money, right? You may have access to a network to someone else who, we need everything. We need everything. I just have a company yesterday that reached out to us that's getting ready to deliver. They're going to outfit our entire library with brand new furniture.
Wow.
All new furniture for our library.
Nice.
So I'm open and game for whatever you guys have and see what we can do. I mean, I need architects, I need civil engineers, folks who can, just give of their time and talent to come and look at our infrastructure, look at our school. I'll accept any of that.
And folks, listen, this is your opportunity to be a part of something that is bigger than yourself, something that goes back to 1867. That, one of the HBCUs that was put out there and the things that we have to do. If we don't take care of our own, nobody else is going to do it.
That's right.
We've got to be the ones to step up and help with that. So go donate. If you've got some time, you've got some talents, reach out to the university or to the college, and they will definitely listen and see what you've got going on. Brother Ray, thank you again. So it works out great that we get the Sigmas in first on this.
Always.
Brother
always.
Turner, we're going to go ahead and take us a quick break. We have more members of D9 coming up that are going to talk about their activities and their participation here with the Cricket Celebration Bowl right here on the BCSN.
It won't be as good as ours.
No, not at all. The BCSN Game Time Show. Thank you.
All right.
HBCU football fans, this year's Cricket Celebration Bowl has a new date. A champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th as the MEAC and SWAC champions meet once again. Join us in Atlanta for championship football, interactive fan experiences, and iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit the Celebration Bowl.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
ESPN Events Band of the Year, a title reserved for the absolute best in the world of HBCU marching bands. A season-long competition that culminates in Atlanta on Friday, December 13th. Drum majors, percussion, drill, auxiliaries, musicality. All aspects will be adjudicated by expert judges in the world of college bands. 4 bands will qualify for the big stage, where national champions will be crowned. Follow us on social media for ranking updates throughout the season. And join us at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 13th for event and ticket.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
HBCU football fans, this year's Cricket Celebration Bowl has a new date. A champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th as the MEAC and SWAC champions meet once again. Join us in Atlanta for championship football, interactive fan experiences, and iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
When it comes to professional learning, teachers deserve better. From the leader in online learning, Stride brings you the Stride Professional Development Center, an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that gives teachers choice and flexibility, allowing them to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. It's time you take charge of your learning. Visit us today to get started.
At Automasters LLC, our mission is to serve our community by providing quality automobiles at affordable prices. All of our vehicles are inspected and certified to offer you the confidence in knowing you have a quality vehicle. Our goal is to provide you with a seamless process and positive experience for your automobile purchase. Financing recommendations and specific vehicle inquiries are available at your request. You can find us at www.automasters06.com and follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Also, please feel free to contact Terrence Miles at 601-927-7794. And oh yeah, tell him Sonia sent you.
Tickets are on sale now for the 4th annual NBA HBCU Classic presented by AT&T, featuring Morehouse College and Tuskegee University. Don't miss this action-packed event happening at NBA All-Star 2025 and filled with competitive matchup and marching band performances celebrating HBCU pride. See you in the Bay.
Reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
ESPN Events Band of the Year, a title reserved for the absolute best in the world of HBCU marching bands. A season-long competition that culminates in Atlanta on Friday, December 13th. Drum majors, percussion, drill, auxiliaries, musicality. All aspects will be adjudicated by expert judges in the world of college bands. 4 bands will qualify for the big stage, where national champions will be crowned. Follow us on social media for ranking updates throughout the season. And join us at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 13th for events and...
everyone, and good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Top Draft Sports Bar at the Omni Hotel downtown Atlanta. It's here. It's Celebration Bowl weekend. When you look on the screen, I believe that would be from your left to right or your right to left. We've got no, we're not. We're going to start with the ladies first just because he said something about FAMU a few minutes ago. Coach P, Alabama State's in the building. Coach P, how you doing today?
I'm excellent. How are y'all doing?
Doing well, doing well. And, of course, getting ready, kicking in with us a little bit before we get into the lab, Professional Bishop. How you doing there? JSU's in the house. And, of course, A.D. Drew, the Rattler Golden Tiger in the house. How you doing today, man?
I'm doing all right. You know, this used to be my favorite softball coach. I'm still gonna root for her, except for that 1 3-game series every season.
You know, this season we have 6 games. We have
All right, so
3 at home and 3 away.
So that's 2 3-game series that you will not have a fan. I want you to know that.
That's all right.
I got
That's
you the
all
rest
right.
of the season, though, Coach P.
That's all right.
That's all right.
All right.
All right, guys. And we know this is what the Celebration Bowl is all about. HBCUs coming together to just be able to enjoy family, enjoy the culture, and do everything that we're going to be doing. A little bit later, before we get off and get ready for the lab, we're going to get Dr. Paul Bryant, who's been a longtime friend, the Alabama A&M AD, because I know some folks got some questions. We gonna have some. No, don't put him on the spot already. Yeah, right. But we're
How
getting
many
in.
LinkedIn requests he done got?
I know, right? We're getting ready, but of course it's about the game that's coming up this Saturday. The Tigers of Jackson State University, #1 in all of the HBCU polls that we know of, going against #2 South Carolina State from the MEAC and the SWAC, battling it out for supremacy. But before we get into the game, because we're going to ask Coach about the game, let's talk a little bit about some softball. Gentlemen, take it away.
Obviously, I am still heartbroken over you leaving us on the highest of 7 hills to go to the Gump. But how has it been in Montgomery for you with the Alabama State program? The transition both personally and professionally. Seriously, how have those gone for you over the last few months?
Honestly, I think that anytime as a coach that you have to leave the players that you've recruited, the program that you've helped build, a program that you've been part of for 8 years, it's hard, it's tough. But Alabama State, Montgomery, the Gump, as you called it, they have really embraced me. They've been nothing but kind to me. Anything I've asked for, they've accommodated me. They've given it to me, which is nice because you don't always get that as a coach, especially as a non-revenue sport. So it's been great so far. The athletes have really responded well to everything that me and the coaching staff have asked them to do. We're ready for this season. We know that our toughest games are probably going to be against Florida A&M, simply because that's where I came from. Also because we did win the Eastern Conference Championship last year.
And you know the talent down there because half of it is yours.
And the talent, and because I did recruit most of that team down there, so I know what they have. But I'm excited because I do know that the team that we have at Alabama State, we're going to be able to compete at a very high level.
And that's one of the things I wanted to follow up on in terms of talking about the talent. And one of the things you've seen, at least over the past, at least 5-6 years, is just the infusion of talent into the SWAC. But where are the hotbeds in terms of recruitment when you take a look at softball in the SWAC?
Oh, man, I don't want to give all my secrets away, but the hotbeds, honestly, for recruiting, Ocala, Florida. Like, if you're not recruiting in Ocala, Central Florida, then you're missing out. Of course, Miami, South Florida, Atlanta always has great talent. Atlanta and the surrounding areas. I'm biased because I'm from North Carolina. So North Carolina, we have a lot of hidden gems up there that I've really been trying to tap into. And then Birmingham area, Texas, and California, of course.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And for somebody who lived in Alabama, anything north of I-20 is going to be good for you versus south of I-20. You talk about somebody who coached and umpired softball in the state of Alabama on the high school level for a long time.
It's different. I'm learning that the state of Alabama, they haven't really put as many resources into softball and the young women as I think that as we could. So one thing that we're looking to do this year and the next couple of years is to make sure that we're pouring resources into Montgomery and surrounding areas south of, as you said, south of Birmingham, south of I-20, to make sure that we're cultivating better relationships with the community, and that we're also able to help increase the knowledge and softball skill set of the players in those areas.
That's a great question. I want to follow up softball skill set, like the camps and things of that nature. What are you attempting to sort of put in place at Alabama State now to really enhance the softball playing in the state of Alabama?
So we're really trying to make sure that we have a lot of camps. We're inviting people from the local communities and the state of Alabama as a whole into our facilities so that they can interact with our players, interact with the coaches. They have a chance to see what it's like to play at the college level. And then we're also providing skill sets, some instructional camps for them. January 11th, we actually have our second prospect camp that since I've been there. So really excited about that. And then January 12th, we're actually having a community camp. So we're inviting everybody, whether it's you're young, old, male, female, know what softball is, don't know, have no idea what it is. We're inviting you out to interact with our team and to be able to learn what softball is and how we can help it build in our community.
Coach, what dates were those again?
January 11th and January 12th.
Prospect camp on the 11th, community camp on the 12th,
Correct.
if I heard that correctly.
Yep.
Alex Weiss, give her a call.
Listen, they are very familiar. We were just down with minority softball prospects. We were just down on their campus at their facility. And look, I know you probably had a conversation with that young lady who was hitting all those bombs out into the parking lot.
You know I did. The only thing that's holding me back from recruiting her is that she's actually committed to West Alabama, and we respect verbal commitment. So we want to make sure that she goes there. She has a great experience. But the transfer portal is always open.
It is.
All right, Coach. Let's kind of pivot towards while all of us are here in town as we get to the football game at hand. You came from Florida A&M last year. Obviously, we know FAMU is for another 48 hours or the defending HBCU National Champion. But I wanted to ask this from a non-revenue sport perspective. When your football team on campus is doing the things like Florida A&M last year did, like a Jackson State is doing this year, like a South Carolina State this year is doing, do you as a non-rev sport, is there jealousy? Is there envy? Is there a sense of pride? How do not only the coaches or the players feel with that? Because we know football already sucks the air out of the room as far as the attention goes. That's just a natural thing. But when you're on a championship run, it sucks even more air out of the room. So how do non-rev sports feel when that's going on your campus?
Coach, before you answer that, Drew always trying to start some trouble. Go ahead.
No, I'm not trying to start trouble, but
he said revenue versus non-revenue. Football versus softball, right? Knowing that we don't have the same pool. But honestly, as a non-revenue coach, it's inspiring because it shows us that there are bigger and more opportunities for us as non-revenue sports than maybe what we see in front of us. So knowing that last year at Florida A&M, when we had the chance to come to the Celebration Bowl, knowing that, Willie Simmons and his team, that they were able to win it, it trickled down to us. It showed us that anything is possible, that even though, it was our first time coming to the Celebration Bowl, our first time really having the big stage, being able for the nation to see us as we know we are, it just really was more inspiring than anything. There was
All right. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the BCSN Game Time Show as we are live from the 2024 Cricket Celebration Bowl Media Day. Again, continuing our conversation with members of the D9 organizations. We have the gentlemen, the Iotas in the building.
Yes,
How y'all doing today?
Yes,
Let's get you to introduce yourselves, going from left to right.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Craig Spencer. I am a MEAC former football player. I played at Morgan State University, and I currently serve as the International Grand Secretary for Iota Phi Theta. Glad to be here.
All right. And I'm Dr. Sean D. Housen Sr. I am the 23rd International Grand Polaris. I went to a PWI, though. Okay, so I got to make sure I put that out there. But love the Celebration Bowl. So far, I've been exposed to a lot. So looking forward to a great time. All right.
And good afternoon. My name is Kevin Bennett. I have the distinct honor of serving as the executive director of Iota Phi Theta Fraternity Incorporated, and I too went to a former MEAC member, Hampton University.
Okay, all right. I don't want to say, I am a rattler. Yeah. So we're going to keep going. Many years of having those conversations with those folks up there in Hampton and Morgan. So, sure. And listen, being a member of a D9, you're still a part of the culture, so it doesn't matter. We're needed all over the place.
Indeed.
Sure.
But there is something special about an HBCU experience.
That's true.
So, gentlemen, let's start the conversation off, and don't worry about looking at me. We look at the camera to talk to the folks. Tell us about first your involvement with the D9 organizations and what you guys look to accomplish and be a part of with this Celebration Bowl partnership.
Well, when it comes to the Celebration Bowl for us and Iota is to help continue to get the word out. You know, I was saying before at another interview, we still have an opportunity to really let our communities know that, hey, we're celebrating us. Okay. And not too many of our communities know that we're doing this. You know, they still see if you will, the normal distribution of college football, but now we have the opportunity to continue to grow and this network and show our communities, hey, we're taking care of our own. We're showcasing our people what we can do. So Iota's is continuing to put that word out there.
Yeah, and if I can add, the Celebration Bowl. I mean, it's a culmination of the top two schools in the MEAC and SWAC, and it's bringing a lot of new people to the HBCU sports. A lot of eyeballs, a lot of people in the seats. And we feel it's important as members of the D9 to be a part of that, to be a part of that exposure, to be a part of the growth. And the Celebration Bowl continues to grow each and every year. And we feel it's important that as an organization, Iota Phi Theta Fraternity Incorporated, along with our D9 partners, just continue to show that we bring a lot to the table, and we're putting our best foot forward.
Okay.
I would add that this is like a surreal moment, an opportunity for Iota Phi Theta Fraternity Incorporated. You mentioned the D9 family. I was fortunate enough to be a part of the inauguration, ceremony when we became the 9th organization, and we went from the Elite 8 to the Divine 9. And 5 of our living founders at the time were there. And to see them to achieve the goal of the organization that they founded, that they named Iota Phi Theta Fraternity Incorporated, to be present, taking that next step to be a part of the MPHC, and then now to watch that grow, and here we are, at the Celebration Bowl. Certainly over the years, we've made a significant contribution scholastically, financially, mentoring, just making a positive impact in the communities that we live in and serve. And so sometimes you got to kind of slow down and back up a little bit and just say, wow, we're doing our part.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have much more to do, and we're committed to doing that. But it's a celebration internally as well, as much as it is externally, as it relates to the football game and the experience that the alumnus and the team members are going to have. I mean, it's a great day, and greet them, if you will.
Right.
And we're just glad to be a part of it.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about and tell the folks a little bit about some of the things that you guys are doing as an organization. If you have any particular programs that you want to let folks know about, or how they can engage with you and things that you've got going on.
One of the major projects that we're pushing is the Aura Lee Smith Foundation project, where she's helping curing cancer. So it's a big initiative for us, and we're trying to raise funds for her to be able to take this out more globally. Okay, so it's one of our big initiatives. We still support St. Jude's.
Right.
We still support Red Cross and a few other initiatives. But as I said, the biggest one is trying to find that cure for cancer.
Okay. All right. Now, is there somewhere? Is that something on your national site that people can find, or is there a process to get to that?
Yes, absolutely. You can go to www.iotaphitheta.org. On our homepage, we have what are called sliders, and you will see, our orally slider, where you simply can click and make a donation. We actually have a raffle going at the time. We have 3 drawings. One has been held already. The next one is January 20th. So if you haven't purchased it, your Christmas present for somebody, instead of getting them a lottery ticket, get them a raffle ticket because they could win a valued $3,500 computer system. And then our last drawing will take place in July of 2025 with a family vacation package. But I just want to say, how do we get there? Because cancer is a serious thing, and last night, after all of the festivities, I was watching ESPN, and the V Foundation, came up, the promotion of the V Foundation, and it hits home because Stewart, who was an Alpha brother who passed away, he made a basic statement that was actually true, and he said cancer is hitting everyone that's in this room. In some form or fashion, it's hitting you. So you may not have it, or a family member of yours may not have it, but somebody does. They may not even talk about it. I will tell you, as a person that does have a family member that's dealing with it, it's a horrible experience. And I would, ask individuals to make that $30 donation to help. And Orly is on the edge of being able to do human test trials. The requirement is per the federal government to raise $10 million to be able to begin doing human trials, as she's already successfully done trials on mice with one dosage, no radiation, no chemo, and the mouse was cleared of the cancer. So imagine if you are, as a potential contributor, if you can say, we help get Orly to that threshold to be able to now do the human trials, and we start, being able to cure people. What a difference. I can go on forever. So I stop
and if I can add real quick, you often hear the term cancer sucks, and that is a very true statement. And I have a personal testimony. I survived prostate cancer 10 years ago. So I'm a living witness. Early detection is very, very important. And I would encourage all of our African-American men, our sons, our fraternity organizations, to make sure that you're tested and get tested early. And many times when you detect it early, you have a better chance to survive it.
All right. Gentlemen, I want to thank you for taking the time out to sit and speak with us today. Again, members of Iota Phi Theta. Let's see. So what school did you go to?
I went to Northern Illinois University.
Okay, I actually have a couple of friends that went to Northern Illinois. See, there you go.
Husky. So that's
there you go.
Do they have a band?
They are HBCU-ish.
That's what HBCU.
U-ish.
What's
right.
Wait. What's the new one? HBCU adjacent?
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Okay. I mean, listen. Here's the funny thing. There are a lot of universities out here that are what they now consider minority serving. They don't take the HBCU term, but they do minority serving. As an example, Georgia State right here in Atlanta was 70% black.
Wow.
A lot of folks that know that. Georgia State now graduates more black people individually than any other university in the country.
Outstanding.
Wow. Yeah.
Outstanding.
So listen, we can always we're around everywhere, and listen, our community is still the culture. No matter where you are, you're still a part of the culture.
Well, they said Deion Sanders is turning Colorado into an HBCU.
Yeah, no, that ain't happening. Gentlemen, again, thank you. Folks, we're going to be back with more members of the D9 organizations coming in to talk. We're going to put you back on, let you check out a little bit more of Dr. Cavil's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab last night, live from Top Draft. We'll be back right after this.
Like I said, inspiring, and the trickle-down effect is something serious. So when our players saw our football players on the big stage, they saw them on ESPN, they saw them being celebrated, they saw them, getting whatever they wanted. They said, oh, that's possible for us too. And I think that kind of actually helped us propel to that Eastern Championship for the SWAC tournament last year.
And all the way to the championship.
All the way to the championship.
So when we look at the trickle-down effect in terms of Florida A&M, that branding aspect in terms of them being on the national TV, that opens up recruiting a little bit more for you?
Oh, a lot more, because they see national champions. They don't care if it's HBCU. They don't care if it's FBS, FCS. They see national champions. they know that, hey, like if I go to Florida A&M, even if I play softball, I have a chance of being a national champion.
Sure.
So what I would love to see from a softball standpoint is if we can kind of take the same model that football has as far as HBCU and Celebration Bowl being the HBCU National Champions, and kind of incorporate that to have we have like a HBCU National Softball Championship.
Sure.
We're working on it, Coach.
All right. Hey, I hear you.
Black College Softball World Series.
I love it.
We are working
I love
on
it. I know me and Shaky, or excuse me and Kevin from JSU, we have talked about it. We're trying to, start some things to put that together because, like Division 1, Division 2, even Division 3 and NAIA softball for HBCU is really big. We have a lot of talents being overlooked. And so we want to be able to bring that to the main stage and be able to show people that we are still a Division 1 program, that we still have wonderful softball players who can compete on a national stage.
Let me follow up on that because there's been this debate that we've always had, playoffs versus our own thing. Obviously, the Celebration Bowl is our own thing. We just saw the run in, I don't know if you follow Division II football, but we just saw the run that Miles and Virginia Union had in Division II football. But we know in in basketball, softball, baseball, 9 times out of 10, when we get to the NCAAs, we one and done, or in your case, 2 and done.
Oh, yeah.
How Dr. Veal said, 2 and barbecue.
2 and barbecue.
2 and barbecue.
Barbecue. That's what happened.
So given all those dynamics, do you feel like the coaches at this level really want us, like, we need to do our own? Because obviously, if we do it right, we can make more money, because going to the NCAAs costs us money 9 times out of 10.
It does. Well, first of all, let me say he is trying to start some stuff, but I'm going to answer how I want to answer it. I think that the first thing we need to look at is, why is the SWAC and the MEAC always seeded the 15th and 16th seed out of everybody? We're looking at other teams who have less wins, who have more losses, who aren't playing as decent competition as we are. But yeah, we still always end up the 15th and 16th seed, and we had to play the 1 and 2 seed. I think that's something we need to look at as the NCAA and also as HBCU culture. And I do think that it would be better and more beneficial for us to have our own thing. One thing that happened, during segregation is they said that, like, segregation could actually hurt and harm our Black culture more than it could help us. Now, do I think that's correct? I don't know, but I do think that now being in this present time where we do see HBCUs being pushed to the forefront, we do see our Black athletes wanting to choose HBCUs over PWIs. I think it's the time that we build something for ourselves.
Sure.
We have the HBCU, what used to be the Heritage Bowl, but we now have the Celebration Bowl. I think that in all sports we can have something like that where we can actually show the Division 1, Division 2, Division 3, NAIA, even JUCO, that our HBCUs can actually thrive at this level, and when we're playing each other, that we can actually elevate, and we can even have a bigger presence than what we have right now as simply innate NCAA schools.
Well said.
I completely agree.
And let me ask this question. I mean, pivot to looking at this game culturally. What does the Celebration Bowl do for HBCU culture and just the spotlight being on the SWAC and
I mean, how many other football games do you know where we would have JSU, ASU, FAMU, Alcorn, Miles, who will all be in the same space celebrating the fact that we're all wanting to have a champion of HBCU?
Yeah.
You don't see that at all games. Like normally it's ASU versus JSU. Normally it's ASU versus FAMU or vice versa, whatever. But being that we had the Celebration Bowl, it's a chance for all of us to come together and not only celebrate, a champion, but celebrate the fact that we have the means to be able to have our own bowl. How many other people can say that they have a bowl that was created for them, for their specific race, for their specific HBCU culture, for their specific PWI culture? Nobody else can say that.
Sure.
You have the SEC championship, you have the NCAA championship. That's cool and all. We still have our SWAC championship, we still have the MEAC championship, but then we have a bowl that celebrates us and what we're able to do. I think this is one of the largest events where you get to see schools and supporters from across the nation come together and say, hey, like we want this one team to win, but regardless of who wins, we were celebrating the fact that we have created our own space for us to be celebrated. And I think that's a big reason why it's called the Celebration Bowl. It's because we're celebrating ourselves.
All right, Coach, we got about a minute and a half left in this segment. So I want to give the mic to you and have you sell softball, sell your program, sell whatever you want to sell. This is your 90 seconds.
Oh man. Well, I can sell a lot. Well, first of all, I want to sell Alabama State. come to the Gump. I know it sounds kind of crazy, but come to the Gump. One thing I realized is that going from FAMU to Alabama State is a lot less chaotic. It's a lot more peaceful in Montgomery than it is Tallahassee. I love FAMU. I will always love FAMU, but there's something about Montgomery that is just very peaceful. So if you decide that you want to play softball, you want to play softball at a high level, Division I, HBCU softball, contact me. My I'm not going to give my phone number. My email is cpatterson1025@alasu.edu. Second thing I want to promote is we are having camps. We have 2 camps coming up in January 11th. We have our prospect camp. We have our prospect camp. All right, somewhere down here, I guess. Yep. And then January 12th, we have our community camp. So if you're somebody, parent, grandparent, players, just somebody who's like, hey, I want to know what softball is. I want to interact with the ASU softball program. Come to our community camp. It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter your skill level. Come to our community camp. We want to invite you out to spend time with us as a staff and us as players. And then we also have a major event happening in June. I can't give you the dates yet because we actually don't have them set, but in June, we are having what we call a Diversity Diamond Summit. So it's going to be 2 days where we are incorporating not only the physical aspect, but also the mental aspect of softball. And for all athletes, want to invite you to that, you can go to diversitydiamond.com and you'll be able to find that information there. But hey, I mean, if you want to come play for Coach P, you got to come to Alabama State. I know you want to go to FAMU. It's okay to switch your decision. Come to us. Black and gold looks good on everybody. Black and gold looks good on everybody. All right, orange and green looks good on
Black and gold
everybody.
and he can attest to that.
Yes,
Mr.
I can.
8x8 himself.
Very much so. Mr. 8x8. Yes, if your daddy's an alpha, come to Alabama State.
All right, hold on, Roy. Last thing. Where they send the money when they want to support?
If you want to support, simply go to alasu.edu. Click on softball or athletics, and then click on softball. There's a button that says support. Click on that, and it'll take you directly to a link. You can give as much money you want to. Right now, we are working on building a new stadium. We have the best facilities in all of SWAC softball, really all of HBCU softball, but people get mad at me when I say that. But we want to continue to upgrade our facilities. So if you want to put any money towards Alabama State, please go to our website, and we will gratefully take your money. Any money. You can donate, and you can donate too.
Of course.
I appreciate your donation.
I get my loose change, my jingle change.
So listen,
All
the
change
couch
count.
money.
Any pennies
Couch
count.
money.
Yeah.
So let me say this.
Pennies, dollars.
All right, everybody. Hello and welcome back to the BCSN Game Time Show. We are here now with the MEAC champion representatives for the Celebration Bowl. The South Carolina State Bulldogs are in the building. We're going to let Coach Rice sit here with us, but gentlemen, please introduce yourselves.
Go to my right. To my left, we have
Diego Addison.
To my right,
Nick Tace.
All right, gentlemen. So talk to us a little bit about what it's been like. Now, first, let's start off with the conversation here. Are both of you, how long have you been at South Carolina State?
I got here in the spring, and I think he's been here. I've been here the entire time. So I was here on the 2021 team.
So you're here. All right. Well, let's start with you then. Let's talk about that, coming from a legend of a coach that is Buddy Pough to now with Coach Chinnis Berry. What has that transition been like for you going into at South Carolina State?
It's been a memorable transition. You know, no transition is ever easy. Especially, somebody coming in, but both legendary coaches in their own right. Of course, Coach Pough, we all know what the success he's had at South Carolina State, and then now Coach Berry in his first year and the success he's now having, and what he's able to now be able to build on in the future coming on. So the transition has been amazing. Challenging, but challenging in a good way.
All right. Now, as someone who's been in South Carolina this whole time, with a lot of new guys, you guys had a lot of turnover coming in with Coach Berry this year. What was that like for you to be? Listen, if you're here on this date, that means they still consider you and look at you as one of the leaders on this team. What has it been like, and what have you been able to impart in those new guys that have come to South Carolina State?
The new guys that were brought in, they've been a great addition to the team. Great, humble guys ready to work, do whatever it is that the team needs. No egos. And then the guys that was already here, we've already built a foundation. And Coach Barry has challenged us and helped us to become better in terms of leaders and putting us in position to be here today. So the people that was already here is about 28 of us that was still here from the 2021 season. And,
Oh, wow.
So it's just been an amazing ride and just growing into leaders. That was the biggest thing.
Okay. Young man, the new one. Tell us your name again.
Diego Addison.
Diego. So, Diego, what is it like? Now, where did you come from?
I came from Benedict.
You did come from Benedict. I was about to say, you look familiar, wasn't sure, and had to make sure.
Yes, sir.
Because we've been following, we've been doing your games the last 2 years. So, what has it been like for you making that transition from D2 up to D1 and then being able to have the success that you guys have had?
Well, it's been different, because right after the fall, we get in here in January, and then we're gelling off what they have going on. They already have their own foundation. They've been here, so we just trying to mesh, come together, and build something new. But it was a great process, when you're out there conditioning and it's 30 degrees, like that really bring you closer and stuff.
All right. Now, what positions do you guys play?
I play free safety.
I play offensive line.
Play offensive line. So now one of the things that
shout out to the big fellas.
One of the conversations that's been going on is really going to be about what's going to happen on the O lines and who's going to be able to impose their will. And so what are you this is going to be the only game plan. I'm not going to ask you no game plan and stuff, but talk to me about a little bit about how Coach Barry has prepared, his staff has prepared you for tomorrow's game.
Simple. Just he emphasizes it's never about the other team, it's always about us. So we just gotta work, focus on the minor details, the minute things, not getting bored with the process, the things needed to win. He tells both O-line, D-line, it starts up front. And the first thing, the keys to it is, first, communicating with one another. Everybody knowing their assignments, what they have to do. 2, non-negotiable is playing with amazing effort, straining through your blocks, finishing your blocks. If you're OL, getting off your blocks and running to the ball if you're D-line. And then after that, just executing, bringing it all in together and just trying to go 1-0 each play, win each play. That's basically it.
All right. Diego?
Well, for us on the back end, it's just about, limiting big plays and stuff like that. They're an explosive team, but we know our front end is going to hold up. We just got to hold up on the back end.
All right. Tell me what it's been like playing for Chinnisberry. You as a first-year player, I'm going to let you start first, and then we're going to come back to Diego, somebody who's been with him for a minute.
Playing for Coach Barry has been a unique ride. I say that. He's a very high-intensity guy. He demands the best every single day, and he cares about you. So when you have a coach that just really cares about the players and doing everything he can to bring the best out of each player, meeting the players where they're at, not trying to, do too much, but develop them and help them grow as a man. And then from that, they'll, whether it's on the field, off the field, become better. So it's been amazing, and I'm honored to be able to play for Coach Barry. And I'm just excited that I was able, this being my last year, to be in this position.
Yeah.
Well, I committed to Coach Barry out of high school, so I've seen the whole picture since my freshman year all the way till now. And I think it should show a lot about Coach Barry when he left Benedict and a bunch of players traveled with him. I wouldn't rather want to play for any other coach than Coach Barry.
All right. Ready to last coach, you got a question you want to get in?
I do, fellas, real quickly. What's it been? 3 weeks before tomorrow that you guys have been off?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, starting with my man to my left. Tell me what's the 3 weeks been like till from the time of the last game till tomorrow? What's it been like?
Well, we've been just trying to sharpen us and work on us, because like he said, it's always on us. It's never on the opponent. And then we got a little time to get the people that was banged up back healthy.
Yeah.
A little Thanksgiving break, but then we've been back locked and loaded since.
For you, my friend, big fellas in the I'm an O-line coach myself. So what's it been like for an O-lineman from the last game till tomorrow? What's it been like?
From the last game to tomorrow, right now, the past 2 weeks, probably that first week after the last game was more so just everybody getting healthy and getting their legs back under them, a 13-week schedule isn't easy for nobody. So just try and get everybody as healthy as possible. And then the Thanksgiving week and leading into the SWAC championship last week was just studying both teams, really trying to learn each opponent. And then after the SWAC championship, knowing who our opponent is now, so just getting ready for the next team.
Okay. One more question. One more question, real quickly. Both of you guys can answer it. Are you guys ready for tomorrow?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Good luck to you guys.
All right.
Appreciate
there you go. We're going to be back with more right here on the Black College Sports Network.
HBCU football fans, this year's Cricket Celebration Bowl has a new date. A champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th as the MEAC and SWAC champions meet once again. Join us in Atlanta for championship football, interactive fan experiences, and iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app and enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
ESPN Events Band of the Year, a title reserved for the absolute best in the world of HBCU marching bands. A season-long competition that culminates in Atlanta on Friday, December 13th. Drum majors, percussion, drill, auxiliaries, musicality. All aspects will be adjudicated by expert judges in the world of college bands. 4 bands will qualify for the big stage, where national champions will be crowned. Follow us on social media for ranking updates throughout the season. And join us at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 13th for event and ticket information.
At Automasters LLC, our mission is to serve our community by providing quality automobiles at affordable prices. All of our vehicles are inspected and certified to offer you the confidence in knowing you have a quality vehicle. Our goal is to provide you with a seamless process and positive experience for your automobile purchase. Financing recommendations and specific vehicle inquiries are available at your request. You can find us at www.automasters06.com and follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Also, please feel free to contact Terrence Miles at 601-927-7794. And oh yeah, tell him Sonia sent you.
Tickets are on sale now for the 4th annual NBA HBCU Classic presented by AT&T, featuring Morehouse College and Tuskegee University. Don't miss this action-packed event happening at NBA All-Star 2025 and filled with competitive matchup and marching band performances celebrating HBCU pride. See you in the Bay.
Like that
All right.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Hello and welcome back to the BCSN Game Time Show. We are here live as we continue our conversations with the South Carolina State Bulldogs in the building. Joining Coach Ferrazzi on the table next is
Coach Kevin King, special team coordinator.
All right, Coach. How are you feeling today?
Everything good, man.
Look, I like that, Coach. Coach Kevin. Coach got a little pep in his sound.
Yeah, he's excited.
Listen, we always know that the special teams is what people call the third area of the field, but special teams can turn the game around. So we just gonna jump right into it.
Yes, sir.
Tell us about what you guys are looking for. Well, let me ask you this question first. How long have you been at South Carolina State?
This is my first year. I came with Coach Berry.
You came over from Benedict.
Yes,
so
sir.
yeah, that's somebody again. somebody who we've been following for the next couple of years. So we've had an opportunity. Our folks who watch the Black College Sports Network have had an opportunity to watch Benedict over the last 3 years and see what you guys have done on special teams. And you are one of the teams that has had a pretty good special teams. What is your philosophy first?
The philosophy and the main thing we preach here at South Carolina State on special team is we want to be a fountain, not a drain. Yes. We want to be the reason we win games and not lose games. And the way we do that is by winning the field position and taking full advantage of every opportunity that we have. You know, the coaching staff, I think my offensive coordinator, my head coach, and my defensive coordinator, they do a good job. We preach here that if you can't start on special teams, you can't start on offensive defense. So our good guys got to be on special teams one play. We got one play mentality. And if you can't play on special teams for one play, you can't play on offensive defense. So we preach that, and our guys buy into it, and they do a really good job of, you know, doing what we ask them to do on special teams.
Okay. Now, I like that. You have to be a fountain, not a drain. That's a new one. I hadn't heard that one before. So what are some of the things with as much game planning that we can't talk about? What are some of the things that we might be looking forward to?
I can say this. You're gonna see a team, a special teams unit that's gonna play discipline. We're gonna be fast, we're gonna play smart, and we're gonna play physical at the end of the day. That's the four things that we try to preach every single day. Every time we step on the field, special team, we're gonna play smart, we're gonna play fast, we're gonna play physical, and we're gonna be disciplined.
Coach, you have any questions?
Yes, Coach. I'm a special teams guy myself.
Yes, sir.
So take me from the last game till tomorrow. How is special teams? How you been doing to get them ready for tomorrow?
Oh man, one thing that we're gonna always work is punt. I truly believe, you know, punt is one of the most important special teams. If you get a punt block, the chance of you losing the game is probably like 98%.
Yes, sir.
So we work that every single day, and we just put the guys in the mindset of you know, it's a one play mentality, so we got to go hard all for just one play. It's 6 seconds a play. A play. So if we can go hard for that, with them 6 seconds on this one play, we put ourselves in a chance to win the game. And like I say, we go back to the four things that we preach: play hard, play fast, play smart, and play discipline. That's just what we do here at South Carolina State.
One last thing, Coach, before I let you go.
Yes, sir.
My man may have something else, but one last thing, Coach. From one coach to another. Ready for tomorrow?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I want to add, this is a question that we're going to ask this question, man. Listen, we've had just privilege of interviewing Coach Berry on so many different occasions. And whenever I have a new person on the crew with us that talks, everybody literally says the same thing after they finish talking to him. I wish I had some eligibility left so I could suit up. Talk to us about what it's like being a coach under Coach Chinisberry.
Oh man, it's like on the job training, man. I had the privilege of actually playing for Coach Berry at Southern University. He was the offensive coordinator when I played defensive back there. Okay. So I know Coach Berry for a good little time. But it's you see a person that works. There's nobody going in the world that's going to outwork him. But you see him how he carries himself every single day. The way he dresses, the swag he has, it's something that you got to pick up on. I see myself now. I try to buy as many suits as I can to try to be like Coach Berry, man. But he does everything the right way. He's a first class guy, and you'll love to work for him, man. Anybody, he's demanding now. He's demanding, but he does everything the right way, and he loves the coaches and the players.
Good.
All right. Well, listen, speaking of that, Coach, before we let you go, is there anything that you want to say to Bulldog Nation about tomorrow's game?
Go Dogs. That's all I want to say. Go Dogs. 1-0.
All right. Well, we're going to take us a short break, and we're coming back with the head man himself, head coach Chinisberry, right here on the Black College Sports Network.
HBCU football fans, this year's Cricket Celebration Bowl has a new date. A champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th as the MEAC and SWAC champions meet once again. Join us in Atlanta for championship football, interactive fan experiences, and iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
ESPN Events Band of the Year, a title reserved for the absolute best in the world of HBCU marching bands. A season-long competition that culminates in Atlanta on Friday, December 13th. Drum majors, percussion, drill, auxiliaries, musicality. All aspects will be adjudicated by expert judges in the world of college bands. 4 bands will qualify for the big stage, where national champions will be crowned. Follow us on social media for ranking updates throughout the season. And join us at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 13th for event and ticket.
All right, everybody. Hello and welcome back to the BCSN Game Time Show. Right now, we are joined by someone who is no stranger to our fan base, head coach Chennis Berry of the South Carolina State Bulldogs, formerly, of course, of the Benedict Tigers. Coach, how you feeling?
Hey, man, I'm amazing, man. How about yourself? Good to see you, brother.
He ain't even said 3 words. I'm already ready to suit up.
Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you, too. Coach Rossi, I'm going to let you go ahead and start off as we're waiting for a couple of players that are going to join and we'll get some stuff going.
Coach Berry, just want to say, hey, thank you for what you do for us at HBCUs. I watched you since you was at Southern, then Benedict, and now I'm a coach myself, 23 years. I'm trying to break into black college football. I went to Langston University, so I played black college football. And I just want to ask you a couple quick questions. First thing, as a coach, from the last game till now, how's been preparation?
Well, we're about 3 weeks, since we played. And, for us, because we didn't know who our opponent was going to be.
Yes, sir.
So what we wanted to do was just go back to, fundamentals,
yes.
man.
Yes.
Hat placement, pad level, eye discipline, all the little small details that make you really who you are, the foundation of who you are. Then we wanted to go back to just our training camp installs, install 1, install 2, and just get good at the mundane little small details, man. And then last but not least, man, we want to get healthy. It's been a grind in terms of this season. So we wanted to make sure we can get our good guys to the gate. So that's what we've been doing the last few weeks, man, just making sure that we can put our best foot forward and making sure that we're locked and loaded with the fundamentals and getting our team as healthy as possible.
Like you, Coach, I'm an O-line coach. I've been coaching O-line since 07. I played option quarterback, running back, but I love the O-line because I tell people without them, you can't play this game.
Absolutely.
So tell me something about the O-line, Coach. Are you guys healthy? You strong? You ready?
Oh, we're ready to rock and roll, man. The game of football is won in the trenches, man.
Yes, sir.
That's really what it is, man. And we always talk about, with our O-line and D-lines, man. And, I have a philosophy, man. If they can't block us, they can't beat us. And if we can block them, we got a chance to beat them. Whoever it is we play. It's not necessarily any specific opponent. So, everything in our program starts with up front, and we'll make sure that our young men are prepared. We're going to make sure we have the best coaches that's going to coach them on the small details, those mundane things that nobody really wants to do. We fall in love with the process of little small things going 1-0 every day. How do we go on 1-0? We want to make sure that we take care of the small details.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Coach, I see you got a couple of your boys coming up, so I'm going to move out the way.
Coming in.
But it's been an honor, Coach Berry, and I wish you luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Young man, come on in and slide in right here next to Coach. So, Coach, I'm going to keep this conversation going. What has this transition been like for you leaving Benedict and coming over to South Carolina State, following a legend like Buddy Pough, who picked you to become the next legacy in this program? What has that been like for you?
You know what? And that is so true, man. Coach Pough is the one that picked me, man. He believed in me. He saw something in me. And I'm grateful for Coach Pough, man. Coach Pough's my guy, man. I love Coach Pough, man. But it's been a journey, man. It's been awesome. It's been good days, bad days. At the end of the day, every day is not going to be peaches and cream, man. But at the end of the day, man, I have a young men and coaching staff that are bought into the process, and we're all process driven. Everything that we talk about is process. Everything is about process over outcome. And if we feel like we can fall in love with the process, we'll have our opportunity to become great.
All right, Coach, can you talk to us, or should we let the young men introduce themselves who joined you on set?
You want them to introduce themselves?
Let's go.
Let's do it, Hannibal.
How are you doing today? My name is John Hannibal Jr. from Hopkins, South Carolina, but defensive tackle.
My name is Justin Smith Brown. I play receiver, and I'm from Port St. John, Florida.
All right, Port St. John. I'm all right. I'm a Florida guy myself. So now, gentlemen, I'm going to start with you, and I'm going to ask both of you this question. How long have you been at South Carolina State?
I've been here for all 4 years, my freshman year since 2021.
So you are part of that 2021 team, and yourself?
My first year here, sir.
So this is your first year. So did you come with Coach Barry?
Yes, sir.
All right, gentlemen, talk to me a little bit about what it's like, and we're going to start with you, young Hannibal.
Yes, sir.
We're going to start with Hannibal, and then I want to come to you. Talk to me about what it's been like playing for this guy here.
Just grateful. I came from Keenan High School, not really known for football. So I'm just grateful for the opportunity. Give me an opportunity back when I was at Benedict. Get the opportunity to transfer here with him now. Just really just grateful. That's the best way I can say it. Just grateful for the opportunity.
All right. What has it been like for you transitioning to start to play for Coach Barry this year?
I can definitely say it's a blessing, man. To have a man like Coach Barry in your life who instills nothing but greatness and expects nothing but greatness. It's a blessing because every day he wakes up juiced, and it allows you to do nothing but feed off of his energy. So we're thankful.
All right. Now, coaches, we get ready for this big game. One of the conversations that we've been having across the network for the last week and a half especially is the physicality of both teams and how that's going to play into this game tomorrow. Without giving away too much anything, because I know y'all not going to really give me much of anything, game planning, talk to me about what it is that you've been preparing. I know you said going back to fundamentals, but what have you been preparing these young men with?
Well, they just got to maximize the moment, man. The moment's never too big, man. So we just keep our guys locked in on the small, mundane little things that nobody wants to do, the details, the fundamentals, man. And that won't change, man. At the end of the day, football is football. It's a kid's game, man. Sometimes people make it so tight. It's a big game. Yeah, it's a big game. It's a big game because it's the next game. And it's the next game on our schedule. So we understand the magnitude of the game and what, when those 60 minutes are over, what we want the outcome to be. But if we fall in love with the process, the outcome going to take care of itself.
All right. Mr. Hannibal, what about yourself? What have you been doing to prepare for this game?
You prepare and practice. You practice all you play. Only thing difference between game and practice, people watching. Coach Barry speaks about it every day. You got to do your best. Give your best. The best is standing in the program. So if I continue to give my best, next week give their best, continue to go 1-0.
All right. Now, you have a different perspective because, again, you were here for this 21 the last time that the team was here. What has it been like talking to the young guys about this experience?
Right now, talking to the young guys, they're very, I want to say emotional, but they're very amped up, So the main thing right now I've been talking to them about is just learning how to stay mellow. We know it's a big game because it's the next game, but at the end of the day, it's still ball. So just getting that to them is her.
All right. Well, Coach, listen, I know y'all got other folks you need to go see. You got things you got to get ready for. What you got to say? What? And I'm going to let everybody go, but we're going to let Coach go last. Gentlemen, what do you all want to say to Bulldog Nation and the rest of the world about what you got going on tomorrow?
Just want to thank you for your support. Continue to support. Can't wait to see you guys at the game. Go Dogs. Trying to go 1-0.
Let's go 1-0. Go Dogs. We just want to thank everybody. Bulldog Nation, we love y'all. Go Dogs.
Well, what I'm going to say to Bulldog Nation is get your ticket, man. We need to see your face in the place. Bulldog Nation goes all over the world, not just in the state of South Carolina, not just in the country, United States. It's all over the world. So get your ticket to Atlanta, get your ticket to Mercedes-Benz, show your support to these young men because they deserve all the support. When we travel all over the country, wherever we go play, Bulldog Nation is in the building, whether we're at home or away. So we're expecting for this national championship game that Garnet and Blue is in the house. So we're excited about it all. It's a great day to be a Bulldog, and we want you to be a part of it. So come join us. Come to Atlanta. We're excited for that ball to kick off tomorrow at about 12 noon.
All right, folks, there you have it. Coach Chittis Berry, South Carolina State Bulldogs. They are ready. They are prepared for tomorrow. Gentlemen, good luck. We wish you all the best. We'll be right back with our final interview of the day here with more members of the D9 organizations on the BCSN Game Time Show.
HBCU football fans, this year's Cricket Celebration Bowl has a new date. A champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th as the MEAC and SWAC champions meet once again. Join us in Atlanta for championship football, interactive fan experiences, and iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit the Celebration Bowl.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
ESPN Events Band of the Year, a title reserved for the absolute best in the world of HBCU marching bands. A season-long competition that culminates in Atlanta on Friday, December 13th. Drum majors, percussion, drill, auxiliaries, musicality. All aspects will be adjudicated by expert judges in the world of college bands. 4 bands will qualify for the big stage, where national champions will be crowned. Follow us on social media for ranking updates throughout the season. And join us at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 13th. For event and ticket information, visit
At Automasters LLC, our mission is to serve our community by providing quality automobiles at affordable prices. All of our vehicles are inspected and certified to offer you the confidence in knowing you have a quality vehicle. Our goal is to provide you with a seamless process and positive experience for your automobile purchase. Financing recommendations and specific vehicle inquiries are available at your request. You can find us at www.automasters06.com and follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Also, please feel free to contact Terrence Miles at 601-927-7794. And oh yeah, tell him Sonia sent you.
Tickets are on sale now for the 4th annual NBA HBCU Classic presented by AT&T, featuring Morehouse College and Tuskegee University. Don't miss this action-packed event happening at NBA All-Star 2025 and filled with competitive matchup and marching band performances celebrating HBCU pride. See you in the Bay.
HBCU football fans, this year's Cricket Celebration Bowl has a new date. A champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th as the MEAC and SWAC champions meet once again. Join us in Atlanta for championship football, interactive fan experiences, and iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit the Celebration Bowl.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
ESPN Events Band of the Year, a title reserved for the absolute best in the world of HBCU marching bands. A season-long competition that culminates in Atlanta on Friday, December 13th. Drum majors, percussion, drill, auxiliaries, musicality. All aspects will be adjudicated by expert judges in the world of college bands. 4 bands will qualify for the big stage, where national champions will be crowned. Follow us on social media for ranking updates throughout the season, and join us at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 13th for events.
Morehouse College and Tuskegee University men's basketball teams were selected to compete in the 2025 NBA HBCU Classic presented by AT&T. The 4th annual NBA HBCU Classic will be played in the Bay Area as part of NBA All-Star 2025 and will once again celebrate the rich traditions, on-court athleticism, and commitment to excellence of the HBCU community. For tickets, visit nba.com/all-star.
On the last session that you were talking about, I think one of the things that a lot of people just don't realize, once you get past what is now the Power 4 athletic conferences, the best opportunity for revenue generation lies in the HBCU space.
It does.
Very few of these FCS programs have the tradition and history of over 150 years of playing football. We can say that. We've got 5 generations of fans at most HBCUs, and we're there. Folks, stay tuned. Of course, you know the lab is going to be coming up at the top of the hour, but right now what we're about to do is we're going to have an interview that I did with the general manager of the Omni Hotel, Mr. Ramon Reyes, talking about what's going on here, how things are going, how you can support and come on out and be engaged. Coach P, thanks again. A.D. Bryant, I hope you're ready because we're going to start bugging and quizzing you real shortly.
Y'all have a great night. Bye,
Thanks,
y'all.
Coach P. Enjoy the dinner.
All right, folks. So you guys enjoy this interview, and we will be back with the start of the lab in about 10 minutes.
What exciting benefits do you get as a Hertz Gold Plus Rewards member?
You get to skip the line and go right to your car.
Have you heard about the salt trick that's making men stay hard for hours in bed? Man, listen, what I'm about.
As we get going, we know the Celebration Bowl is coming back up, and we know that on the 15th, which is the Sunday following the Celebration Bowl, I believe.
And iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
ESPN Events Band of the Year, a title reserved for the absolute best in the world of HBCU marching bands. A season-long competition that culminates in Atlanta on Friday, December 13th. Drum majors, percussion, drill, auxiliaries, musicality. All aspects will be adjudicated by expert judges in the world of college bands. 4 bands will qualify for the big stage, where national champions will be crowned. Follow us on social media for ranking updates throughout the season, and join us at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 13th. For events and ticket information, visit bandoftheyear.com.
At Automasters LLC, our mission is to serve our community by providing quality automobiles at affordable prices. All of our vehicles are inspected and certified to offer you the confidence in knowing you have a quality vehicle. Our goal is to provide you with a seamless process and positive experience for your automobile purchase. Financing recommendations and specific vehicle inquiries are available at your request. You can find us at www.automasters06.com and follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Also, please feel free to contact Terrence Miles at 601-927-7794. And oh yeah, tell him Sonia sent you.
Morehouse College and Tuskegee University men's basketball teams were selected to compete in the 2025 NBA HBCU Classic presented by AT&T. The fourth annual NBA HBCU Classic will be played in the Bay Area as part of NBA All-Star 2025 and will once again celebrate the rich traditions, on-court athleticism, and commitment to excellence of the HBCU community. For tickets, visit nba.com/all-star.
Tickets are on sale now for the fourth annual NBA.
Yeah. I love my HBCU. And boy, I love it, love it. I love it, love it. I love my HBCU. And man, I hope my team they won one. Yeah. I hope my team they won one. Yeah. Man. I hope my team they won one. I hope my team they won one. Yeah. I tune into the HBCU Sports Lab to see if my team won or lost. If they lost, I'm quiet as a mouse. But if they won, keep tab. I'ma do the dab, yeah. Dr. Cavil, he know what he be talking about. Mike and Charles, they know what they be talking about. They compress the analytic data with the hip hop. If you know them like I know them, they gon' tell you if your team, if they won or lost. And who's about. So listen to Professor, yes sir, and pay attention, because he gonna teach a lesson.
That's why your blood sugar spikes and your vision gets blurry. Did you know type 2 diabetes is a completely reversible?
This is Dr. Cavil with Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Mike Washington is on assignment. He promised he will be in Atlanta tomorrow, but we have a group full, and we have at the home studios, Wilton Jackson II. Myself, I won't be in till tomorrow. Wilton, when you get into the building?
So I'm actually here now.
Oh, so you're in the hotel room.
Yeah.
And taking care of some business there. Wow, we have these three gentlemen in the Omni Atlanta. I didn't get the message, fellas.
I know, right?
Surprise!
I didn't get the message. I don't know why y'all left me out here doing the hard work back on campus. We got a little thing called graduation, so I guess as the dean, I need to be there, but that's a whole different discussion.
Yes, sir.
So we have none other than Charles Bishop, AD Drew. Charles, since you're there, I'm gonna let you announce your guest.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, I'm sure everybody has seen this young man quite often on their screen, Dr. Cavil, but Dr. Brian, it's great having you in here, and I mean, you saw us out the window out there. You was like, I was like, of course, in the middle.
That's right.
Yes, indeed.
Well, I tell you,
you recruited somebody on the fly. I see that.
On the fly, you know how I bring them in, Doc. We'll see him on Radio Row. I'll bring
Dr.
him in.
Brian, I'm gonna talk about you, man. You don't call me back anymore. Don't text me. Now I know that you're busy. Particularly now in the middle of search, I promise I was not going to ask.
Slightly busy right now.
You told him you were gonna give him first privilege, right privilege, and I believe with the Bulldog show they should get first right. I was just calling to check on you, but I see how you do it, brother.
Dr. Cavil, if there's not one person I love, it's you. You are my guy for life.
Already. And I'm gonna tell my wife that I'm the #1 fan. She's still trying to figure out how I get more love than Alabama ain't on the field. I work hard on it.
You do, brother. You do.
And I make sure she sends those checks. So
yes, sir. I appreciate that.
I know you do because they hurt. But it's for a good cause. How you doing down there? Let me go around and just ask everybody what have they seen thus far. Has anybody lost the game already before it started?
Yeah, not that I've seen thus far. I mean, I walked in and I walked right up on Jackson State's AD. Of course, Ashley Robinson. We chatted up for a quick second, but you see a lot of people sort of milling around and sort of filling in. You know, as we always know, people start making their way in on Thursday and whatnot, and We're here in the sports bar here in the Omni, right in the center of things. And you know, Dr. Ville, how things will get later on. It'll be filled up in here.
Yes, it will.
80 Drew, what have you seen so far?
This is a different perspective for me because this is the first year I've actually been living in Atlanta for the Celebration Bowl. Normally, I'm traveling to Atlanta to cover or work for the Celebration Bowl. So this has just been a different experience because I was like, all this traffic around here already. It's only Thursday. We still got 2 days to the game. And I drove by a couple of parking lots. I'm like, oh my God, I need to catch the ball the rest of this weekend because the car down here is not cool. But you know, it's like saying for me, it's different since I'm here working in Atlanta and literally 1.1 miles away from the Benz. So just a lot of different perspective, and I'm able to take in a lot more this year than I have ever been able to take in the past.
Awesome, great news. Wilton Jackson, the second, you know they do let the cool kids out the room now, bro.
Yeah, no. You know, Doc, I've been running around trying to get stuff situated for the Celebration Bowl. That's why I hadn't been to the Omni yet or anything like that. So I'm getting stuff situated. I'll be there tomorrow, and of course, I'll be at the game on Saturday.
No doubt about it.
Doc, can I speak and say something?
Sure.
Y'all gonna let me talk?
Yeah,
You know,
let me do the official introduction. That's what I was waiting on to bring you in to do your stuff.
Okay.
Welcome to episode 559 of Inside the HBCU Sports Lab Radio Show and Podcast, the show that's covering the sporting HBCU draft, all things HBCU sports from institutions large and small, from the NAIA to the NCAA. We share insights and information on the HBCU sports culture, HBCU athletic aesthetics to facilitate the story of HBCU athletic programs and the business of HBCU sports. I'm your host, Dr. Kenyatta, along with my co-host, Mike Washington, Charles Bishop. With
HBCU football fans, this year's Cricket Celebration Bowl has a new date. A champion will rise at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on December 14th as the MEAC and SWAC champions meet once again. Join us in Atlanta for championship football, interactive fan experiences, and iconic marching bands. It's an HBCU family reunion that you don't want to miss. See who will be crowned the next HBCU National Champion. For event and ticket information, visit the Celebration Bowl.
Looking for the ultimate cultural experience of 2025? The Zora Outdoor Festival of the Arts is where you need to be. From January 31st to February 2nd, Eatonville, Florida will come alive with incredible live performances from the Levert Experience and the Bar Cave. Immerse yourself in interactive art. Shop from over 80 vendors. Take a journey through history with a new virtual tour app. And enjoy family-friendly STEM activities. Plus, don't miss the unforgettable R&B tribute to the legends, honoring talents such as Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Luther Vandross. This is more than a festival. It's a celebration of Eatonville's rich cultural heritage. Visit zorafestival.org for tickets.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the BCSN Game Time Show as we are live from Radio Row here at the Cricket Celebration Bowl. Earlier, we had the opportunity to talk to the fraternities, members who were here in attendance from the D9 organizations. But now, of course, anyone who follows me and who hangs around and has seen my pages, posts, or whatever, know I have a favorite hashtag that I like to use that says Black women are everything. And right now we have 3 representations of that in the most highest standards. And what we're going to do is we're going to let our young lady who is in the middle first introduce herself. Then we'll go to her right and then come back. Okay, so let me get you to pull your mic up a little bit. It's down under your chin. There we go. Okay, so wait, we're not hearing you now. I'm not sure what just happened. Let's see, say something now.
I guess it seems like there might be a short in that one. Hold on a second. Okay. Say something. Because you can hear me, I'm assuming, very well. There we go.
Test. Okay.
There we are. So yes, ma'am. Please introduce yourself.
Hello. I am LC Cook Holmes, International President and Chair of the Board of Directors for Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated.
Okay.
Actually.
Next is that protocol.
Yeah.
Let's follow the protocol. So
I'm Kayla Clark, International Second Vice President of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated and Vice Chair of the MEAC Collegiate Council.
And good afternoon. I am Tanya Bachelor Judge, and I have the pleasure of serving as the 25th Southeastern Regional Director for Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated.
all right. Well, ladies, first, thank you for coming out and participating with us here at Celebration Bowl. Let's start off again. We'll go in the same order to ask the question. What is it about the Celebration Bowl that got you and that makes your organization interested in being engaged with it?
I will have to tell you that the Celebration Bowl is an opportunity to celebrate us. It's an opportunity to celebrate Black culture. It's an opportunity to celebrate Black excellence. As we have the MEAC and SWAC champions come together to crown the Black college champion, as we look at the battle of the bands and we know how much that culture has been as part of our HBCUs, as we have the opportunity to come together as D9 organizations to highlight the service that we do day in and day out in our various communities, but to come together to provide some of that service here in the Atlanta community, but also showcase the major things that we have done across our organizations in terms of community service hours and in excess of $20 million of scholarships. So an opportunity to showcase that as well. And I will have to tell you, it's also just like a big homecoming to be able to see folks from all over the country come together to celebrate.
All right.
Could you repeat the question one more time?
Just what is it about this event that has your organization interested in being a part of it?
Yeah, so Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated is excited to be here today as a representative of the collegiate constituency of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated and the Divine Nine. It is a big opportunity to bring us here together. We are stronger together, and we'll have our undergraduates here from all organizations from all over 50 states and internationally. And it's just a big time to meet people, network, and to just have a great time with and just do what we do. Also, we'll have service opportunity here today. As all Divine Nine organizations are part of service, that is what we do. As a member of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, we are a community conscious, action-oriented organization, and service is our #1 principle. So yes, we are here to have fun and to celebrate the Divine Nine and all of the football teams here today, but we're also here to give back to our communities because that is what we do. And this is just a great opportunity for everybody to see what we do as Divine Nine organizations, because a lot of people just see us as stepping and strolling, but put it on the forefront of what we here do, scholarship and service. And tomorrow you'll see more of that on the field with our Council of Presidents. Thank you.
As it relates for Sigma Gamma Rho, it is definitely a pleasure to be a part of this experience. And one of those big things is that for Sigma Gamma Rho is the activation for community involvement. Sigma Gamma Rho had the opportunity for the last couple of days to be a part of the Atlanta community with Swim 1922 and diversity with athletics. And so one of those things is about teaching our community water safety tips to increase survival rate as they continue to play in and around the water. And so this weekend allows us not to only culminate the experience of the football experience, but also to activate our community and call them to action as it relates to community involvement. But most importantly, as it relates to Sigma Gamma Rho, our women founded by 7 educators is the opportunity to celebrate the academic excellence that happens on our HBCU campuses. And so I'm just super excited to be a part of this celebration, and we can continue this celebration for many years to come.
All right. So we're going to do this last question because I'm being told we have a very short time here with you ladies. But what I would definitely like to do is make sure that we give each of you the opportunity to tell the folks who are out there watching about something, a program, or something that you want from your organization that you want folks to know that they can engage in from a community base and see what they can do to see how they may be able to work with you all?
I would like to highlight just a few things from the perspective of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. First of all, we continue to be on the front lines of social action and social justice, and we need everyone to be involved with us. We worked hard through this 2024 election, not only Delta, but all of us together. But we know we have a lot of work to do in the days, the months, and the years to come. We're already focused on the 2026 election, and we continue to be focused on protecting the rights of our communities. So we want to encourage you to be involved. In addition, we also sponsor a couple of key things with part of our 5-point programmatic thrust, which is economic development, educational development, physical and mental health, international awareness and involvement, and political awareness and involvement. But we are focusing very heavily on mental health and wellness, because mental illness is real in our community. So we have a series of webinars that are not only open to our members, but education and awareness across the board of so many things that can focus on mental health. And then we'll focus on tackling and being able to support some of those issues and areas, as well as enhancing financial fortitude, financial empowerment, and building generational wealth. We have programs not only for our members, but for the community that I want to highlight in that perspective as well.
Two things I would like to highlight is, first, under our 26th International Grand Ambassadors, Dr. Stacey N.C. Grant, she has been promoting as an organization the power of she, social and economic health justice. And just like President Elsie Cook's-Home said, being on that social justice, we really worked stronger together on this past election, and we're not done. And just making sure that we're getting out here on the forefront and just, can I start over?
Yeah, well, we're live, so you can go ahead and go ahead and fix it and keep moving.
So, like I said, we have our social justice initiative, and just making sure we're out on the forefront of our streets and our communities. And also we have our scholarship foundation, Z-Hope. Zeta's helping other people excel. We have scholarships for the community, just not people in our organization, but also people in high school and middle school, and people going to college. So making sure you checking out our scholarships there, because we're always looking to give back. Thank you.
All right. And as it relates to Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated, led by the 26th International President Marika Harris, it's definitely a pleasure on her mantra of One Sigma that we continue to make a greater investment in our various activation. And so, as I talked about earlier, our Swim 1922, in addition to that, Sigma Gamma Rho has made a $2 million commitment to St. Jude, which is a heart of a southeastern region, southeastern region. St. Jude Hospital, which offers healthcare to those children who need, as it relates to childhood cancer and other ailments that impact our children. And so we're continuing to make a greater investment so that we can continue to make a greater impact in our community, so that we can be greater together. So Sigma Gamma Rho definitely has some more to come, and so we look forward to seeing everyone many years after that.
All right, well, ladies, thank you again for your time and being here. Thank you for your work that you all do in our communities. And ladies and gentlemen who are tuning in, we want to thank you guys for kicking it with us all day today, as we've been here live broadcasting from the Media Row, Radio Row, for the Celebration Bowl and the Band of the Year competition. Make sure, if you are not here in Atlanta and you are not able to get here, tune in, watch it, call a friend, tell them to tune in and watch these events so that we can continue to have them to grow across our country and continue to grow. So until next time, everyone, take care. Have a great weekend, and we will see you.